A young man stood alone in a cemetery, next to a shattered grave. A photograph, weathered by time, was attached to the gravestone. The fractured slab was smeared with bloodstains. Gripping the edge of the broken tombstone, the boy told his mother that he would surely return. Gazing at the photo of his mother, he remembered how his father remarried and cruelly cast him, his sister, and his mother out of their home. His mother, drenched in rain, spent the entire night kneeling before their gate, begging his father to let them stay. The heavy gates, however, slammed shut in her face, mocking her pleas. When the gate finally opened, his mother, in her heart, believed his father had reconsidered, but instead, furious barking erupted as the unleashed dogs charged at them. The truth was painful. The man had only set the vicious dogs loose. One of them sank its teeth into the mother as she shielded her children. Desperately, she screamed for her children to flee, urging them to run while she held the dogs at bay. She blamed herself, sobbing that it was her failure to protect them. After all, they were only helpless children. For a brief moment, the boy thought they had escaped the worst, but soon, his mother, broken by the betrayal, took her own life by leaping from a rooftop. Her last words echoed over a final phone call, apologizing tearfully for leaving them behind. She asked her children to take care of each other, expressing her love one last time. When he returned home, he found his mother's lifeless body and his younger sister crying beside her, trembling in fear and longing for their mother. He was 14 and his sister only 10. It was unimaginable how hard life became for a young boy left to fend for his sister, despised by society, with no one offering them a shred of kindness. Then one day, a villain appeared, brandishing a knife. The man raised the knife, poised to strike, his violent intent clear as he threatened the children. But a stranger intervened, saving them and offering refuge. With no other choice, they followed him. A decade passed, and the state found itself under siege, the borders collapsing under enemy pressure, battles raging across the land. They lost key checkpoints, thousands of miles of defense crumbled, and wounded soldiers lay abandoned without leadership. At the brink of despair, a man stormed the enemy camp, armed with nothing but an automatic rifle and a hunting knife. With terrifying ease, this man beheaded the enemy commander and claimed tens of thousands of lives in the process. He was Jian Tian, the unmatched warrior of the nation. A rising legend of the army, he brought war on the wings of death, single-handedly turning the tide of battle and earning global fame. To the people, he was known as the Wings of War. Jian Tian wielded the destructive force of both heaven and earth with the power of thunder at his command. No one knew if his foes could ever withstand the fury of his assault. 10 years ago, this man lived in filth and despair, like a forsaken stray. But now he returned as a king among men, feared even by the mightiest like Haidun. At the cemetery, strangers approached the man. One of them sneered, asking who allowed him entry, pointing out the sign at the gate forbidding his presence. One of the strangers spoke up, mentioning that Miss Shangguan Nalan wanted revenge on the boy's mother. She ordered them to write "pitiful man's grave" on her tombstone, mocking her even in death. The boy's mind raced. Shangguan Nalan, it had to be her. Once she and his mother had been close, nearly like sisters. But all that was destroyed because of one man. That man was the son of the wealthy Chen family. Despite his mother having 2 children, they had fallen in love. At that time, his mother was like a vibrant flower, though her spirit was already broken. Mr. Chen had also pursued Nalan, but ultimately rejected her. To prevent his mother from marrying into the Chen family, Nalan began plotting against her. Nalan's family controlled the real estate market, and they forged documents, destroying the home his mother fought to keep. Nalan escalated her attacks, turning her wrath on his mother's children. His mother, unable to bear it, sacrificed her life to save them. Even in death, Nalan wouldn't rest until the children were also destroyed. Even after his mother's tragic death, Nalan continued to disgrace her memory, hiring bandits to guard the grave, ensuring no one could come to honor her soul. 10 years had passed since his mother's death, and today, of all days, Nalan chose to mock her ashes again. The young man's heart hardened as he thought of how rotten and twisted Nalan's soul had become. A group of thugs approached him, their aggressive intent clear from their stance and sneering expressions. One of the thugs, clearly annoyed, growled that if the boy didn't want trouble, he should leave. He mentioned that today was Mr. Chen's birthday and engagement day while they were stuck doing dirty work. Another thug chimed in, warning the boy to leave before he found himself crawling on broken knees. One thug, filled with contempt, spat directly on the gravestone of the young man's mother, cursing as he did. His companion laughed, praising him for executing such a perfect spit on the grave. The group began taunting the boy, calling him names and using foul language, trying to provoke him. He stood silently watching. The lead bully noticed the boy's unwavering stare and asked why he was looking at him like that, wondering if he had never seen someone spit before. With mockery in his voice, the bully offered to demonstrate again, encouraging the boy to watch closely. Without a word, the young man grabbed the bully by the scruff of his neck and slammed him to the ground, smashing his face into the grass. How dare he defile his mother's grave? He commanded the bully to lick every bit of filth off the gravestone and ordered the others to clean up the mess they had made with their mouths. Terrified, the group began to realize the young man's strength. One of them muttered that the boy must be a monster, throwing Big John around so effortlessly. Big John, still on the ground, groaned in pain, calling out for his companions to help. But fear had already taken root in their hearts. To speed things up, the young man stepped on Big John's foot, applying pressure in an unexpected and excruciating way. Big John shrieked in agony, the pain shooting through his body. He screamed that his leg was seriously hurt, pleading for mercy. The young man pointed at one of the bullies and coldly ordered him to start licking the grave clean immediately. There was no need to repeat himself. Big John, trembling, crawled over to the grave and began following the instructions, his tongue working furiously to clean the dirt. Suddenly, a massive helicopter appeared in the sky, carrying a heavy container. The hooligans were terrified, wondering why a helicopter would show up here. Looking up, they saw that multiple helicopters were transporting containers. The young man calmly remarked, "It's time to begin." The containers were lowered right in the cemetery, not far from the grave. From the helicopters, uniformed men leapt down, hovering above the ground. It was an unusual sight in a graveyard. The men in uniform lined up in front of the young man and then shockingly fell to their knees before him. The hooligans, now visibly shaken, asked each other what was happening. The uniformed men, in perfect unison, greeted him as His Highness. His Highness, with a calm expression, told them to get started immediately and waved his hand dismissively. The uniformed men began opening the containers, revealing their contents. The containers were filled with gleaming yellow metal. The elder among them commanded that the gold be used to craft new tombstones. The hooligans were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Each container was packed with gold bars. One of the bullies gasped, saying it was the first time he'd ever seen so much gold, and all for tombstones. If this gold was sold, poverty would be a distant memory. The young man recalled how his mother had once joked that he would build her a tombstone of gold. Now that moment had arrived. Staring at the old broken tombstone, he declared that Shangguan Nalan would one day crawl on her knees before him, and her death would be the only apology worthy of his mother. The hooligans, trembling with fear, asked where this guy had come from. Was he really going to make a tombstone out of gold? The protagonist fixed them with a stern look and asked if they had something to say. The bullies, terrified, quickly replied that they had nothing to add. One of the thugs admitted that the head of the Chen family had assigned them to watch this place. After killing his mother, Shangguan Nalan had married Mr. Chen. She was truly heartless. He went on to explain that after 10 years, Shangguan Nalan had gained control of the entire Chen clan. Even Mogan now followed her orders. The bandit believed this revelation would frighten the young man, making him think twice about challenging the powerful Chen family. The thug thought that, despite the young man's apparent status, he wouldn't dare touch them under Mogan's protection. But the young man only scoffed, wondering aloud what Mogan could possibly do. He then swiftly attacked the gang, beating them thoroughly. The gang leader, bruised and broken, fell to his knees and begged for mercy, saying he had meant no harm and was willing to explain everything. The young man cut him off, saying he had no need for explanations. "A king never listens to pathetic excuses," he declared. The bandit was shocked. How could this guy call himself a king? Could he really be the winged god of war? The young man carefully wrapped the broken tombstone in a white cloth, remarking that today was both Mr. Chen's engagement day and Nalan's birthday. He smirked and added that he wanted to put on a little show. He ordered the men to bring back that wretched woman's tombstone. The scene shifted to the Chengdu Hotel, one of the iconic landmarks in Haidin City. A large car pulled up in front of the hotel. As the young man stepped out, he thought bitterly of how his mother's house once stood right where the hotel now towered. The king's aide, Tank, respectfully suggested that His Highness didn't need to handle this personally. Any one of his men could take care of it. But the young man firmly replied that he preferred to personally deliver his enemies to justice. Carrying the broken tombstone behind him, the young man entered the hotel, immediately drawing attention from the guests. The women whispered among themselves, marveling at how strong and handsome he appeared. He set the broken tombstone down on a table, and casually ordered a pomegranate juice. The women couldn't take their eyes off him. They had never seen such a striking man in Haidong. From the corner of his eye, the young man noticed several hotel security personnel entering the room, with the head of security leading them. The head of security approached him and informed him that, according to hotel rules, guests must check in at the front desk. When Mr. Chen arrived, security needed a full list of attendees for the engagement ceremony. He further stated that all these regulations had been approved by Madame Shangguan Nalan and demanded to see the young man's invitation. He had no right to disrupt the order. Spotting the large object wrapped in a white cloth, the security chief asked what it was and ordered the boy to slowly reveal the contents. The young man calmly said that the head of security had no authority to see it and suggested he call Nalan directly. When the guard reached out to check it himself, the young man deftly blocked him with a pair of chopsticks. Furious, the security chief demanded to know how this rascal dared to address Madame by her name so disrespectfully. The guard screamed in agony as the young man pinned his arm down with the chopsticks, causing intense pain. With a casual flick of his hand, the young man shoved the head of security, who lost his balance and fell heavily to the floor. The room went dead silent, all eyes on the young man. From the top floor, two men observed the scene. One of them, Chen Hiting, the second son of the Chen family, asked Mogan who this kid was. Mogan confidently replied that with his strength, he could crush the young man with a mere gesture. Chen Hiting remarked that over the years, many had come seeking revenge for their mother's deaths, but they all ended up thrown into the sea. The head of security, still reeling from the encounter, angrily instructed his subordinates to throw the young man out of the hotel. Xuan Wei, the hotel's public relations manager, entered the scene, calming the situation and greeting the head of security politely. She approached the young man, introduced herself, and offered to have a drink with him. Her goal was to quickly diffuse the tension and prevent the engagement party from being ruined. She asked to see what he had brought with him and inquired if it was a personal gift for Madame Nalan. Rising from his seat, the young man coldly pushed Xuan Wei aside and told her to save her hypocrisy. He only wanted a meeting with Nalan. Xuan Wei gasped, outraged, demanding to know how he dared push her. A man stepped forward, astonished that in the presence of so many people, this audacious youth had the nerve to treat Xuan Wei so disrespectfully. This man was Zhao Mao, co-owner of the hotel. He asked the young man what exactly he was doing here and why he had come. Zhao Mao turned to the head of security, irritated, and asked if they were just standing there for decoration. The head of security, flustered, quickly apologized. Zhao Mao then turned to Xuan Wei, asking if she was all right. She indignantly replied that the boy had insulted her. Filled with outrage, Zhao Mao demanded to know how the boy dared to lay a hand on Xuan Wei. He ordered the boy to kneel before her, apologize, and then leave immediately. As Zhao Mao barked orders, the young man's mind wandered to the past. This was once the land where his mother's house had stood. He, his mother, and his sister had lived here for many years. Memories of his childhood flooded back, his mother calling them home for dinner, his sister hiding from him playfully behind a tree. He felt a bittersweet nostalgia for those innocent days. Zhao Mao's patience was wearing thin. He demanded, "Who does this guy think he is, ignoring me like this?" Furious, Zhao Mao ordered Captain Wang to deal with this rascal immediately. The head of security, now Captain Wang, commanded his subordinates to act and enforce Zhao Mao's order. The other visitors in the hotel muttered among themselves, thinking that if all the guards attacked at once, there wouldn't be a trace left of the boy. Some people were eager for a fight, excited to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, the young man calmly continued to sip his pomegranate juice, completely ignoring the chaos around him. One of the guards sneered, commenting on how arrogant the young man looked, and bragged that he was going to beat him senseless. He added that, while guns might be effective, they made for quick kills. He preferred using an iron club to break bones slowly and maximize the pain. Being under the Chen family's protection, he felt invincible. Zhao Mao advised Xuan Wei to step away from the scene, warning that there was about to be a bloodbath, something unsuitable for a woman to witness. The young man finished his pomegranate juice, set the glass down, and without a hint of hurry, picked up the gravestone from the table. In one swift motion, he delivered a crushing blow to the head of the security chief, instantly neutralizing him. Using the gravestone as a weapon, the young man mercilessly took out the rest of the guards. One by one, they fell, unable to defend themselves. The room became a scene of devastation, with blood pooling on the floor and bodies lying everywhere. From the upper floor, Chen Hiting turned to Mogan and remarked, "There's something unusual about this guy. What do you think of him?" Mogan, slightly impressed, replied that the young man had potential and might even be able to withstand 3 of his moves. Mr. Chen, watching closely, said there was no rush, but he wondered what the young man was holding. Zhao Mao, meanwhile, continued to lead Miss Xuanwei away, telling her not to worry as the gentlemen would handle things themselves. As Zhao Mao looked back at the scene, he was stunned to see that the entire security force had been taken down. The young man casually sat back at his table and in a commanding tone called Zhao Mao over to him. Zhao Mao hesitated but stated firmly that this hotel belonged to the Chen family, and today wasn't just any day, it was both a birthday and an engagement ceremony. He added that Madame Shangguan Nalan would be arriving shortly, and given the chaos the young man had caused, she would likely hear him out, though it would come at a cost. Zhao Mao warned the young man not to behave arrogantly in front of Madame Nalan. Despite his combat skills, no fighter could stand against the power and influence that woman wielded. He advised caution, telling the young man to know when to stop, lest he regret it. Zhao Mao looked around and said, "He realizes that this guy has no plans to register, so it's going to stay that way." Zhao Mao decided to distract this guy by talking so that he would let his guard down. "We should wait for Chen Yiting to come downstairs and wipe this guy into powder." The young man threw the tombstone and it slammed into the floor in front of Zhao Mao and manager Xuanwei. The king stood up and said that his opponent was just thinking of how to get rid of him. If he had evil intentions towards him, he must perish. Zhao Mao was frightened and fell to his knees in front of the guy. He tried to explain that this young man wouldn't survive anyway because he had caused a commotion in the hotel. But if he destroyed him, he would suffer a painful death for killing the co-owner of the hotel. Someone called out to the young man and asked him to stop. It was Mr. Chen. Xuanwei rejoiced and said that Mr. Chen finally showed up. She said that this guy had caused a commotion in the hotel and right now started beating up Mr. Zhao Mao. Zhao Mao, lying on the floor, said that this guy should now realize the position he was in. He should help him to his feet and he should fall to his knees and receive 300 blows. Then maybe he would earn forgiveness. The king didn't have any ceremony with Mr. Zhao. He destroyed the man with a strong kick to the head. Chen Yiting was frightened. Elder Mogan took his hand to calm him down. The people watching thought that Mr. Chen was frightened. One glance from his opponent made him retreat. "Who is this boy?" Elder Mogan told Mr. Chen to sit down, calm down, and leave the problem solving to him. Mogan turned to our hero and said that not long ago, he had claimed that his opponent was only able to withstand 3 of his blows. Now he realizes that he was wrong. The guy is worthy of withstanding 10 punches. The surrounding people thought that withstanding 10 punches from Mogan was very cool. Until now, there had never been such a thing. However, after 10 punches, this poor guy would be severely crippled. The old man added that he was giving the boy a chance. He was going to die anyway, but if he could withstand 10 blows, he could count on freedom. The surrounding people thought that just for the mere possibility of mercy from the cruel Mogan, one could fall on their knees and give thanks for mercy. However, Mogan could not be dealt with. One could surrender at once. The king asked, "Is this old man Mogan? Is he the one who sent those men to the cemetery? It would be good if he took them from there." The old man was worried and told the assistant to immediately call Dufay at the cemetery to clarify the situation. Mogan thought, "Is this guy related to someone buried there?" The old man began to realize what could be the object that was wrapped in the white cloth. The guy said the old man doesn't have to worry. He's destroyed them all. All he has to do is remove the bodies. Elder Mogan said, "This guy is not bad. You can tell he's tough. I wonder who he is." The young man replied that the old man had no right to ask him that. Mogan said angrily, "If the guy doesn't understand in a good way, then he will act in a bad way. Don't blame him now for being overly violent." The king asked, "Is this wretched dog really looking for doom?" He is willing to give him a chance. If he can touch him even once, then he has won. The old man called that guy an arrogant puppy and rushed to attack. He swung a blob of his aggressive energy and threw it at his opponent. The young man, without dodging, grabbed the charge directed at him with a slight movement of his hand and deactivated its effect. An object in white cloth immediately flew at the old man. The tombstone was very heavy. The old man swore and tried to dodge. Elder Mogan was unable to dodge the enemy's attack. He was struck in the chest, his mouth bleeding. The old man thought, "Who is this guy? When did this monster show up in town?" The king said he was tired and asked someone to pour him some pomegranate juice. The kid couldn't forget that pomegranate tree. When he was a kid, it grew in their yard. Its fruit was the sweetest. His mom used to sit under that tree and wash clothes. He and his sister would sit in the tree and pick pomegranates. The wounded old man said he was asking a question. Instead of answering, the guy asked for pomegranate juice to be poured for him. Who taught him to dialogue like that? The old man, coughing, added, "No matter how strong he is, this place, the domain of the Chen family. The head of the family, Chen Badao, is a very powerful and overbearing person. You shouldn't go against him, for the sake of your own health." The king thought that this was undoubtedly the same guy who had taken care of his mother while they lived in Haidong. So he had married Nalin Shagun after all, and had also become the most respected man in the county. Chen was in love with his mother, and the guy even wished them happiness until he overheard Chen and Nalin talking. After that, Mr. Chen started threatening his mother. The boy thought his mother had jumped off the roof of the building to commit suicide. Chen Badao was a great contributor to this, and he bears immeasurable blame for her death. Mogan told the guy that he should kneel down, bowing his head right in front of Mr. Chen's door. Maybe he would save the boy's life. The old man was ashamed. He had stooped to the level of using his boss's reputation to intimidate an opponent who was stronger than him. The king said he wondered if anyone could pour him some pomegranate juice. Do they not have such juice here? The old man should have answered his question instead of threatening. Now he could die. The boy gave a sharp blow with his hand to the old man's chest. The old man, unable to hold on, flew off and hit the wall. Shards of the wall flew in different directions. Everyone present stood back in horror. The old man was unconscious. How could this be possible? This was the strongest elder of Mogan. The king turned to Chen He-ting and asked if they had pomegranate juice here. Chen He-ting was frightened and said that there was no juice right here, but he was willing to organize and deliver the best pomegranate juice here now. The guy said that would be a good idea, and it was worth hurrying. He doesn't like to be kept waiting. On the 5th floor of this hotel, a group of people are drinking and talking. A man tells the head of Wen's family that today is a wonderful day. Wen and Chen will be engaged today. This event will establish a strong bond between their families. Their daughter Wen Shui and his nephew Chen are the most beautiful and promising teenagers. The woman apologized that her sister Shangguan Nalan and Chen Badao are not here today. They flew out on business and would return in a while. She would be in charge of the banquet today. It was Shangguan Nalan's own sister Susu. The head of the Wen family, Wen Qingshan, said that Miss Shangguan is very courteous. They will be happy to have her steer the banquet. The father told his daughter Xiao Shui that when she came down, she should meet her future spouse, Mr. Chen. The man thought that his Wen family was in a dire situation right now. They urgently need a powerful ally. The father knows that his daughter doesn't like Chen at all. It's only his fault for forcing her into marriage. Wen Shui said that she understood her father. The girl thought that she had a choice, run away from home or help her father. The choice was obvious. She chose to help her ancestor. The girl decided that she was not destined to meet that stranger again, and she would not be able to repay him. An assistant rushed into the room and told Mrs. Shangun that some person downstairs was causing a huge trouble. He had scattered everyone and was now threatening young Mr. Chen. The woman asked in anger, who was he? How dare he scandalize this place on a day like this? He is definitely looking for doom. Mr. Wen said that there's no need to be nervous for some minor pawn. He will now write a letter for that guy to shit his pants in fear. Mr. Wen picked up a brush and proceeded to write a message. The servant said that some daredevil had ventured into Chen Badao's domain. However, Wen Qingshan will deal with it right now, with just a letter. He is honored to serve the master. Mr. Wen can be called a true master of calligraphy. No matter how strong a person is, he will still submit to Mr. Wen's influence. The girl told her father that she would also go downstairs. The father replied that he didn't mind. As the girl walked down the stairs, the people around her noticed that Miss Wen was very beautiful. She is very suitable for Mr. Chen. She is like a fairy from heaven. The girl assessed the situation and thought, who is this daredevil who made such a mess here? Miss Wen saw the king sitting alone on the sidelines. His silhouette seemed familiar to her. Was it really that stranger? 3 years ago, she and her father traveled abroad to discuss business development with foreign companies. Who would have thought the negotiations would fail? The partner ended up attacking them halfway home. Their car was cut off. When they got out of the car, her father told her to run, and he got into a battle with some thugs. But 2 cars caught up with her. She thought she was going to die. When the girl was desperate, some man fell from the sky and with his bare hands was able to stop the moving cars. 1 hand for each one. He saved not only her, but also her father. He left a deep impression on her heart. So for the next few years, and maybe for the rest of her life, he will firmly occupy the main place in her heart. No one can replace him in her heart. The servant told young Master Chen that his fiancée had come down to meet him. one should go up and say hello to her. The guy thought that he has been courting Wen Shui for a long time. Despite his gifts and compliments, she has always treated him coldly. This is the first time she took the initiative to come out herself. She seems to be willing to open up to him. Mr. Chen opened his arms and told the girl that he was fine. Miss Wen rushed past and threw herself on the stranger's chest. She said that she missed him very much. Everyone around them thought that this girl hadn't gotten married yet and had already cheated on Mr. Chen. Now I can see why this man was so cruel to everyone. He was looking for Wen Shui. Wen Shui said, was he really the one who caused a commotion here? The guy thought that 3 years ago, he was just passing by and didn't expect to meet his childhood friend at all. She was in trouble and he had saved her. When she and her sister lived in Haidong, they had no friends at all. Wen Shui became their best friend. When older children hurt them, Wen Shui would stand up for them. Her family was already influential back then. The girl said that the last time they saw each other, he had saved her and her father. 3 years had passed since then. She thought she would never meet him again. He left without saying goodbye, and she didn't have time to thank him, and she doesn't know his name. The guy said his name was Zhang Fei, which was one of his many aliases. In his youth, his name was Zhang Wuqin. After some mysterious soldier took that name away, he thought that Wuqin was a name for the gentle ones, so he took the name Tian. The girl said it was a coincidence. She also has a friend named Zhang. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen him in years. Zhang Wuqin said that fate favored them if they were able to meet. One of the people at the meeting said that things have finally calmed downstairs. You could go on and on. It's all credit to Mr. Wen. Just a few calligraphic strokes on a piece of paper scared the hell out of that guy. The story of how a few of Mr. Wen Qingshan's characters frightened the bandit will go down in history. The hostess of the evening said she had a thought. What if she married Mr. Wen? Then she would become a stepmother to her nephew's wife. It seemed ridiculous. The man said that the marriage of the young master of the Chen family and the young mistress of the Wen family would ensure prosperity for both families. Through this marriage, their families would reach unprecedented heights. The aide burst into the room again. He said it was an emergency message again. Mr. Wen said he shouldn't be so emotional. He knew the guy would be glad for his attention and asked to keep the letter. He was lucky enough to receive these 3 words for his kindness and virtue in his past life, and he could take the calligraphy with him. The aide didn't know how to present everything. He said, young Madam Wen and that guy, they are publicly hugging. The paparazzi have already captured it. Mr. Wen asked, are we talking about his daughter and Mr. Chen Heir? In any case, they would get married soon, and his daughter would make a wonderful wife for Chen Heir. The woman said she hopes their families can fully interbreed, and soon there will be a firstborn in the family. The aide took Mr. Wen's hand and asked to come along with him. The matter did not need to be delayed. Mr. Wen looked at what was happening and saw his daughter having a nice conversation with a stranger. He shouted, what's going on here? Mrs. Shangguan. Susu asked why Mr. Wen was so surprised. The woman wanted to see what was going on there. Mrs. Shangguan Susu saw Wen Shui standing beside the stranger. What is she doing there? The hostess asked, who is this guy that Mr. Wen's daughter is publicly hugging with? This even happens in front of her fiancé. Or is his daughter the kind of person who kisses and hugs everyone she meets? Where's the education? This behavior is a disgrace to the family. Mr. Wen spread his hands and said he did not know. Just now he gave 3 words, socialize and smile, to avoid conflict. Now instead of getting rid of the enemy, his daughter is hugging this guy, and now how can they save their face? Miss Shangguan said she doesn't care about it. She wants an explanation about it. She will not allow the Chen family to be humiliated. Otherwise, her brother-in-law and sister will be very displeased. Mr. Wen asked Mrs. Shangguan not to jump to conclusions. We have to sort things out first. His daughter has a completely different temperament to behave like this with strangers. The man offered to go downstairs and deal directly on the spot. Mr. Wen asked his daughter, what are you doing now in the presence of your fiancé? The girl, seeing her father, pulled away from the young man. Wen Shui told her father that this is the young man who made a mess here. He is the benefactor who saved them. Father wished he could have thanked him back in the day. Mr. Wen perked up. Is this really the same guy? The man said that he then didn't sleep for several nights because he didn't say thank you to the young man for saving him. Mr. Wen shook the guy's hand warmly in gratitude. However, why is he chatting with his daughter as if they knew each other well? Wen Shui explained that she questioned the guy about who he was. His name is Jian Fei, and he looks like Jian Tian, whom she was friends with as a child. The guy replied that it was just a gesture of goodwill. and there was no need to worry about it. Zhang Fei remembered how Mr. Wen used to take his sister to his house to play as a child. Her mother was a very kind and caring woman. Every time they came over, the woman would prepare a whole table of sumptuous and hearty dishes. Chen Er went to his aunt and said that she should help him with that guy. He is too arrogant and reckless. He demands an immediate meeting with his mother. Master Mogan wanted to put the guy in his place. However, he was beaten with just one hand. The aunt told her nephew that she herself wanted to see this rascal who dared to raise his voice against the Chen family. The woman said that she was still waiting for an explanation from Wen Qishan. Why does his spoiled daughter behave like this in front of everyone? Although she can see for herself that his daughter is just a simple girl who throws herself at every person she meets. Mr. Wen said for Shangguan Susu to watch what she says. The woman was indignant. Am I the one who should watch my tongue? How fortunate that the wedding was not a success. Now I am going to dissolve the marriage on behalf of my sister and brother-in-law and oblige them to return all the gifts they received. After that, have the couple kneel down in front of my nephews and apologize. If they dare refuse, neither of them will leave this place in one piece. Wen Shui asked, how could a woman be so rude? Zhang Fei asked the girl to give the girl the opportunity to let him figure it out. The guy said it was a coincidence. After all, he was going to demand the same thing. Mrs. Shangguan thought that he was a reckless, cheeky man. The woman called out for Shi Feng to come to her rescue. Mr. Shi Feng immediately appeared on the stairs and said that her humble servant was already here. Wen Shui frighteningly told her interlocutor that this is the famous chain dog of the head of Chen himself. He is known for his cruelty and sophistication. He has committed many unforgivable crimes. His nickname is Killer, and he must be handled with care. Young Mr. Chen asked Mr. Shi Feng to make that guy feel the full wrath of their family. Don't give him an easy death. Chenner was angry. How dare that guy take away his fiancée and disgrace him in front of so many people? Now he had to answer for everything. Elder Mogan asked him to help him get back on his feet. The old man said that Mr. Shi Feng's attacks only leave behind destruction. Even this guy wouldn't be able to do anything against him. Shi Feng approached Zhang Fei, although they were not enemies, but he has a duty to protect the honor of this family. He gives the guy 3 seconds to think about whether to surrender or die. Mrs. Shangguan said that this guy is very arrogant. Shi Feng has a special position in this family. The guy might start to regret his arrogance. Chen Er said that this rascal is comfortable, but it doesn't matter. From the moment his family's master appeared, he won't have a chance to apologize anymore. Master Shi Feng doesn't have to worry about the consequences. He just needs to deal with the guy. Chen Er lashed out at the former bride and said that she was a spoiled brat who dared to approach strange men in public in the presence of her fiancé. Wen Shui said that she didn't like Chen Heting at all and suggested that they break off the engagement and not meet anymore. The young man became even more enraged. Heting said that the girl shouldn't think of him as her tame dog and he wouldn't go along with her. Have you completely forgotten what my last name is? Zhang Fei patted Chen Heting's face and asked once again, where is his pomegranate juice? Heting indignantly asked, how could he ask about some juice in such a situation, and told Mr. Shi Feng to destroy this madman. Master Shi Feng leisurely moved towards Zhang Fei. He asked, is this young man's life bad? Does he really have the guts to bid farewell to this world? Zhang Fei once again asked, where is his pomegranate juice? Heting felt a powerful killing spirit coming from his opponent. The young man fell to the floor and asked Mr. Shi Feng to help. Master Shi Feng quickly headed towards his opponent. Every step he took left cracks on the floor. The surviving guards thought that the master had finally made his move and would destroy this madman. Mogan thought that Shi Feng would destroy this young man. Mrs. Shangguan said, Mr. Shi Feng is steadily advancing. Chen Heting is already imagining what will become of this guy when master is done with him. Then he will torture him slowly and painfully so that the rascal will realize who is in front of him. Mr. Wen thought that Mogan was a martial practitioner, but Shi Feng was a martial arts master who served Chung Badao personally. Shi Feng swung his concentrated internal energy and was about to deliver a staggering blow to his opponent. He said that this guy had made his choice. At the last moment, Shi Feng noticed the belt badge Zhang Fei had. It was very similar to the military winged cavalry general's belt badge. Shi Feng remembered how in the first battle in the Dragon Valley, 100,000 winged cavalrymen had completely defeated the enemy, after which they had regained the land they had lost before with a single march. Only winged cavalry generals are authorized to wear such badges. Shi Feng also participated in one of the battles, but he was defeated by Dao Du in the first round. The various tokens are divided into ranks. Iron is the lowest. The strongest generals possess a token with the red bird of the south. Xifeng thought that these tokens could be bought online to match any costume. Young people chasing fashion and cheap popularity to appear attractive, it's all ridiculous. Xifeng saw this upstart once again asking Chen Heting where his juice was. The Chen family master thought that this young man was very naive. He is about to die, but he continues to behave so arrogantly, we should show him where he belongs. Xifeng attempted to strike his opponent. The opponent found himself under a protective dome. Xifeng knew that only high-level cultivation practitioners could create a protective aura. Is it really the red bird of the south? Xifeng was really scared. After all, only Emperor Zhang has the right to wear such a token. Xifeng approached our hero and fell to his knees in front of him and lowered his head straight to the ground. Shangguan asked, "What happened to Master Xifeng? Didn't he hurt his head?" Chen Heting asked his opponent what he had done to the master. One could see an urgent need to call a doctor. The manager told Mr. Chen that there is an emergency first aid kit in the kitchen. Along with the first aid kit, 2 medics quickly arrived and told Mr. Xifeng to hold on with all his might. They would give him first aid and send him to the hospital immediately. Chen Heting said that Master Xifeng looks like he has had some kind of attack. Perhaps he has a heart problem. Every second counts. He needs to be rushed to the hospital. Heting said to have someone from the guards help Master Xifeng reach the car. Auntie thought that her nephew Heting had grown up. His actions are consistent and decisive. And most importantly, he decides everything immediately and on the spot. The guard rushed to the master and told Mr. Xifeng not to move. He is rushing to help. Xifeng got to his feet with rage in his eyes and slapped the guard. He told him to get away. Chen Heting, not understanding what was going on, went to Master Xifeng. The young man was immediately slapped and flew backwards. He told the young man that he was a complete idiot. Did Chen really think that he had no brains at all? Xifeng thought that Chen Badao had acted wisely when he allied himself with the Shangguan family. After that, he had 2 truly splendid children. But would these 2 be enough? Shangguan asked, "Have you, Xifeng, really gone crazy? What are you letting yourself do?" Xifeng said, "If Shangguan wants to die, she shouldn't pull him with her. No matter whether you are proud or arrogant, you should always be able to see the whole situation. However, it looks like these 2 are completely blind, then things are hopeless." The old man did his best to show the mountain in front of them. They're still looking up into the sky. Shangguan Susu asked, "What right does Xifeng have to berate her like some servant?" Master Xifeng slapped the woman too. She fell to the floor with a scream. The woman shouted, "Where are all the guards? Now we have to deal with this Xifeng." Xifeng said that even if the Chen family's power is still flourishing, at best, he is one of the king's advisors. Compared to the powerful Emperor Zhao, he is a nobody. The emperor's power is limitless. He will do his best to atone for his previous crimes and hopes the emperor will forgive him. Shangguan Susu said that Xifeng had gone completely mad and decided to betray his master. When the master returned, he would deal with Xifeng at once. A young man ran into the room with a stick in his hand. Mrs. Shangguan was very surprised. The woman asked who he was. The guy lifted the woman up by her leg and said, "Those who do not respect the emperor must perish." Holding Mrs. Shangguan's leg, the guy unwound her and slammed her to the floor, and so he did several times. At the end, he dropped the almost breathless body onto the ruined floor. Sparks flew in all directions. The watchers were silent and stood along the walls with fear. The woman faintly whispered to be spared. The stranger swung a huge sledgehammer and brought it down on Shangguan Susu with all his might. This lady was finished. A thug with a sledgehammer in his hand turned to Jan Fei and reported to his master that his brothers were positioned all around the perimeter. Then he asked for permission to deal with the trash himself. Zhang Fei told the rich man that this was not a battlefield here. His bad habits are not appropriate here, so he should be restrained. Tank replied that he counts to 1. Whoever dares to stand on his feet after that will face his hammer. Master Xifeng fell to his knees. He said he was too scared. Could it be that any subordinate could possess such strength? Mogan thought that this tank was standing behind the young man and respecting him. This young man's strength is far beyond anything he has ever seen before. He wants to follow him. Everyone in the room was on their knees. Chen Heting also kneeled down and said that he had made a mistake. The young man asked for his life to be spared. Zhang Fei walked up to Heting and once again asked, "Where is what he wants?" Heting said in awe that he was about to bring it immediately. Chen Heting brought a small pomegranate tree in a pot and said that it was the pomegranate that the master had requested. Zhang Fei took the tree and thanked. He said that it was a very beautiful pomegranate tree. He will give it to his sister as a gift. Chen Heting said no thanks and suggested that the young man come to visit them in a few days, just when his parents would be back. Zhang Fei replied that if his mother was not here yet, he would have to ask the boy for a favor. He wants to give her a favor and tell her that he will be back in a month. The young man added he would return in a month to destroy them all, and threw his mother's tombstone at Chen He-ting. Chen He-ting cried out in pain. When the dust cleared, everyone saw that the tombstone had broken his legs. Shangguan Susu told this boy not to be so cocky. When her son-in-law returns, he will find the young man and take merciless revenge on him. Zhang Fei said that even before she died, she was unable to see the heavenly king. The young man didn't spare her. He stamped her head right into the floor with his foot, and Mrs. Shangguan Susu was finally finished. Zhang Fei leisurely headed towards the exit, and Mr. Tank accompanied him. No one tried to stop the young man. On the contrary, people bowed to him. Already in the car, the Tank asked where they were going. Isn't it right behind Mrs. Wushuang? His sister's real name, Jian Wushuang. He knew everything he could about her. He would finally be able to reunite with her. This was the moment he had been waiting for years. Zhang Fei replied to the Tank that they were not going to his sister right away. Haidong Middle School, it was the #1 school in the city, the most prestigious middle school. Only the best students attend. It has a ranking system to keep students competitive. Jian Wushuang was the top-ranked prospect at this school. The boy knew that his sister's name was now Long Eden. At first, his sister was taken in by his aunt, but she was unable to protect her from Shangguan and Chen. In desperation, the aunt gave the girl to one of the orphanages. 10 years had passed. When he left, his sister was a little girl who only knew how to smile sincerely and admire the beauty of nature. Now she was one of the best students in the city. Zhang Fei hoped that her smile was still the same. Zhang Fei parked his car near the school. A group of young people were near the car. They discussed the girl. They say she's like the spirit of a lake. Her skin is as white as jade. Her voice is as beautiful as birdsong. She is the best flower of this school. The eldest among these people said that he was not responsible only for her delivery. The young men continued to stay close to Zhang Fei's car and discuss some of their problems. The older of the two said that they would wait for this girl to come out of the school and then follow her to a quiet place where no one would be around. One of those people told Lao Hu not to worry. They will do everything in the best way. They had already studied her route a long time ago, so there shouldn't be any problems. The guy said that he had no experience in such matters, but Pu Shao promised to cancel the debt and even add more money, so he is here. Lao Hu slapped the guy and said that Pu Shao was sincerely in love with this girl, so everything should be done very carefully. Lao Hu told this guy to explain to the car driver to get the hell out of there and stay out of the way. The guy walked up to the car and knocked on the window. He told the driver to put his car somewhere else. Zhang Fei, through the glass, told the guy to apologize and bring him a cup of tea. Then only he would let him live. The young man thought that this group of rascals were rioting in broad daylight, and since fate had sent these rascals to meet the emperor, he couldn't ignore it. The bully did not calm down. He said, talking to him in a nice way for now, "What tea are you asking about? Are you really so bold?" Lao Hu said that he would now look at this driver himself. How dare he ignore their request? The guy complained to Lao Hu about the man in the car, ordering him to pour tea as if he were his servant. Lao Hu took out a disposable glass and said, "Why not fulfill his request?" Lao Hu stepped aside. He pulled down his pants, poured directly into the glass, and said that the one in the car would now get his tea. Soa said that Lao Hu is very generous. The young men all laughed. Zhang Fei thought that according to the information he had studied, his sister lived somewhere in the south of the city in the old alley. The old alley in the south of the city was also his aunt's residence, but that was 2 years ago, and he doesn't know where she is now. Lao Hu said to our hero that tea had been brought to him. "Why don't you come out and thank me?" Students began to come out of the school. One of the colleagues told Lao Hu that they should go. The girl was about to show up. Lao Hu thought it was bad timing and spat out the contents of the glass onto the car window. Girls came out of the school building. One of them thanked Eden for helping her with her homework. The girls were discussing their geometry homework. Her friend said that Eden had helped her not to fail the exam. The girls called Eden's attention to the fact that those stalkers that had been following her for days had reappeared on the sidelines and told Eden to be cautious. Eden was advised by her friends that she'd better find a teacher and tell him everything, because these guys look like scumbags. Eden stayed back, and the girls noted that those thugs had come to see Miss Number 1 again. One of her friends said that this girl is getting a lot of attention. It's not fair. Why are these guys only going after their Miss Know-It-All but not going after others? Lao Hu approached the girl and offered to take a walk with him. Eden's classmate said that this guy allows himself a lot. This is the school's territory, and he can't just bully students. Lao Hu grabbed that fellow by the chest and said, "Does anyone really want to talk to me about the law? I am the law itself." Disciple lands a fist punch to the jaw from Lao Hu. Eden freaked out and told them to go away and leave her alone. The villain told the girl not to be afraid, for he would not hurt her. Lao Hu was determined. Suddenly, some motorcycle pulled up. It stopped between Eden and the hooligans. There was a girl behind the wheel, Master Sia. She told Eden to get on the motorcycle quickly. In a second, the motorcycle with the girls sped away. Chow asked Lao Hu why they didn't chase the girls. Lao Hu slapped the boy and said he was a fool. The girls left on a motorcycle and they don't have any transportation. How can they chase them? Lao Hu said it's hard without transportation, but they are not all lost. He has a plan. Lao Hu said, "No matter how fast a monk runs, he still runs to the temple." This girl's father owns a market stall in the old quarter. There's a good chance they went there. Jan Fei thought that if these guys continued to act like this, they would find their doom in the near future. The motorcycle pulled into the old part of town. The girls had indeed come to Eden's father's house. It was Long Du Qiang, Long Eden's foster father. The man was selling fried meat at the market. Eden got off the bike and told her father that she was back from school. The man asked why she was back so early. She could have gone out with her friends. He could have handled it here himself. Mr. Long was happy when he saw Master Xia. He said he had just cooked lamb and wanted to treat the girls. Master Xia thanked her for the invitation and said she had to come back. The man replied that today was a special day, therefore he was asking Master Xia to stay for a while. Eden had asked the girl not to tell her father about the incident at school, so he wouldn't worry. Mr. Long brought in a cake with a lighted candle and said he wished Eden a happy birthday. Master Xia apologized. She unfortunately didn't know that it was Eden's birthday today. The man apologized that he didn't have enough money for a big and beautiful cake, but he would definitely earn some money and buy her a nice gift. The girl reminded her father that she had asked him not to spend his money for nothing. She didn't even have to buy this cake. She could easily eat a roast leg of lamb and she would be happy. Master Xia suggested that Eden make a wish. Eden's wish is that her parents are always healthy and happy. She also hoped that her own mother looked down on her from heavenly heights and was proud of her, and that up there she found peace and quiet for herself. Her third wish was that she and her brother would be reunited quickly. The girl did not know how her brother was doing, for they had not seen each other for 10 years. She hoped that he dressed warmly when it was cold and took an umbrella when it rained, and in general, he was not sick and was surrounded by kind and caring people. A car stopped not far from our company. Lao Hu and the whole company got out of it. The bully said, "No wonder they ran away so quickly. It turns out it's a birthday party here." Bully put his hand on the cake. Lao Hu broke off a piece of cake with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. He said that it was a miserable egg cake that even tasted unpleasant and stank. Lao Hu knocked over the table where people were sitting and said that this miserable old man can't even buy something better than this egg tart. Why does he even live then? Master Xia said that Lao Hu has a lot of self-control. Long Eden is her student, and he will not dare to touch her. Lao Hu only snapped at these words. Master Xia slapped his face and told him to shut his filthy mouth. Lao Hu said he understood and ordered his associates to drag the girl to the car. The old man urged the young lord not to get heated. He suggested that they calm down and discuss the problems peacefully. Mr. Long invited the young men to eat roast mutton and drink to smooth the situation, and after that, they would discuss everything calmly. The rascal told the old man to stay out of it if he didn't want to get hit. He's already working on their territory and has to pay them. Lao Hu stated that they weren't going to run anywhere anymore anyway, so he was ready for a snack. The hooligans took the meat prepared for sale and began to eat it. A man and girl stood aside. Eden apologized to her father. She said she was the reason they came here. The old man said he'd stand up for her. Mr. Long said he had already called Daiki's brother, so everything would be fine. The man thought it was all an evil fate. When he was rich, these people were afraid to talk to him like this. "It's been 10 minutes. There's more fried meat." A man approached Mr. Long. He asked that Daiki's brother take care of it and gave him money. Daiki said he would take care of it, but who would take care of his empty stomach? So the man will have to hurry up and cook the lamb. Mr. Long said he would cook it right away. Eden saw Daiki along with the hooligans eating meat and drinking. After a while, Lao Hu said that it was time for him to call it a day, especially since it was the old man who couldn't do anything. Lao Hu thought that they were guarding this area for a reason, so they still had to pay. The old man wouldn't be able to refuse their offer. The rascal told the old man to let his daughter go with them, and then they would have this month's pay. Lao Hu took out a knife and said that if the old man resisted, he would be hurt. and there might be a few extra holes in his body. Mr. Long said his interlocutor must be joking. His daughter is in the first grade of high school. She's still a child, so it makes no sense to discuss this topic at all. Lao Hu slapped the old man. Did the old man dare to oppose him? Who does he even think he is? Does he think he is immortal? Daiqi said that Mr. Long should know when to advance and retreat. His current affairs are very bad. He can't beat Pu Shao. The old man retorted that he didn't care. Anyone who touched his daughter would suffer at his hands. Daiqi stated that Mr. Long's timing is bad for him to show his true colors. He should clearly realize the consequences that await him. The hooligans grabbed the old man and pulled him to his knees. Lao Hu told them to hold him tighter. The rascal spat in the old man's face and said that Pu Shao fell in love with his daughter. This is a blessing for her, and only Pu Shao can take care of the girl better than the old man who can't even buy a normal cake. Lao Hu was surprised. Why did you, old man, decide to resist fate? After all, you have brought wrath upon yourself. Now you won't be doing this business here. It's all your own fault. The bullies wanted to grab Eden, and Master Sia tried to protect the girl. The old man got to his feet, pushed the bullies away, and told Lao Hu not to dare touch his daughter. Mr. Long drove his fist into the jaw of the main villain. The bully responded by kicking the old man in the face and telling the old man to know his place. The bullies kept beating the old man and saying that today would be the end of him. The girl cried and shouted for them not to touch her daddy. She rushed to the old man. The passersby watching this scene thought they felt sorry for this daughter and father and should help them. However, Lao Hu is the tiger of the night market, and this is his territory. It's best not to mess with him. A white SUV caught the attention of passersby. What was the driver doing? The SUV crashed into the hooligan's car at a tremendous speed. Lao Hu was unpleasantly surprised. John Fei got out of the car and said, "Why is this bunch of big guys bullying an old man and a little girl? How are you still not black with shame?" The girls watching these events from the sidelines thought the guy in the SUV was very handsome. Many of them wanted to meet him. Eden felt like she knew this guy from somewhere. The young man approached and told the girl that he welcomed his sister. Eden held out her arms to the boy. Jan Fei said it was him, her brother, and he went back to his sister. The girl pinched herself to make sure she was awake. It really was her brother. The brother and sister embraced. The girl was glad her brother had come for her. The girl said with tears in her eyes that she had made a wish today that they would meet again, and as soon as possible, and here he was. He wouldn't leave her alone again, would he? Jan Fei replied that he really wouldn't leave the girl alone anymore, and definitely she shouldn't be afraid. From today onwards, no one would be able to bully her with impunity anymore. The guy thought that he's one of the main commanders of the military forces of this country and has great power. However, no one knows about it, and everyone thinks he is just an ordinary guy. In the whole country, he is the only one called the Emperor of Heaven. Everyone knows that he has 3 golden rules. No one can ever threaten his family and loved ones. Lao Hu once again looked at his wrecked and overturned car. His rage and anger boiled up with renewed vigor. The bully recognized our hero and said he was the guy they met near the school gate. And what is he doing here? If he's this girl's older brother, does he really think he can wreck cars without repercussions? Now he has to pay them compensation. Master Sia helped the old man up. The young man was talking to his sister while the hooligans watched from the sidelines. John Fei asked his sister why she was celebrating her birthday today. He remembers that she had a birthday party on a different day. Wu Shuang replied that 10 years ago, her aunt saved her, and to remember that special day, her dad made that day her second birthday. Of course, they don't forget the first birthday. The guy said he had something he wanted to give his sister. John Fei took out a pomegranate tree from the car and said it was a present for her second birthday. Wu Shuang remarked that it was a very beautiful pomegranate tree and thanked her brother sincerely. Lao Hu said angrily, "Am I standing here for beauty? Why are these two ignoring me? How dare that rascal act so arrogant after he mutilated the car? I'm just furious and won't rest until I beat the guy up." Daiqi said that he would try to talk to this young man and try to settle things without getting heated. Lao Hu said that he only gives one chance to settle things. Daiqi said this guy's behavior was unacceptable to the civilized world. You can't just crash a car in broad daylight and drive like nothing happened afterwards. Daiqi added that they can forgive this rudeness for the first time. This guy for 3 million money can get their forgiveness. Jan Fei explained to his sister, when he is done with those rascals, he would like the girl to take him to his aunt. They haven't seen each other in a whole 10 years, and he wants to meet her. Wu Shuang lowered her eyes. Brother asked, "What happened to Auntie?" The sister said their aunt was having some problems, but she asked them not to tell anyone about it. John Fei said that in that case, they would talk about it later when they got home. Daiqi, with anger in his voice, said, Does this guy really think he's going home on his own? We need to bring him down to earth. Daiki told Lao Hu that this stranger was overconfident. He should be taught a lesson for life. Lao Hu told his friends to teach this madman a lesson. The hooligans drew their weapons and were about to beat up our hero. Wushuang told her brother that she was afraid. Jianfei replied that she should not be afraid, for he was near. Our hero turned to his closest opponent and stared intently into his eyes. Jianfei was completely calm. Jianfei asked, "How are things going with the tea he asked him to bring?" The villain said that this guy was about to die, so he wouldn't need the tea. Jianfei knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands with a sharp movement of his hand and gave him a staggering blow. The villain, jumping upwards, was deactivated. The other attacker was dealt with in the same way. He deftly dodged his opponent's attacks and dealt him intense blows. After a short while, all the attackers were lying on the floor. Dai Chi and Lao Hu were surprised. Who had they messed with? Lao Hu asked. What was that? Dai Qi also frightenedly bellowed out. Jianfei, turning to Lao Hu, asked, Isn't he a tiger? He has a couple of questions. Could not the tiger be closer? Lao Hu, clearly nervous, said to that guy, Don't let that guy think he is the coolest. He could make just one call and the guy would be finished. Jianfei replied that he was giving the tiger this opportunity. He could make a call to a friend. Lao Hu crouched off to the side, talking to someone on the phone. Our hero waited patiently. Lao Hu stated that his brother would be here soon with his boys, and this tough guy would know what it was like to cross their path. Dai Chi stated that this stranger was now in huge trouble. If he had listened to him earlier, this could have been avoided. Lao Hu's cousin, Xian Yao, is the boss in the area. He has several dozen thugs under his command. Dai Chi added that Lao Hu's brother is giving him another chance. If the young man gives up his sister and the million money, he can leave here, begging the sky for forgiveness. Otherwise, when Xiang Yao arrives, his death will be a matter of minutes. Mr. Long approached the lad and asked if he was Eden's own brother, right? The old man advised the young man to take his sister and leave this place as soon as possible. Xian Yao is very cruel. No one dares to provoke him. The old man said that there used to be an internet cafe nearby, but the owner didn't pay for protection. A few days later, the owner had a car accident and was left disabled and confined to a wheelchair. This happens to everyone who refuses to pay. Jianfei thanked Uncle Long for taking care of his sister all these years, and that's why he won't have to work so hard now. He is here to protect him and ensure that he has a future of wealth and prosperity. Dai Qi said this guy won't even be able to defend himself soon. Why is he promising something to an old man? The old man said the young man should listen to him, and he and his sister should run away from here. Wushuang said to her brother, Though he can fight, he is only one. How can you stand against everyone? Even a lion can't defeat a pack of jackals. Jianfei asked the girl, who told her that her brother was alone. There are thousands of elite soldiers behind him, and over 100,000 hardened fighters who have traveled thousands of miles across rivers and mountains. Lao Hu told the young man that this was not the time for bad jokes and loud boasting, but if that was the case, then he could call all the warriors and prove otherwise. Several SUVs pulled into the plaza. People began to come out of the vehicles. Lao Hu said that it was Xian Yao's older brother who had arrived. Xian Yao said to bring this unruly man who doesn't know his place to him. Lao Hu walked over to Jianfei and told him to follow him immediately. Xian Yao was waiting for him. Zhang Fei slapped out a slap to that bully. Lao Hu flew far away to the side. Dai Qi angrily said, How dare this guy act like this? Does he really care about getting killed? Jianfei swung once more and Dai Qi followed after his colleague. After a moment, he was also lying on the floor. Lao Hu complained to his brother that this guy was completely out of his mind and chose to ignore his words. Xian Yao said with a piece of meat in his mouth, How dare this guy act like this in front of him? Either he approaches him himself now or he will regret his stupidity. He counts to 3. Master Xia turned to Xian Yao. She asked on behalf of her family and her Master Gu to turn a blind eye to all of this and let them go. The girl thought that Eden's brother was able to solve the problem by beating those rascals, but she had no idea that one of them was Xiang Yao's own brother. The girl thought that they were in a bad situation that was out of control. Xiang Yao replied to the girl, Don't you know that neither your father nor your Master Gu Shuhang dare speak to me, much less you have no right to speak on behalf of your family? Master Xia said that it was her student no matter what. She, as her teacher, can't give the girl any offense. Jianfei thought that this fragile woman was able to withstand pressure and thought of protecting others. It was commendable. Jianfei thanked teacher Xia for taking care of his sister and said that he would take care of everything from here on. The girl was indignant. Why couldn't the guy just keep his mouth shut and not throw around such words? At least he had taken care of himself before. Xian Yao continued to count to 3. When it was 3, John Fei wondered what would happen next. Xian Yao turned around and called this guy an arrogant rascal. The man looked at his opponent and was terrified when he saw his face. The manager of the security department of Tiandu Hotel, Wang Xianyao, known in criminal circles as Brother Yao, shook with fear. Lao Hu said that this guy must have been terrified when he saw Brother Yao get angry. Lao Hu laughed and asked, "Does that guy still dare to act arrogant in front of his brother? He should start apologizing or else his brother would not spare him." One of the thugs went up to Brother Yao and said that that fellow had asked for tea. He must be properly treated. Xian Yao slammed his fist into the jaw of the guy with the glass with all his might and angrily asked, "How dare you dare to offer such a thing to this guy?" Xian Yao told this guy to drink his own tea and then tried to get him drunk afterward. Lao Hu was very surprised. Why did Brother Yao get so angry? Xian Yao immediately knocked Lao Hu to the ground with a punch to the jaw. Xian Yao shouted angrily, "How dare they dare to offend Master Zheng?" Brother Yao continued to beat up Lao Hu and said if he had a lot of lives in reserve, he could start taking them out one at a time because he would need them soon. Dai Qi thought it was time to leave. Things weren't going their way. What happened to Brother Yao? He warned that it was time for him to leave, since his help was no longer needed. Xian Yao slammed into Dai Qi's jaw and said that if he offended Mr. Zhang, why does he want to leave? Dai Qi couldn't understand what had happened. Why had everything changed so drastically? And was everyone afraid of this guy? Xian Yao kicked Dai Qi's leg and told him to shut up immediately. Xian Yao rushed to our hero and began to beg his forgiveness. He excused himself and said that he didn't know anything. Xian Yao kneeled down and repeated that he really didn't know that it was the master himself who decided to bring up his brother. He magnanimously apologized. The passers-by were perplexed that Yao's brother from the night market was kneeling in front of this guy. How could this be? Mr. Long could never have thought that Big Brother Eden was so unbelievable. Even Xian Yao kneeled before him and begged for forgiveness. However, Pu Shao is behind it all, and the Pu family has as much power and influence as the Chen family. Mr. Long thought the fellow reminded him of one man, though the latter was not so young, but in perseverance and perhaps in recklessness, he would rival the fellow. Master Xia thought that since a long time ago strong sky dragons don't pay attention to earth snakes, and strength is no longer the way to solve a problem, the Pu family is definitely not someone this guy can safely offend. Jian Fei told Brother Yao that Long Eden was his sister, and those people had mistreated her. Not only that, they even wanted to kidnap her. What would Brother Yao advise Brother Yao to do to them after that? Jian Fei slapped Xian Yao with a strong slap, knocking him out. The villain flew far back, and our hero told the bully standing next to him to come closer. The young man took the scumbag by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Jian Fei threw that rascal far back and asked if he could finally bring tea. The frightened Lao Hu said that he had done all this on Pu Shao's orders. It was he who had ordered his sister to be kidnapped and brought to him, and Lao Hu was only following orders. Jian Fei said that he would naturally deal with the Pu family as well, but later. Right now he wants to settle accounts with all the scoundrels here. Jian Fei grabbed his hair and dragged him to his car. He said that here on the car is what was left of him last time. Why doesn't this guy clean everything off the car with his tongue? Lao Hu began to urge his opponent to be reasonable. You can't humiliate a person so much and still have such a calm expression on his face. Yan Fei said that he didn't see the prudence in this guy when he was dirtying this car. The young man leaned the villain's face against the car window and started wiping whatever was there. Jian Fei said it's much better now. Lao Hu's nose was bleeding. Jian Fei said that now, this guy had also stained the car with blood, so they would be wiping the car for a long time. Lao Hu said that he understood everything and would fix it now. He began to lick all the stains on the car window with his tongue. Jian Fei says it's Dai Qi's turn now. He ordered this guy to come closer. He gives him a second to explain why he doesn't need to destroy him. Dai Qi, on his knees, told Mr. Zhang that he was wrong. His mind was temporarily clouded. He didn't know what he was doing, and he apologized. All of this sounded lame, so Jian Fei slapped the villain hard. The villain flew backwards. Jian Fei walked closer to Dai Qi and asked, "You used to be very brave and confident before. Why are you asking for forgiveness now?" Jian Fei started punching the rogue's face while holding him by the neck. He wanted to hear what was Dai Qi's fault. The bandit said he was reckless and arrogant, trying to rise above others by using fear and intimidation without thinking about people's lives and fates. Jian Fei asked, "Now that I know for sure that you have done many bad things to others, do you seriously think that you shouldn't ask for forgiveness?" Dai Qi rushed to Mr. Long and said it was all his fault. He should not have looked down on and threatened his family. He should not have interfered with his little business. Daichi knelt down and told Mr. Long to forgive him and that he was very guilty. Lao Hu also ran up to Mr. Long. He also fell on his knees before him. Lao Hu tearfully asked his uncle to forgive him. He would never bother him again. Lao Hu said that he will return all the money he received earlier, and even several times more, and try to make things right. He just needs one chance. Another bully came up to Mr. Long and said they were all very wrong. All the villains ran up to Mr. Long, fell on their knees before him, and begged his forgiveness. They said it would never happen again. Xian Yao went up to Mr. Jianfei and asked him for forgiveness. He said that it was all his brother's fault. The young man stated that he never said he blamed him. Xian Yao wondered if he wasn't being blamed, why was Mr. Zhang beating him so hard in front of everyone? Mr. Jianfei said that each of the guilty parties should cut off their own hand. The others should just break it, and after that, they can get the hell out of here with their lives. He counted to 3 and said, 1. Xian Yao pleaded for Mr. Zhang to take pity. Jianfei said, 2. Xian Yao continued to beg and told the young man to take pity. The young man uttered, 3. Lao Hu said for Mr. Jianfei to wait. The guy said he was giving them one last chance. Either they will do what he said or he will make a small pyramid out of their heads. The choice is theirs. All the villains have realized that they have no choice. If they want to survive, they have to follow orders. Xian Yao realized that he had to break his arm if he wanted to keep himself alive. Brother Yao banged the bottle on his hand with all his might. Dai Qi, looking at Xian Yao, thought that this was some kind of madness. The other villains picked up their knives. There were groans all around. Severed arms were lying around. Someone had broken arms. Jianfei declared that they could all leave this place now. The sister walked over to her brother and said he was awesome, but added that it was time for them to go home now. Master Sia said that she had something to say to this young man, and taking his hand, she took him aside. The girl said this guy disappeared for years and never heard anything about what was going on here. This town is ruled by forces far beyond his imagination. The girl added that the Chen family and the Pu family have absolute power. They will not let the young man go. When the time comes, he will have to answer. How can he fight the 2 giants? He is putting his sister at great risk. Master Sia asked, how long can the guy protect his sister? His sudden appearance for his sister could turn into a disaster. Jianfei thanked the girl for taking care of his sister and added that his strength was far beyond even the richest imagination. The interviewee said this guy is overconfident, but how long will he last? The young man thought that his sister had lived in recent years in a terrible place. Rotten pipes, dirty water, a narrow street. This sight made Jianfei start to feel guilty in front of his little sister. He didn't have this feeling before. The man and the young men entered the room. Even this room seems small to our hero. The floor is cement and cold. There is almost no air ventilation. Jianfei realized that his own sister was living within 4 walls. The Celestial Emperor's sister lives in such a place, saving on absolutely everything. Why hadn't he thought of his sister before? Mr. Long apologized to the guy for not taking proper care of Wu Shuang. Jianfei said that Uncle Long is a great benefactor to him and his family. He thanks Mr. Long for trying his best. The girl brings boiling water and tells her brother to make himself at home. It's a little gray here, but it's quite cozy. There are no tea leaves at home, so she offers only water. The man left the young men and said they had a lot to talk about and he would go clean his clothes in the meantime. Jianfei said that Uncle Long had recently gotten hurt in a scuffle and offered him a medicinal ointment that is used for injuries. If he applied it to wounds or bruises, they would heal very soon. The guy thought that it was a panacea that the master had personally made for him when he took him to that place. He had countless injuries in the battles to the death over so many years, but this medicine could cure almost any wound. Jianfei asked his sister where Uncle Long's wife was. Why hadn't he seen her? Wu Shuang said the woman died of illnesses as early as 8 years ago. For the past few years, only her father had been taking care of her, who had become the closest and dearest person to her. The young man said that now his sister had nothing to worry about. He would be able to provide them with a better life. Anyone who dares to make threats will regret it bitterly. The young man thought of the Pu family. It seems he had several acquaintances in the army with that surname. However, he was not the kind of person who was called merciful, so they would feel his anger to the fullest. Even that anger was nothing compared to his hatred for the scoundrel who had thrown his wife and children out into the street and then stalked them in an attempt to destroy them. He will sacrifice his flesh and blood to the spirit of his mother. After a while, Wu Shuang told her father that she and her brother would go to her aunt's house, and he would stay in the house alone for now. The man told the children not to worry about him and to say hello to their aunt from him. Some time passed. The door to Old Man Long's dwelling was kicked open by young men. They were very aggressive and hostile. One of the villains took the old man by the scruff of the neck and said he owed 5 million money to their company. The bandit asked the unhappy old man how long they had to wait for that money. Mr. Long asked, "Is it about Lao Hu or Dai Qi's order?" He wants them to come here and personally demand this money. The man thought that he used to have quite a lot of money, but he had invested unsuccessfully in land and lost almost everything, so he had to borrow money from these guys. He had no idea that the 100,000 he had borrowed in 3 years would turn into 5 million. The villain beat up the old man and said, "Do you really want to see my bosses? Aren't you being a bit too brazen?" The villain called his boss Lao Hu and said he was at Mr. Long's house. He will wait for the boss here. The villain said that the old man can rejoice. Soon, he will see Lao Hu in person. The old man said that he would give Hong Mao one chance to apologize in time. Otherwise, when Dai Qi is here, he might get hurt badly. Hong Mao hit Mr. Long again. He said that this crazy old man must have taken the wrong medicine. Hong Mao was furious. How dare this man speak to him in such a tone of voice? Looks like he should be taught manners so that he wouldn't behave in front of his bosses like this, lest they think that they don't work with customers. Hong Mao picked up the knife. The villain swung his weapon and wanted to teach the old man a lesson, but at that moment he heard the squeak of car brakes and said that his boss had arrived. The door to the room opened and Dai Qi and Lao Hu appeared on the threshold. All of them were wounded. The bandits with bandaged hands looked threateningly at Hong Mao and what was going on in the room. Hong Mao complained to his boss that this old man had lost his mind and thought he was related to the emperor. He had insolently demanded a meeting with the management, and he needed to be taught a lesson. Dai Qi gave a ringing slap to this bandit with his whole hand and said, if he even touched this old man with a finger, he would be dead already. Dai Qi fortunately asked Brother Yao about that guy the day before and knows for sure that he can't be pissed off anymore. He personally defeated the first and second masters of the Chen family, and after that he made the young master an invalid. Lao Hu threw Hong Mao to the floor and began to beat him with his feet. What right had he to behave like that to Uncle Long? Lao Hu thought that the most important thing at the moment was to settle this incident quickly and end things quietly. Otherwise, instead of a hand, it might be a head next time. Hong Mao didn't understand what had happened to the tiger. Had he also made a mistake with the medicine? Dai Qi tells Mr. Long that he is holding the loan agreement they signed earlier. There's a mistake in it, so it's canceled, and the man doesn't have to pay anything back. After all, they are greatly to blame for the man. Dai Qi turned to Hong Mao and said that this rascal was changing the terms of the loan agreement for Mr. Long behind his back. Dai Qi added that everyone in their company believes benevolence and fairness are the foundation of everything. He hates it when freaks like Hong Mao think that street rules work in business. Hong Mao was frightened. What has changed? What are they afraid of? What is happening after all? Lao Hu kicked Hong Mao in the face and said that he should apologize to Uncle Long immediately. Hong Mao crawled up to the old man on his knees. Mr. Long slapped that rascal. Hong Mao fell to the floor and began to apologize. He covered himself from the old man's blows. The old man thought that in recent years this rascal had annoyed him, but now he would be able to breathe fully. Dai Qi brought Mr. Long a monetary compensation for the accident that happened the day before. Dai Qi thought it was outrageous that he himself was paying 2 million for the roast mutton he had eaten the day before. He could feed several villages with mutton for several years for that money. The old man says he can't take that money. He knows what Dai Qi did was wrong, but he's already paid for it. Dai Qi asked if in that case Mr. Long would give the money to John Fei. The old man said that Dai Qi could do it himself. He would give him now the address where Mr. John Fei should be now. The wounded bandits thanked Uncle Long and said that he should accept at least 20,000 out of the entire 2 million. This is the payment for yesterday's food and broken furniture. Our hero, along with his sister, drove up to their aunt's house. Passing by, the young people saw children on the playground. Some boys beat the child with a stick and told him not to come here anymore. He was wild and they were not friends with him. Wushuang resented what they were doing. The children were frightened and ran away. They said that the older sister came again, and the injured child remained sitting on the ground. The boy cried and told his big sister that he wanted candy. He scratched the bruised spot on his head. The girl explained to her brother that this is the aunt's child. His name is Xiaogong. The girl hugged the boy and told him that his cousin was standing in front of him. John Fei thought, how did Xiaogong become like this? Is it all because of his uncle? Wu Shuang said that shortly after her aunt gave birth to Xiaogong, she noticed that the child had an intellectual development problem. When the uncle found out, he abandoned the aunt and little Xiaogong, leaving them with almost nothing. Soon after, he entered a wealthy family and entered into a lucrative marriage. Many years passed. He never once visited his son or even paid them any money. The aunt took this child to every major hospital in the country. You could say she lived in them. Xiaogong did not show any improvement, but the aunt did not give up and continued to fight all these years alone. The boy thought that as a child, this ugly man no longer gave the impression of being a kind and caring husband, let alone a father. His mother had brought her children to live here, but in fact she had come to her sister's house in hopes of helping her. As a result, they met with resentment on his part. John Fei didn't expect his uncle to turn out to be such a scoundrel. He is another scoundrel who leaves his wife and child to fend for themselves. The young men walked into the room where their aunt was lying in bed. Wushuang said hello, and the boy thought that his aunt's house was not much better than his sister's. Auntie wondered, was it really Wushuang herself who had come? The woman coughed and the girl ran up to her. Is her aunt sick? The woman replied that she was fine, just a little cold. A few days of rest and she would be fine. The woman asked who the young man was. Jan Fei replied that it was her naughty nephew who had returned. He hoped she wasn't mad at him. The boy took his aunt's hand. The woman couldn't believe it. He was really back. 10 years had passed, but she knew the boy would come back. The woman wept and said he could say nothing. She just wanted to look at him. The young man is very much grown up and looks healthy and full of vigor. She is very happy for little Yan. John Fei said he remembers them living in a 2-story mansion. After it was sold for demolition, they bought 6 houses. Why is she living in such a small apartment now? The woman replied that it was because of that jerk who knows nothing about the real estate market. He had also forcibly embezzled most of the property while she was busy seeing doctors, and had spent almost all the money left over from the sale of the mansion on lawyers to leave her with nothing. She added that in the end she had to bring Xiaogong here and live in this small house. It was hard, because all the money was going to the child to see doctors. Jan Fei remembered that the entire property was registered to his aunt. How could that rascal interfere? The guy frowned, thinking that all those houses were built on a historical site of high value to the country. Their value was not less than 100 million money. Auntie said that the Pugh family's company, which included that scoundrel, was the contractor for the construction of the houses. They easily took over her property through fake documents, and all the houses went to the owner of the land that was leased to the Pugh family. The guy thought that his mother had passed away many years ago, and at that time his aunt was one of the wealthiest women in town. But then things changed drastically. But even so, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. His mother and aunt had their own houses, but because of the scoundrels in their lives, they lost everything. Their house went to the Chen family, and his aunt's house to the Pu family. The young man offered his aunt an apple and told her not to worry. He would try to take care of it himself. That rascal will pay for everything, and so will the Pu family as a whole. A young man entered the room. Auntie asked, "Is it really Brother Zhang himself who has come?" Auntie offered to introduce herself. "This is the young master from the Zhang family, and also her friend and ally in this war." Mr. Zhang asked, "Is this guy really Brother Wushuang? He must be an alumnus by now. Where did he train his body like this?" Chan Fei asked Auntie if she was comfortable here. The woman embarrassedly said that Brother Chan was helping and taking care of her. Mr. Zhang angrily told our hero that he was justifying his kinship with the Chen family, but don't think that there are no people above him. Jiang added that he shouldn't be so arrogant, and maybe he should look at things realistically and think about the future. He added that he is one of the main faces in their company, Zhang Hao. They own a chain of restaurants and could help the guy with a job. Mr. Jiang said the guy can come in for an interview tomorrow. They are just short of workers, and he will help them get him a manager. He will work with the staff. Zhang Fei said that he would probably decline the offer. Mr. Chan stated that it is hubris. The young man should know that they will soon be one of the top 3 restaurant businesses in the entire county. He advises to think hard about the proposal, especially the position he's offering isn't easy to get. There are dozens of people vying for the position, hoping to become part of their network. Auntie said her nephew just got back and he's kind of out of work. Why not give it a try? Zhang Fei replied that he was actually working and liked everything. Mr. Chan said the guy probably works at some fast food joint. The caring man offered the guy to give up his job and move in with him. He promised that he would not disappoint. Especially since the guy had recently finished school, it would be a great start in life for him to begin his journey not from the first, but immediately from the second step. Zhang Fei didn't reply anything. He silently walked to the window. The pause dragged on for a long time. The nephew approached his aunt again and offered her a drink of water. Mr. Chen said with indignation that this guy is very impertinent. He just ignores his virtue. In that case, he won't insist. There was a knock on the door and another person entered the room. He said that there were a lot of people gathered here. It was Chan's cousin, Sai Jiang. The woman shouted in anger, "Why did Sai Jiang come here? He is not welcome here. He must leave the premises immediately." Wushuang whispered to her brother that this man, a vile type. He likes to bully others, especially those below him in status. However, he has weight in this neighborhood. If one wants to live here quietly, it's best not to piss him off. Sai Jiang said he came today with the same offer. He wants to be sold the premises. The man said, "Why doesn't the woman think again carefully? All she does is go to doctors hoping for some miracle. But she doesn't have the money to pay even the doctors. How is she going to pay for this house? And it's priced right for this property." Xiaogong said that this uncle was bad and that he should leave immediately and not come to his house again. Sai Jiang slapped the child's cheek and the baby fell to the floor. He cried. Wushuang walked over to her cousin and told Xiaogong to calm down. His sister is by his side. Zhang Fei stood up and headed towards Sai Jiang. Mr. Chan told the guy not to do anything stupid. He can afford to make Sai Jiang angry. Mr. Chan told his brother that he was overreacting by coming here and demanding such a thing in front of everyone. Sai Jiang slapped the relative and said that he dare not talk to him like that. Sai Jiang said that he already has buyers for this apartment, and they won't wait long. Therefore, the matter should be resolved here and now. Sai Jiang called his brother useless trash. Zhang Fei came close to Sai Jiang. The rascal said that such a puppy wouldn't be able to stop him. Zhang Fei wondered why he was calling him that. After all, they didn't even know each other. Sai Jiang also said a couple of foul words in response. The bully wanted to hit Zhang Fei and even swung his leg. However, his opponent blocked the kick and Sai Jiang missed and kicked the bed. Sai Jiang grimaced in pain and grabbed his leg. Zhang Fei said that he was in a good mood today and forgave his opponent's prank, so he could go downstairs to buy some medicine, get in his car, and drive away from here. Sai Jiang had other plans. He grabbed a knife from his pocket and told Zhang Fei not to dare look down on him. Auntie was frightened and shouted for Zhang Fei to be more careful. She thought that this Sai Jiang was like an adult child. He always got what he wanted and could never tolerate being prevented from getting what he wanted. However, this time he was unlucky. Because of his blind desire, he had never learned to recognize when to advance and when to retreat. Zhang Fei effortlessly repelled his opponent's knife lunge and counterattacked. Sai Jiang, breaking the door, flew out into the next room. He shouted that no one dared do that to him. If his opponent didn't apologize now, he would be finished. Sai Jiang became threatening. He said that he only needed to make one call for Zhang Fei to be destroyed. Mr. Chan, looking at Zhang Fei, thought, "What's wrong with this guy? On the one hand, he is fierce, but at the same time, he is completely cool-headed. He is like a mighty age-old tree from the legends, shrouded in mystery." Auntie told Zhang Fei to take his sister and leave this place immediately. Sai Jiang is not someone who will just leave things as they are. He will definitely come back and bring some scumbags with him. The young man calmly replied that Auntie didn't have to worry. A scoundrel like this Sai Jiang was no threat to him, no matter how many people he brought here. Mr. Chan told our hero that he should probably back off. He may know a trick or two, but no matter how strong a lion is, he can't beat a pack of wolves. Mr. Chan said that although this guy is his brother, they are totally different. They solve problems differently. The brother prefers to solve everything with violence. That's why he knows the men of the road. Zhang Fei told his aunt that within 3 days, the Shanglong group would return all the real estate to her, as well as the money for the demolished house, plus the unpaid profit. Mr. Chang laughed and said that Zhang Fei was not giving credit for his words. The Shanglong group is a huge conglomerate run by the Pu family, the Chen family, and the Shangwan family. Xiaogong was looking out the window, leaning against the glass. The child noticed something. At that moment, someone outside threw a brick through the window. The brick broke the glass and hit the child in the head. The child screamed and fell to the floor. Everyone in the room shrieked in surprise. Zhang Fei decided that he could no longer tolerate such lawlessness and realized that he had to act. Wushuang rushed to the child. Xiaogong continued to cry. The girl tried to calm him down. Zhang Fei went to the window and looked down through the broken glass. Downstairs stood Sai Jiang, he said as he returned. Behind him stood a gang of armed hooligans. Sai Jiang invited his opponent to come down and talk to him downstairs. The bully said that otherwise he could get up on his own. Auntie told Zhang Fei not to go downstairs. There are too many bandits. He might get seriously hurt. Wushuang told her brother that the guy didn't know when to stop and asked Zhang Fei to go down and teach him a lesson. Her brother said that her sister could rely on him, and she didn't even have to ask him to do that. The young man jumped outside through the broken glass. He landed spectacularly, like a superhero in front of the bandits. The villains looked at each other and realized that there was going to be a showdown after all. And one of them said that Big Brother was already here. Xiaozhang told the bulky guy that he was the guy who beat him up and was preventing him from getting that apartment. Seijiang told our hero that he's about to see what strength means. Brother Bao is great at counting dice, so this guy will regret crossing the road. The bully Bao's brother said that he was a useless bag of bones that belonged in the trash. Who is he to interfere with his business? Saijiang told the bandits that today was a good day, and they could only break this guy's one limb. Saijiang thought that he should welcome a big figure today. This person is already on his way here. No need to pay attention to this petty thing anymore. He should focus on the main goal. Saijiang said that his opponent swallowed his tongue when he saw Brother Bao. He can't even say a word. Zhang Fei asked the insolent man, was he purposely muting his self-preservation instinct? One of the hooligans told Zhang Fei to just stand still, then the fracture would turn out neater and heal quickly. Otherwise, he would break the bones until it was neat. Zhang Fei knocked out his opponent with a leg kick. The villain dropped the stick from his hands and fell to the ground. Seijiang said for his guys to deal with this upstart immediately, and after that, they could go upstairs and restore order there. Zhang Fei stepped on his opponent's stick and tossed it up with his foot. When the stick flew up, Zhang Fei sent it towards the advancing opponents with a punch of his hand. The villains were hit hard. Zhang Fei calmly looked at his opponents and quietly asked, which one of them threw a brick through the window? A frightened Sai Yijiang told Brother Bao that we need to deal with this madman. He doesn't know what he's doing. The hooligans, all as one, pulled out their bats and lunged at our hero. Auntie looked out the window. This rascal has brought many people. How will little Zhang be able to do anything? Mr. Chan said this guy is very arrogant. He should have listened to his elders and not pissed off the leopard Bao. No one can help him now. Zhang Fei was not afraid and took the attack on himself. He began to beat the attackers one by one, knocking them out. Zhang Fei, skillfully applying the art of fist fighting, scattered the opponents in different directions. The bullies were defeated. Everyone who could watch this fight noted that the battle was colorful and exciting. Attacking fiends were lying everywhere. Blood was everywhere. Zhang Fei was at the epicenter of events, and he was invincible. Mr. Bao thought with anger, what is going on here? How is one person capable of such a thing? Looks like they underestimated him. Zhang Fei scattered the attackers, and while adjusting his clothes, he repeated his question. Which person present threw a brick through the window? Zhang Fei looked as cold-blooded as ever. He didn't even break a sweat after the fight. Not a single muscle on his face trembled. He asked, how long would the opponents remain silent? The big man, Mr. Bao, pointed his finger at Saijiang and said that it was all him. The frightened Saijiang put his hands up and said that he didn't want to hurt anyone. He just wanted to talk to this guy. Zhang Fei struck Saijiang with a sharp blow with his hand. The man bled to death and fell to the ground. The turn came to Bao's brother. Our hero said that he now had a question for Bao. They're in this together, aren't they? Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered his boys to attack. Brother Bao was startled and said that everything was wrong. There was some mistake and he didn't even know them. At this moment, a phone call rang out. On the phone, someone asked how Brother Bao was doing with this Saijiang. Although a big guy like him shouldn't have any problems. Mr. Bao told his interlocutor that it wasn't that simple. He ran into a wall that already had heads smashed against it. The caller asked, did someone dare to do bad things to his younger brother and boys? The interlocutor said that he would be there soon and would help Brother Bao take down this wall to the ground. Mr. Bao said that his opponent was finished. Big Brother will be here soon and the guy will fully experience what happens to those who face the savannah. However, it's not too late to apologize. Mr. Bao came close to Zhang Fei and asked, was he not loyal enough after what the opponent had arranged here? The opponent landed several staggering blows on Mr. Bao without a word. The young man said that this so-called savannah is nothing more to him than newborn kittens who don't know anything. However, they create a lot of noise. He is going back upstairs and will wait for news. Our hero decided to go up to his aunt's room, leaving the bleeding Mr. Bao sitting on the ground. Some time passed. Mr. Chan wondered why Bao was helping his cousin. What could it mean? Mr. Chan thought that things had gone very far. He would have to ask his elders for help before things got worse. Auntie said Mr. Chan has a great idea. If he has connections, maybe they can resolve and settle things quietly and peacefully. Chan picked up the phone and dialed a number. He said he would try to work things out. The man said hello and said that he hadn't heard from his older brother in a long time. Chan turned away from those present and began to talk very quickly about something on the phone. After talking on the phone, Mr. Chang breathed a sigh of relief. He said that his senior Mian Jin would help. However, he asked Zhang Fei to go down to Saijiang and Brother Bao and apologize. It was explained to him that this was the only way out of the situation. Mr. Chan turned to our hero and said that he probably wasn't used to apologizing, but there was no other way out now. No need to make those guys go upstairs. Zhang Fei peeled an apple and offered it to the child. He said that he promised the people left below to wait for their reinforcements and deal with everyone. Mr. Chan, hearing this, called the boy a madman. When will he see the mountain in front of him and realize that he can ruin everyone? Mr. Chan told Auntie that you can't blame him for helping them. It's just that her nephew is deliberately refusing to help. Those villains can get to all their family and friends. Mr. Chan looked around. People had entered the room. The door was opened with a foot, and a man with a bandaged hand entered the room. He said that he would like to see the madman who dared to speak loud and impertinent words. Saijiang, Mr. Bao, Dao Hu, and Dai Chi were in the room. Saijiang said that this brat would regret his words now. Zhang Fei turned to face the new arrivals and said that he wanted to thank them for going up themselves and not bothering him to go down again. Lao Hu and Dai Chi were very frightened when they saw who was standing in front of them. An uncomprehending Mr. Bao said, "This guy is showing off again. Now he's definitely finished and he can start apologizing." Brother Bao told his elder Dai Chi that this guy was too careless and dared to insult all the brothers. We should get him out of here and popularly explain to him where he belonged. Dai Chi immediately punched Brother Bao in the jaw with his whole hand. The big man fell to the floor. An uncomprehending Brother Bao, sitting on the floor, asked what had he done wrong. Why had he been hit? Dai Chi said that this Mr. Zhang is a very respected person and is popular in their circles. He should not be spoken against. Dai Chi asked, did Bao really think he was above everyone else? Perhaps they should feed him to the stray dogs so that others wouldn't forget their place. Dai Chi thought that they had been unlucky again, so they needed to do something about it. Bao told his elders that it was all Saijiang's fault. Mr. Bao jumped to his feet and drove a punch into Saijiang's jaw. He told Zhang Fei to forgive him and not to get angry. Bao, kneeling before our hero, said that he was wrong, and for a moment he was blind. He could not see the great mountain. Now, however, he had recovered his sight. Dai Chi, on his knees, said that he has money they owe and asks Mr. Zhang to take it. Dai Chi added, since Zhang Fei has a big family, they dared to add money on top and offers to accept 2 checks. Mr. Chan didn't understand what was going on here. This guy is being offered 10 million money. After all, that's his salary for 100 years. Zhang Fei noticed that his interlocutor was not lacking in common sense. He could put the money on the table and leave and accept his thanks for taking care of this family. Dai Chi, bowing, said that it was all nothing and he was always ready to help. All 4 bandits said their goodbyes and left the premises. Zhang Fei had dinner with his family and discussed the situation. The guy said that he planned to split the 10 million check into 2 parts. 1 check to give to his aunt and the other to Uncle Long. Auntie said that it was too much. Wu Shuang replied not to let Auntie worry about it and not to give up that money. Xiaogong needs them to cure him of his illness. Mr. Long said he would take that money even though he didn't deserve it. He failed to be a worthy father to his daughter, but he would try to be a better one and increase this money for the young man. The old man said he would take the 5 million and go to the mountain to go up again. Mr. Long thought that in the past he had been active in his business and tried to achieve more results in less time and with more risks. He often trusted people who caused him to lose everything before reaching the top. But even after falling, he never stopped thinking about the top. The man told our hero that in 3 years he would pay back 5 million, maybe even more. Zhang Fei replied that he believed that Uncle Long would succeed. A phone call rang out. Zhang Fei answered. The caller said that this guy was putting a stick in his wheels. The young man said that it must be Po Xiao talking to him. Our hero's interlocutor, sitting on the side of the pool, said that that guy knew who he was going up against, but still kept messing things up. He even starts to respect Zhang Fei, but no more. Gu, the eldest son of the Po Xiao family, was on the phone. He proposed to get straight to the point and invited the young man to visit him to explain his actions. It would be worse if he had to visit the boy himself, Zhang Fei said. Then the interlocutor can make an appointment. Po Xiao Gu said that this guy is funny. He is waiting for him the next day at 12 o'clock in the Xinguang, and it is better that he is not late. If he doesn't show up, the consequences for cheating will be very serious. The aide asked Mr. Po Xiao why he decided to personally recruit this guy and talk to him. The counselor added, wouldn't it have been better to take a few of their guys and deal with them at once, and then kidnap his little sister afterward? Po Xiao said that it is fun. It is not every day you can see such a thing. It's interesting to see this guy with 3 heads and 6 arms. Zhang Fei continued to eat with his family. Outside, people appeared outside. Someone said that the month was over and he had brought his paycheck. Auntie apologized and said that she had to go downstairs to get the money. A young man stood below with an envelope in his hand, accompanied by a young woman. The man held out an envelope and said Auntie could have her money. The woman opened the envelope and counted the money that was inside. Auntie said that there was not enough money in there. $210 was missing. Her salary is $1,500. The man said there's nothing to be surprised about. Or does she think if she's sick, he should pay her like a working person? Plus, he deducted some of the money because of the part-time job. The girl accompanying this guy said, not only is he working badly, sitting on sick leave, but they are trying to prove something. Auntie objected, according to the company's management rules, employees on sick leave cannot have anything withheld from their paychecks. Why was it done twice? The woman called her auntie names. Was it really their fault that she got so much? The woman added that if her aunt has some grounds, she can sue the company. There are other people in the company, and they are afraid of losing their jobs, unlike her aunt. So, it is better to take it as it is, or tomorrow she will have to look for another job. Auntie said that these people have a lot of attitude and break almost all the company rules. The man told her to take her money and just silently continue doing her job. She should already be grateful that she's getting at least some. Zhang Fei happened to be nearby and was attracted by this dialogue. He said that he hated the scoundrels who withheld employees' salaries to line their own pockets, so he was giving them a chance to become human again. The man turned around and asked in surprise what kind of an underdog was talking behind his back. Let him say it to his face. Standing next to our hero were Mr. Long and Wu Shuang. The man wondered, was it really the same old Mr. Long in front of him? The man added, so this bunch of poor people should mind their own business and get lost. Out of nowhere, Mr. Daiki jumped out of the bushes. He swung a punch at the man. He angrily said that this rascal had no right to talk to the Honorable Mr. Zhang like that. The boorish man sat on the ground in surprise, the frightened woman standing beside him. Daichi glared angrily at him and stepped on him. Daiki turned to Zhang Fei and said that he was behind that green bush fence, and when he heard this dialogue, he couldn't stay away. The woman angrily asked who was he that dared to beat Mr. Huan. The next moment, it was the woman who was slapped by Daichi as well. Mr. Huang asked in surprise why Mr. Daichi was here. The woman on her knees after the blow wondered, is this man a major shareholder of the company, Mr. Daichi? Daiki said he overheard that these people secretly deduct workers' wages. The salary their company pays to the janitor is $2,500 a month, and these rascals only pay half of it. Daichi asked Mr. Zhang Fei how he wanted him to deal with those rascals. Mr. Huang got scared and said that you shouldn't be angry with him. It's his fault, but it's not the end of the world, especially since it's all Mr. Daiki's fault. Zhang Fei sent Mr. Huang far backwards with a leg kick to the jaw. The man fell onto his back with a noise. He screamed in pain. Zhang Fei told Mr. Daichi that he is such a bad master that his subordinates are willing to eat him themselves. Surprisingly, he is one of the main ones in the savannah. Daiki said fearfully that his subordinates might have contracted rabies somewhere if they were doing this. He would quickly sedate them and also check all the employees in the company for similar rabies. Zhang Fei turned to his aunt. Since she was the only victim, it was up to her to decide what to do with them. Mr. Huan and his companion on their knees told their aunt that they were wrong and had stumbled. They asked her to be gracious and give them a chance to improve. Auntie replied that she is against violence and gives them a chance to improve. She wants her labor to be paid according to company rules and people to get what is rightfully theirs. Daichi told the woman not to worry. These two are embezzling other people's money for themselves, trespassing, and seem to be in on something else. They have only one road left. Mr. Huang and his companion looked fearfully at Auntie and Mr. Daichi. They realized in whose hands their fate was now in. Mr. Wen was writing another message and told his daughter that the storm had already stopped. He wondered how the investigation was going. What happened to that young man, and where is he now? The relationship between the Wen family and the Chen family had been soured ever since he maimed the young master in the hotel. Shangguan Ralan had returned from overseas. Chen Badao will also return to the country soon. When they reunite, they would certainly not let their Wen family go for nothing. If you add to this the lurking enemies from the past, it could mean the end for them. The only one who can help the Wen family get through the difficult pass is an 18-year-old boy. The daughter approached her father and suggested that he take a look at the picture. The man looked at it and was horrified. Was this guy really Chen Badao's son? Now it becomes clear why he was in the cemetery then and mutilated the boys from the Shangguan family for desecrating the grave. Mr. Wen said it's ironic. Now he and Ba Dao's son will confront Ba Dao himself. He'll be in the same boat with this guy. The girl said that to her amazement, Zhang Fei didn't seem to recognize her. Why was that? After all, they grew up together. 3 years ago, he even saved them. Back then at the hotel, they met again as strangers. Mr. Wen assumed that this guy had been through a lot in the past 10 years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take down 2 renowned masters so easily. The man said it wasn't that guy's fault. Perhaps he just had to give up all his family and friends so that he could reach such heights and gain such power. Mr. Wen said that judging from his daughter's reaction, the guy is still alive in her memory. The man thought about asking the guy to be his daughter's bodyguard or have him teach her some self-defense lessons. Maybe they could even be related. The girl was shy and said that she would not talk to her father about the subject at all anymore. However, the father was right. When she met this guy, she was overwhelmed by strange feelings. The Chen family home, the wounded Mr. Chen. He asked his mother to avenge him. The woman angrily said that Chen Badao was a very rich and powerful man, but it was all his fault. She hatefully smashed the vase she was holding and said that they had to completely get rid of the roots of the rotten tree to avoid today's disaster. If they had done it right, they wouldn't have had to pay such a price years later, and her son wouldn't have been hurt. Mrs. Shuguang said that there is still the Wen family who chose some rascal instead of them. However, this enraged mother would not let them go. The elder of the Chen family, Chen Takuan, appeared on the doorstep. The woman asked why the uncle had come here. Nalan Shuguang thought that this Takuan has some influence in his family, but he always takes the path of least resistance because of this old man. She herself cannot get even more influence in the family. The old man said that because of Nalan's careless actions in the past, his grandson is in a deplorable condition. He heard that Zhang Fei had done this to him. The grandson couldn't even do anything in response. Not only had he lost his legs, but he had gained a terrible enemy. The old man added that he had known Master Xifeng for many years, but had never seen him like this. Obviously, the opposing side is too strong. The Chen family can afford to provoke him. The old man recalled that he had said many times to be restrained and careful in words and actions. The old man continued, Nalan always said that no one would dare go against her and her family. Only for some reason, fewer and fewer people shake at the mention of that last name. The woman was tired of listening and slapped the old man in anger. Mrs. Shuguang said that this nasty old man is fed up with his barking and is always afraid of people. For the sake of her family, she is personally ready to shoot him and declare war on everyone. The old man asked in amazement, did she dare to hit him? She was out of her mind, as crazy as her dead old man. The old man told his deputies to kick that crazy woman out of here and never let her in. The old man turned around, the aides stood still. Elder Chen angrily said, are they deaf or can't hear what they were ordered to do? Shu Guang asked, who does Tak Wang think he is? She only calls him uncle because he is an old man from a noble family, but she considers him a dog that should have been put to sleep long ago. Neither he nor his position matters to her. He has lost all power. The woman orders that the old man be seized and not let go. Shuguang Nalan added that he has lived for too long already, but every year he sticks his head deeper and deeper into the ground in the hope that no one will get to him, and that pisses her off the most. The woman slapped the old man again and said that her son and sister were mutilated, but the old man says that everything should be left as it is. He also accuses her of badly raising his son. The old man said that this woman should not forget that he was one of the important members of this family, and coincidentally, the uncle of its leader. Mr. Tak Wan said that this woman would ruin their entire family with her rash actions. Shuguang Nalan said if he decided that she would ruin this family, she would start with him and took out her gun and shot this old man. Shuguang Nalan declared that there would be no turning back now. Shuguang Nalan asked her subordinates where Chen Lao is now. Has he returned yet? The aide said he would be back next week. The woman said with anger that she would let the little animal live an extra week. Shuguang said that she didn't care what Zhang Fei had accomplished in the past 10 years of absence. If he wants to come to her to take revenge, he must make sure that she will not discuss him to death. Zhang Fei decided to personally escort his sister to school. He asked that if anyone was bullying his sister, that she make sure to warn him. Wu Shuang said, who would dare to bully her if she was protected by such a brother? My sister asked if he'd been gone so long. Maybe he'd already gotten a girlfriend or even gotten married. Zhang Fei replied that she would rather think about studying than marrying or being married. The girl, as she walked away, said that the big boy should be married and the big girl should be married, for she reasoned rightly, didn't she? An SUV stopped near the young people. The driver of the SUV, Tank, said that the older sister said everything right. He likes these words. Tank got out of the car and said that he had complied with the boss's request and dealt with those guys from the big road, though not without help. Old man Guan, when he heard what those guys had done in the cemetery of the Western Mountain, was almost mad with anger and personally took up the case. Tank apologized and said he forgot his manners. He introduced himself to the girl and said his name is Shang Shuang, but to the girl just Uncle Tank. His job is to guard this old man day and night. Tank said since it was their first meeting, he had prepared a small gift for the girl. He asked that she accepted, otherwise the boss would get angry that he was giving some unnecessary thing again. Zhang Fei slammed into Tang's jaw with all his might and said that he was shameless. How dare he call him an old man, even though he himself was much older. Tank, disregarding this blow, told the girl not to worry. Although the boss says that he is older, but he is only 25 years old, so it is not all scary. If the girl has any trouble, she can immediately go to Uncle Tank, and he will give as much help as he can. Zhang Fei punched Tank in the jaw once more and told this guy to stop embarrassing his sister with his friendliness. If he ever called him boss again in her presence, she would have to unscrew his head. Wu Shuang told Uncle Tank not to worry. She already knows that he is older than her brother. She thought he was already in his 40s. Already in the car, Tank said that he had bought Zhang Fei a house in an upscale neighborhood with a sea view and a tide garden. Tank added that the boss just got home, but he doesn't even have a place to stretch his legs and relax. Zhang Fei said that the Tank started following him again. Maybe he also put a wire. Tank, smiling, replied that it was all for the safety of the boss. At school, a classmate told her that Eden was wanted by the class teacher and she should stop by her office. Eden walked into the office and asked if Miss Wen was really looking for her. Miss Wen thought that after graduating from college, she was influenced by her father. She came to the middle school as a language and literature teacher. The first year she came to the school, she found out that this Zhang Fei's younger sister was studying here and became her class teacher. Eden thought Teacher Wen was looking at her so intently. Had she done something wrong? The teacher asked the girl where her brother was now. Eden wondered how Miss Wen knew her brother was back. The teacher said she found out by accident. She had heard about it somewhere and asked why didn't Eden introduce them. Eden smiled. She didn't know Miss Wen was interested in her students' older brothers. Or maybe just her older brother. Eden thought that Teacher Wen had taken great care of her over the past few years. The girl could always talk to her when she was experiencing difficulties. She had become like the older sister she never had. If she could become her sister-in-law, that would be a very good thing. The teacher called the girl a little prankster. Does she really enjoy embarrassing her teacher and driving her into the red? Eden said that's not what she meant and asked that Miss Wen not get mad, but she didn't mind introducing the teacher to her brother. Miss Wen told Eden to stop talking about the subject. The gym teacher, Sun Jiang, walked into the office and said that he had finally found Miss Wen. Eden said she would probably go back to class. Sun Jiang told the girl to wait. He had just overheard the conversation as he approached the study. Was her brother really going to chase after Teacher Wen? Miss Wen said that the gym teacher got it all wrong because he overheard someone else's conversation. Miss Wen told Eden to hurry back to the classroom for class. Song Jiang said that there was a big Hollywood movie premiere that weekend night and suggested that his colleague go together. It wasn't easy for him to get the 2 tickets, so he asked what time he could pick up Mrs. Wen. The girl said that Sun Jiang may not even hope. She doesn't have time for that. Song Jiang said that Wen Shui rejected him many times, but his feelings are sincere. Is it really all because of Long Eden's brother? Because of him, she firmly refuses every time. Wen Shui replied that it was her own business and had nothing to do with the gym teacher at all. The girl asked Song Jiang to leave the office and not interfere with her work. The gym teacher walked out of his colleague's office. He was angry with Long Eden. He thought that the girl wanted to set her brother up with the teacher and decided that he would show that rascal who was in charge, so he wasted a lot of money on tickets. A girlfriend tells Eden that Zhao Ji is going to find her after school and cause trouble. She is the queen of the school bullies, and her cousin is among the guys calling themselves from the big road. Eden needs to be careful. Eden said if even that was true, she had nothing to worry about. The girlfriend said that you shouldn't be so calm. Zhao Ji was always bullying her. Eden said that this Zhao Ji was her headache. She had put up with it for a long time, but now she didn't need to do that, and she would deal with it. Eden thought that with her brother's protection, even the heavens wouldn't be so scary. At school in the physical education room, Lao Hu and Dai Chi appeared. Dai Chi said he never liked school. He had spent more than 1 day here in his time. Lao Hu said that he vowed not to come back here. However, life had decided otherwise. Lao Hu said, they showed up here to pose in front of Mr. Zhang to prove that they are not his enemies and can do something for him. Dai Chi said, It pissed him off that they had become hostages overnight and lost their freedom like immortal apes imprisoned for thousands of years. The gym teacher walked into the office. He asked what important reason the two distinguished gentlemen had come here. He is incredibly pleased to see them here. In honor of their acquaintance, he wants to invite these people to the bar to show his respect. Sung Jang thought, although he didn't care why the two representatives of the savannah were here, but if he could be of use to them, he would have the opportunity to become a step higher in this world. The gym teacher held out cigarettes to the guests. Daiki said that they were in no mood to go anywhere, especially since they had an agreement for them to hang around. Sungjin said that in that case he wouldn't impose. If they need anything, the young people can apply. The gym teacher thought, if anyone could send these two on a mission, it would be none other than Master Lan. If he was lucky enough to prove himself, Wen Shui would surely look at him differently. Daiki said if they needed anything, they wouldn't call the gym teacher for help. They would just take it themselves. No need to make them angry and waste their time. It would be better if he left this room. Eden and her friend were surrounded by young men on the school grounds. The girl asked who was in front of her. That girl was Haidong Yizhong's daughter, Tao Lu's cousin, Zhao Ji. Eden's girlfriend said if Zhao Zi didn't stop pestering Long Eden, she would regret it. Zhao Ji said that this rascal dare not threaten her. She better shut up and not say a word. Otherwise, her life would become very fun. Eden told Zhao Zi not to touch Xiao Li. After all, she's here to find her. Zhao Zi asked, when did this girl manage to become so brave? Was it really because of her brother? Zhao Ji said that she was looking for Eden to organize a meeting, she was asked. Xiao Li shouted for Eden to be careful. There was danger behind her. Someone tried to put a bag over Eden's head. Zhao Ji grabbed Xiao Li and tried to restrain her. The villain put a bag over Eden's head and started to tie it. A relieved Xiao Li burst into the teacher's office. She said there's a kidnapping. Long Eden is being kidnapped. Sungjin pounced on the student. He asked why she was yelling like that. There are two honorable people in this office. Xiao Li said, if nothing is done, the girl will be kidnapped by unknown people and something might happen to her. The teacher told the girl to shut up. They must have done something wrong. Now they made up the kidnapping so they could have an excuse not to go to school. The girl cried and said she was telling the truth. She had seen everything with her own eyes. Sungjin said Xiao Li can tell it elsewhere. Does he look like a gullible idiot? Xiao Li said that Master Sun should do something about it, otherwise Long Eden might get hurt. She is really being kidnapped by bad guys. Daichi heard this conversation and ran up to the girl, punching the gym teacher in the jaw. He told her to repeat what she knew about Long Eden. Xiao Li, stuttering with fear, told everything about her friend's kidnapping. Daichi and Lao Hu were horrified. Had they failed again? The gym teacher said to respectable people not to listen to this girl, who would dare kidnap a student from school in the afternoon. That doesn't sound plausible. Daichi punched Sun Zhang again and told him to shut up. Daiki warned the gym teacher to pray that it turned out to be a joke. Otherwise, it was scary to imagine what Zhang Fei might do to him. Daiki told the girl to take them to the kidnapping site immediately. The girl and the two villains arrived at the schoolyard. Long Eden was no longer there. Xiao Li pointed at Zhao Zi and said that it was her, the organizer of the kidnapping. Daichi asked in anger who she was. Zhao Ji said, this old man dare not open his mouth at her, or maybe he wants trouble with the guys from the big road. With his free hand, Daichi punched the rampant bully. The girl fell to the ground. Zhao Zi said that he wouldn't leave this place so easily now. Doesn't he realize that the consequences are imminent? The girl said that this old man should be seized immediately. The young men from the hooligans gang froze in indecision. One of them whispered something in the girl's ear. Zhao Zi began to realize the essence of what was happening. She crawled up to Daichi on her knees and began to apologize. Daiki told her to stop talking nonsense. Where is that girl who was kidnapped? Daiki was upset. He wanted to show his usefulness, but he showed incompetence. If he didn't bring the head of the villain who made all this up, he might lose his other arm. The girl, sobbing, said that Eden was taken away by her cousin, Yu Liji. She didn't know where she had been taken or where to find her. She could not disobey her brother. Lao Hu said that this is the same Yu Liji who recently became his brother. While their master is away, these guys decided to play adult. Daiki hesitated for a moment. Lao Hu tried to call, but he was unsuccessful. Daiki said that something is not working out for him. This Yu Liji has recently become the eighth brother, and his position is very precarious. That means he doesn't have the power, much less the courage. Without protection and information, it's too risky to do something like this. Said it was because he had someone behind him that made him so bold, stealing people in broad daylight. He's either brainless or fearless, but he's not immortal. Lao Hu said that he knows almost all the points and hiding places of this scoundrel. They will search them all, one by one, and find this rat. Tank told his boss that it was the best mansion that was on top of the mountain. It now belongs to Zhang Fei. There is a beautiful view from here that gives peace and tranquility. One could settle down here and start a family and live happily ever after. A sister could be settled here too. Zhang Fei said that it all sounded too good to be true and asked what was in Tank's hands. Tank said it was an elder's black robe, an ancient dark heaven sect known as the Elite Closed Black Dragon Elite Club. Not many people know its history. Tank brought 2 robes, an elder and a general. Zhang Fei said that it brought back memories of those days. I wonder how Jane is doing. She must have gotten even more beautiful. Now it's time to look at this Pu Shao. In an elite mansion, expensive guests gather for a soiree. A luxury SUV pulled up in front of the security detail. After slowing down a bit, the driver of the SUV accelerated again and drove at high speed through the square past the guests. What kind of madman is this? He's driving around the Pu family's property so boldly and unceremoniously. One of the guests thought that the driver had gone crazy. This was young Master Pu Shaogu's elite star club. The guard walked over to the car and said whoever was there better wipe his eyes and start apologizing for his insolence. He doesn't seem to know what this place is, does he? Gotta get my car out of here now. Wang Lao, the estate manager, stopped the guard and said that he would handle it himself. He said to the driver, all the townspeople know not to come here, as it would lower the status of this place. The driver should immediately get out of here with his car. The window in the car rolled down and the manager saw in the front seat a young man. The guy said he was eating a banana and couldn't find a trash can anywhere nearby and decided to look here. Could they throw the peel away? Thanks in advance. Manager Wang Lao shouted that this rascal should realize where he was and who he was talking to. He should immediately get out of the car and start regretting and apologizing. Otherwise, he wouldn't get out of here by himself today. The manager saw the mark of the Black Dragon Elite Club on this guy's sleeve. The Dark Heaven Sect, one of the most mysterious and powerful organizations in the country. It has a terrible power that no one dares provoke. If the sect members personally take up the cause, new rivers of blood will appear. This sect was founded on the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. All its affairs are related to the interests of the country. It possesses boundless resources. A tip on the sleeve. What's the general doing here? The guard asked the young man. Did he have a hearing problem? Or did he not realize the first time that he had to get out of here before manager Wang Lao took his head? Manager Wang Lao immediately punched Deputy Ma Di in the jaw and told him to shut his mouth. Can't he see who's in front of him? He should fall on his knees and start apologizing and begging for mercy. Manager Lao knelt down and began to apologize. He hoped that this great man would accept his remorse and forgive him. Zhang Fei, which was him, said that the manager was not a bad guy and therefore just wanted his request to be honored. The young man got out of the car. Mr. Zhang Fei and his driver, the tank, got out of the car. The young man said, "It is not a problem that they park the car right in front of the entrance, right?" Manager Wang Lao said he doesn't see any problem. They can leave the car wherever they want. Zhang Fei told the manager to take him to Pu Shao. A few minutes passed. Zhang Fei and Tank were indoors in front of a young man sitting in the center of the hall. He was surrounded by many bodyguards. An assistant told Master Shao that this guy had arrived. Pu Shaogu told the assistant not to worry and suggested that they drink tea first. Pu Shaogu was negotiating. His interlocutors said that Mr. Pu Shao's tea way is indeed becoming more and more exquisite. The profit in this field proves everything. It is surprising that some nameless guys dare to challenge him. The head guard asked the boss, maybe deal with these guys and feed them to the dogs? They hadn't eaten in a long time. Pu Shaogu said that there is no need to hurry. He wants to savor this moment to the fullest, especially since they are his guests. And all the guests of the Pu family are extraordinary and interesting people. Pu Shaogu asked, why are there only 2 of them? Which one is Long Eden's brother? Zhang Fei introduced himself. Master said that this guy is so young and he can already do such things. Does he know what strength is and the power it gives? He feels sorry that this guy is wasting his skills. Looking at Tank, the landlord said that he's also a savvy and skillful guy. Pu Shaogu said that due to the guest's carelessness, their acquaintance was marred by unnecessary clashes, but he is magnanimous and does not throw away valuable personnel. Therefore, a simple apology would be enough for him to keep him alive and invite him to work for him. Zhang Fei asked the landlord if he could keep quiet because he was deciding what kind of tea to make for himself. Tank wondered why they had such a small selection of tea. Couldn't they bring all the tea they have in the house? His boss loves tea and honors tea traditions, and as far as he could remember, this family loves 10-year-old tea. Pu Xiaogu and his bodyguard didn't expect such insolence and stared at the guests in silence. The master of the house said that these two are really cool, but they seem to see everything in pink. We'll have to ask Master Ma to add color to their lives. Master Ma grabbed the bottle and swung it at our hero and said, since he is a true tea connoisseur, he would like to offer a strong drink made from tea leaves that the master had prepared especially for the guest. Zhang Fei did not even blink an eye at this. Mr. Tank delivered a crushing blow to the approaching Master Ma. Master Ma stretched out on the floor. Tank said that he only withstood one blow, not that strong. The calm Pu Xiaogu said that the children in front of him turned out to be difficult. We will have to punish them. Pu Xiaogu ordered his bodyguards to grab the two men first. The landlord added that he would give them 30 seconds to do so. Tank said to Mr. Zhang not to worry and promised to handle it faster. Our hero defiantly turned away. He did not doubt his assistant. The tank was indeed within 30 seconds, and all the attackers were rigidly deactivated. Zhang Fei banished the negotiators and took a seat in close proximity to the master of the house. He chose a tea for himself. Zhang Fei said that this tea looks like a dragon, and its leaves are also similarly shaped. Most likely, it also takes its history from the Qing dynasty. To be precise, it is a fake dragon well. Pu Xiaogu could not stand such an accusation. He said that it was authentic Zhejiang tea, which was supplied to him from the first-level conservation area. His friend has been in the tea leaf business for more than 10 years. Zhang Fei replied that Zhejiang tea is flawlessly shaped. Its leaf is bright, the infusion is clean, plus on top of that, this thick aroma is intersected with a fresh, rich flavor. This tea's leaves are not dry enough. The aroma is grassy and the color is lighter than it should be, Zhang Fei said. Since this fake is on the market a month earlier than the original tea, unscrupulous tea merchants often use it to sell for extra charge and high price. Our hero said that his interlocutor does not even know the real taste of tea, but tries to pretend that it is not. Pu Xiaogu said, how dare these guys play with him? They want to dishonor his pride and disgrace his family. Zhang Fei continued, since this tea is not the original tea, its flavor should be less intense. Rather, this is a second-grade tea that is well passed off as first grade. This tea is not at a sufficient level. Zhang Fei added that his interlocutor's tea way is very disappointing. Pu Xiaogu wondered if his interlocutor was tired of being bullied. Although he could say whatever he wanted, he would still die today, and no one would know the truth. Mr. Tank, shaking off his hands, told his boss that those men were too weak. He had only used 30% of his strength. Even for a warm-up, it wasn't enough. All of Mr. Pu Xiaogu's bodyguards were in a deplorable state. Pu Xiaogu thought, how is this possible? Zhang Fei asked his interlocutor to stay focused. After all, he promised a first-grade tea, but all he sees here is a second-grade product. The young man said he sincerely hoped that he would drink a good tea and feel better. His anger would subside, but the landlord let him down. Pu Xiaogu said, don't let this guy get excited too soon. He must have forgotten whose territory he is on, and today he will know pain. The landlord clapped his hands. The doors to the room swung open, and a multitude of armed men rushed in. Pushing the armed men away, manager Wang Lao burst through to the boss. The boss yelled at the manager, what could have happened? Why is he interrupting the conversation with the guests? The manager told the boss that they couldn't afford to offend or insult these two people at all. Pu Xiaogu jumped to his feet and punched the manager. Is he really laughing at him? Pu Xiaogu said that he is one of the 3 great families of this city and everyone he can't afford to offend, he knows personally by sight. These two are just ants who crawled out of the anthill to see the big world. The boss was angry and wouldn't even give the manager a chance to explain who these people were. Even if they were from the King of Heaven, he didn't care. Pu Xiaogu added, does the manager really doubt him so much that he barges in here and shouts that he can't offend these guests, thereby showing how lowly he is? Pu Xiaogu told the guards who entered to eliminate these 2 guests. Or are they waiting for a personal invitation? Zhang Fei told Tank that this master turned out to be a very complicated guy and asked him to deal with these people too. Tank, rubbing his hands and with a smile on his face, said that he would fulfill everything. The Tank entered the confrontation with the numerically superior opponents. Mr. Pu Xiaogu, hoping that his men would be victorious this time, relaxed. The owner of the house told the guest not to pretend that he was in control, for very soon he would be dead. Zhang Fei said that he thought that although this tea was second-rate, it still had its own advantages, so he advised the landlord to try it, because he wouldn't have that opportunity soon. 2 minutes passed, the door opened. A nonchalant Tank entered the room. Behind him lay the beaten and bloody bodyguards of the master of the house. Pu Xiaogu didn't understand what was happening. How is this possible? Is he really watching a movie? Over 100 people were beaten up in a few minutes. After all, this is unrealistic. The calm Mr. Zhang Fei asked, "What other tricks does the master of the house have? One must use them, or else he would really have no chance." Tank couldn't take it anymore and kicked the homeowner. The thug asked why his boss was wasting his time on this rascal. A frightened Pu Xiaogu said that there was no need to hurry. He still wouldn't have time to pick up his sister from school. Hearing this, Zhang Fei thought that Dai Qi and Lao Hu, two useless people, they couldn't even fulfill what they promised, putting their lives on the line. Pu Xiaogu asked, did the interlocutor not believe him? He took out his phone and said that he would now call wherever he needed to go. Turning on the speakerphone, Pu Xiaogu greeted Yu Liji and told Eden to say a few words to her brother. Dai Qi answered the phone and said he had bad news. Yu Liji had gotten into trouble. He got out of the car and died, so he can't be heard from now. Pu Xiaogu asked, how dare the king of the savannah interfere in his affairs? Is he really fed up with his life? Zhang Fei snatched the phone out of his opponent's hands and drove his fist into his jaw. Zhang Fei told Dai Qi to hand the phone to his sister. The girl said hello and said she was fine. Dai Qi and Lao Hu had saved her. She is safe now. Zhang Fei inquired, did Pu Xiaogu want to say anything last? Pu Xiaogu, kneeling down, asked who his interlocutor was. Is he even a human being? The manager took the opportunity to say that these two were from the Black Dragon. Pu Xiaogu was startled and shouted, why is he only finding out about this now? After all, any carelessness towards them was a sure road to death. Zhang Fei, heading towards the exit, told Tank that they were taking this guy with them. Leaving the grounds of the estate, all three of them found themselves on the seashore. Zhang Fei suggested Pu Xiao to enjoy this view. There were not many chances left in his life to see such a picture again. Pu Xiao fell to his knees again and said that he didn't know that Long Eden was his sister. He thought she was just an ordinary girl. The rascal lowered his head and said that he just wanted to meet her. There was no way he would hurt such a nice girl. He wouldn't dare. Zhang Fei wondered, if this girl came from an ordinary family, then one could do whatever they wanted. The young man launched a stone at his opponent's head and said that he had fought against 100,000 warriors, enemies. Tilting his head back and looking up at the sky, he saw the bloody rain dripping down on him, still hot. He walked over corpses as a child and couldn't go home. Zhang Fei asked why, after what he had gone through back home to his family, he should deal with such scoundrels who believe in their impunity. Such behavior makes his sacrifice for the country meaningless. Pu Xiaogu tearfully asked for his life. He is the only son of the Pu family. His family will pay any price for his life. Zhang Fei took out his phone and said that he was about to check how valuable this guy's life was. Pu Xiao's residence, the head of the Pu family, Pu Xiao Mu. There's a banquet at the residence. The head of the Pu family is surrounded by many guests. One of the guests said, he is waiting to congratulate the Pu family's master and wish him long life and prosperity. All the guests said in unison that they congratulate the Pu family master. They wished long life and prosperity. The old man held a glass of wine in his hand and said he thanked everyone for the congratulations. A servant runs into the elder, surrounded by guests, and says he has an emergency message. The servant wanted to whisper something in his ear. The old man asked to be told aloud. A servant reported that Junior Master Xiao had been kidnapped. The guests were terrified. The showmaster had been kidnapped. This is a serious problem for the family. How dare they? Moreover, the timing was bad. The elder is celebrating his 60th birthday. Do they really want to humiliate him like this? The elder asked who did it. The servant said they don't know who kidnapped him since they were called by the young master himself, but he definitely said that Pu Xiaomu personally should handle the negotiations. The old man calmly said that today, on his birthday, he didn't want to destroy anyone. We should send it to the kidnapper and call it a day. One of the guests said that the head of the family was very wise and magnanimous if he allowed him to forgive the offender and give him the Pu family jingo. One of the guests said that the head once again proved his wisdom with this decision. There are no people in the city who would dare to refuse a gift to the Pu family's master, especially since it is not a simple gift, but the Pu family's Jingguo itself. A pass to any place in the city and beyond, it opens almost every door in this city. Even the Chen and Shangguan families at the site of the Pu family's famous Jingguo cannot refuse the bearer's hospitality. It is a very precious gift. The kidnapper should be smart enough to realize its true value, and that will be the end of it. Time passed. Pu Xiaogu did not receive any reply. The young man was nervous. Finally, the guy got the message. He was told that there was nothing to worry about. The old master forgives these offenders for such a joke and gives them a jingo poo in honor of his birthday. Pu Xiaogu requested that Guanjia tell his father that they could not afford to provoke these people at all. They were not ordinary robbers from the big road. They were the guards of the emperor. The young man was told to let Master Xiao relax. It doesn't matter who the person who kidnapped him is, because he will still face the dragon of the family when he arrives in the city. Even if it's a tiger or bear, it wants more meat than it can eat. So the young master shouldn't worry. Elder Pu will definitely save him. Pu Xiaogu cried out in fear that they couldn't let these people enter their home. Zhang Fei snatched the phone from Pu Xiao's hands and told the caller that he was waiting for his master to arrive. Guanjia told the kidnapper that their master is very merciful and gives one last chance. It is necessary to let the young master go and accept the valuable gift, then leave as far away from the Pu family as possible. Zhang Fei wondered, what kind of valuable gifts are we talking about? Is he really being told about Jingguo Pu? The old man wants to ransom his only son for this trash that is useless to him? I guess he's so old that he can no longer see clearly who or what is in front of him. I guess we'll have to help him see. Zhang Fei took the blade from Tang's hands. Pu Xiaogu looked at this weapon with fear. Zhang Fei threw his blade and sliced off his opponent's arm. Blood splattered in all directions. Pu Xiaogu cried out in pain. Zhang Fei and Tang watched their opponent lying on the ground and squirming in pain, with seagulls flying around and screaming. Zhang Fei told Tang to take this and send it to the old man. Tang replied that everything would be fulfilled. The aide wrapped Pu Xiaogu's severed bloody hand in a white cloth. Elder Pu Xiaomu continued to accept congratulations and apologized for the trouble his son had caused. If not for this birthday, he would have been on his way to deal with the kidnapper by now. The guests said they understood everything, especially after the kidnappers received the gift. They would forget their names. The old man said that as the years go by, you begin to realize that it's all small things. He is a worthy man from a worthy family. He wants to be kind to his friends and fair to the common people and wise to his enemies. So he will always try to solve problems peacefully. The bald guest said that Master Pu has a great philosophy of life, and with the help of the Jingo, we can find the kidnappers later. The servant came running to the elder again and said that something terrible had happened. He was holding a box. The old man asked what happened this time. The servant said that they got this box from the kidnapper and suggested the elder to go to the other room. He wanted to tell something. Elder Pu Xiaomu told the servant to tell it like it is here. The bald guest told the homeowner that the kidnappers realized their mistake and decided to give him a gift in return to somehow smooth the edges of the problem. Another of the guests said not to send the kidnappers. They have already belittled the honor and authority of the head of the family, so they will get for it sooner or later anyway. When the court catches up with them, they will suffer. The old man raised his hand and told everyone to be quiet. He wants Guanjia to tell what happened this time. The servant replied that when he arrived at the meeting place, that man had not come at all, but had simply sent someone to hand over the box. The elder told Guanjia not to procrastinate and quickly opened the box to see what was inside. The servant opened the box, and everyone saw that it contained a severed hand. The old man was furious. Was it really his boy's hand? At that moment, a call rang. The old man answered. The caller said if he was so old to walk, then he would check on him himself the next day around noon. He would bring the old man's son too, so he would have time to say goodbye. The old man crushed the phone with his hand in fury. He said that as the head of the family, he would give this rascal the warmest welcome of his life. The old man shouted, "What kind of animal's heart was eaten by that madman who showed such courage? How could he harm his child?" Baldy said, "This stranger has gone too far. How dare he mock Mr. Pu Xiaomu?" The old man said that tomorrow, this rascal would know his wrath and personally feel the Pu family's breath of death. Tomorrow, his curtain should come down before he gets here. In the wine restaurant, the company was relaxing. Mr. Tank was gorging himself on meat. Mr. Long told our hero that this time the villains acted more brazenly. They scared him a lot. Zhang Fei told Uncle Long not to worry. He would handle everything tomorrow, and they wouldn't be able to bother him anymore. The female customers of this restaurant, looking at Tank, were amazed at the way he enjoys his food. She looked so appetizing that they were hungry too. Mr. Long said having lunch with family and friends is great. Moments like this are precious. Zhang Fei thought that during the war, Tank had guarded the distant borders, causing there to be problems with the food supply. Because of this, all his operations were time-limited, and in one such operation, he and 1,000 of his men became surrounded. The enemy pressed in numbers, making it impossible for Tank to break out of the ring. Under such pressure, Tank and his men were forced to move farther away from the border. They settled in a fortress of wood and mud in a dugout pit. To somehow help the severely wounded, Tank gave away his army rations and did not eat a single crumb for several days. In doing so, Tank continued to give commands and lead the men to confront the enemy army. When Zhang Fei and his army broke the siege and reached the earthen castle, there were no more than 20 men left in the tank squad. All the others had died. The tank was thin and exhausted. The tank didn't even have the strength to move on its own, so it was helped by its battle buddies. Tank told the boss that he couldn't forgive himself for losing his brothers. They were dying in front of him and he felt very guilty. Unbreakable Tank, more than 2 meters tall, a cold-blooded commander who did not waver in front of the enemy army, sacrificed food and sleep. But at that moment, the impenetrable Tank could not stand. This man took the blame for all the soldiers who died on that field. War ruins destinies and takes lives. War erases people's smiles. Tank apologized to Zhang Fei, but said that he couldn't stop. It's his fault if he embarrasses everyone. Zhang Fei slammed his fist into Tang's jaw. He said that this guy has already eaten 20 servings. How does he manage to do that? Zhang Fei took Tank's chest. Did he really think that if he was not in the army, he could relax and get into the path of practicing gluttony and laziness as a civilian? Tank replied that he had no such thought. The boss asked, then how could he eat 20 servings and say he could eat more? We need to be tougher on him. They are resuming training next week. Tank immediately stood at attention and said that he would do whatever Emperor Zhang ordered. Mr. Long wondered, is this really Emperor Zhang? Tank realized that he had said something unnecessary and started to make up his mind. Old Man Long said that he was mistakenly thought that Zhang Fei because of his strength. This is the famous throughout the Celestial Empire winged cavalry general, god of war, Emperor Zhang. The next day came. A group of business people were on the roadway near a car waiting for a meeting. One of the men told Mr. Huang that they had learned that Dai Qi and his brothers were involved, albeit indirectly, but they could also visit here. This man told the elder he understands why they did it, but judging from the information, their opponent is no street hooligan, so they have to be careful. Mr. Huang said that even this cat kingdom has recognized that person as its leader. He understands and accepts all the risks, but he can't miss such a chance now. If he can fulfill the assignment of the head of the Pu family, the Huang family can become one of the main families of the second circle in the city. The aide said there were only 5 minutes left before the scheduled meeting, and these people hadn't even crossed the first checkpoint. It looks like they changed their plans and got scared. Mr. Huang said they were definitely not afraid. They dared to kidnap the young master, so they are definitely crazy. Such fear is unknown. They will definitely arrive. The aides bowed and said that Mr. Huang was absolutely right. The bald boss said that the time is almost here. His men have to get ready, and as soon as those show up, they start right away. No matter how many there are, you have to act according to the plan. Zhang Fei was moving slowly to his destination point. They were stuck in a traffic jam. Tank angrily said that he hated traffic jams. Zhang Fei stated that this old man is up to something. He's just trying to stall for time and is doing it like he used to do, in a big way. Zhang Fei thought he was a man of punctuality and ordered the tank to call a helicopter. The closest thing to them is the Tianwan military wing. They have to come to this city for inspection. Tank rejoiced, but regretted that he could not report there on his horse. Pu Xiaomu's office. The old man asked what news from Huang Fa Kai and his meeting group. The servant said he'd just been in touch, but they claim all is calm. The deputy stated that those people seem to have realized who they have messed with and they are just scared to come in. They're probably just another brainless upstart. Miss Xia and Wen Xiao were talking while standing by the road. They thought they would go to the center and visit the music square, especially since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Miss Xia said that because 4 roads were blocked at once, they are forced to stay here, even curious. What kind of event was this? Wen Xiao suggested to walk and see what kind of event was so grand. The gym teacher came up to the girls and asked who the cute girls were waiting for. Wen Xiao asked what happened to Mr. Song Zheng. Sun Zheng said he was walking in the park last night and saw 2 young guys trying to rob an old man. He wanted to stop them, but they noticed him and started running away. He chased after them and ran into their buddies, so he had a hard time, but he held them off until the police arrived. The man thought he would lie. It's not like he could say he wanted to get into the club and they wouldn't let him in and beat him up for causing a disturbance. Sun Zheng asked why the elderly even go out at night to walk in an empty park. Do they really like the evening air so much? Miss Xia said that Sun Zheng didn't need to chase those people. He should have just called the police. Sun Zheng said, does he look like someone who is willing to leave an old man in trouble? The girls said they had to go in time to get there in time for the stores to close and they would hurry. Sun Jung said, "Didn't the girls hear that in addition to the roads, the city center near the Pooh family office was also closed? All the stores there are out of business today." The man smiling said that something big was happening on the other side today, but it wasn't much of a secret, and he could find out with one phone call. The man made a call and said he was almost right. However, some of the stores were open and he could help the girls get there, because not all roads are open. Sung Jen said he would be happy to help. In half an hour, they would already be in the center of the city at Music Square. The man added, since the girls' cars were stuck here, he would drive them in his. It was on the other side of the street, a 5-minute walk from here. An SUV stopped not far from the girls. Wen Xiao saw Zhang Fei get out of it. The girl immediately rushed to hug the young man and shouted that she had finally found him. Wen Xiao said that she was very happy to see him, although she had asked his sister to introduce them. She didn't expect to see him so soon. Chance allowed them to cross paths again. Miss Xia thought, "Who is this young man?" Wen Shui just saw him and immediately rushed into his arms. Zhang Fei told the girl that he had returned. Wen Shu asked what had he been doing for the past few years. The young man replied that when the soldiers left, their squad had gotten some special assignments on the border and they had to cut off any communication with the world. The girl said that she had tried to ask her father about him, but he always ignored the question, so she wanted to find out for herself. Wen Shui added since her rash actions could lead to serious problems, she was sent to study, and afterward she was arranged to be a teacher here. Wen Shui said that Zhang Fei this time to solve all his family problems with Chen. The young man told the girl not to worry. She used to take care of him and protect him, but now he is back and will do everything to make her life peaceful and happy. Sung Jen overheard the conversation and realized that this guy, Long Eden's older brother, Zhang Fei inquired to his interlocutor, were they really going to visit the music square? Zhu replied that it was rare to go out on weekends to relax. She didn't expect to encounter traffic and heard that the music square was also closed today. Sun Jung became nervous about being ignored. He shouted that he couldn't be treated like this. Zhang Fei said that a helicopter would be coming to pick him up soon. He could give the girl a ride, then she wouldn't have to wait out about the traffic. Miss Xia asked, "Does the young man mean that because of some traffic jams, he purposely called a helicopter to get out of here?" The girl didn't really believe his words. Was he some kind of superhero or movie star? Or a political figure? Zhang Fei confirmed and said that he had indeed summoned an entire helicopter for this purpose. Miss Xia said that bragging is in vogue today with guys like him. She knows he is Long Eden's brother and she knows who the girl is. Miss Xia came closer and said that she can't even justify his lie. Does he himself even realize how ridiculous it sounds? Call a helicopter because of traffic. Miss Xia took Wen Shui's hand and said they are leaving. Song Zheng's car is more real and believable than the helicopter. The gym teacher opened the car door and said he was honored to serve 2 beautiful girls. The man, grinning, added that he was all the more likely not to land the helicopter on the road because of the traffic. Wen Shui told the interlocutor that it was indeed a funny joke. If he wanted, he could go with them and they would chat while walking. The gym teacher said that Shui was still worried about this kid, but he couldn't compare to him, Song Jung. Wen Shui said goodbye to her childhood friend and was about to get into the car to the gym teacher. Military helicopters appeared in the sky. Zhang Fei said that it seemed like his transportation had arrived. Miss Xia told the guy not to make things up. There are helicopters flying through the city center every day. What do they have to do with the guy? One of the helicopters began circling directly over the plaza and reducing altitude. The helicopter landed in close proximity to this company. The gym teacher was morally destroyed. Our hero was approached by the pilots and told that they welcomed General Zhang. The Tianwan combat wing has arrived. Wen Shui was shocked. Did this helicopter really come after him? The gym teacher continued to stand his ground and yelled that there was no such thing. Zhang Fei extended his hand to Wen Shui and said that he was inviting her on board. The assistant walked over to Mr. Huang and said that there were so many attack helicopters circling over the city, as if Emperor Zhang himself, who has power over half of the country, had decided to visit the city. However, the whole life of people of such a level is lived in the capital city. Why would he want to come to this small town? The deputy, smiling, suggested that maybe someone had decided to make an expensive joke. Mr. Huang, after a moment's thought, said that there was a certain truth in this. He decided not to think about large-scale drills for the time being and to continue waiting for his guest. The bald boss's attention was caught by something on the flagship helicopter. Mr. Huang asked loudly, "What is the emblem on that flag?" This was the battle flag of the winged cavalry general. Was it really Emperor Zhang himself here? Mr. Huang immediately fell to his knees and lowered his head to the ground. He urged his assistant to do the same, and this is actually General Zhang. This is his emblem, the red bird of the south, but why is he here? The assistant said that the helicopter flew towards the Xianlong group. What should they do? Elder Pu must be informed immediately. If the emperor has decided to visit them, either they will be blessed or cursed and die. He said that the emperor's power is too great. They can't be frivolous, otherwise they will pay the price. We must hurry up and report everything to Pu Xiaomu. The general of the winged cavalrymen is heading to the main office. Elder Pu walked out of the office. The people standing outside were discussing the helicopters. Everyone longs to see the war hero, for he has brought peace to this country. People said that they would be honored to see the head of the heavenly wings in person. Mr. Huang ran up to Elder Pu and said he had urgent news. The old man asked if they had caught the madman who had kidnapped his son, but they will talk about it later. The old man thought that the most important thing right now was the helicopters, and the one flying in them, the one who represents infinite power and strength. At times like this, the rescued son could wait. Mr. Huang said that the information is about Emperor Zhang. He is heading to Xianlong. The old man shouted that no one should know about it. Elder Pu thought to meet the emperor, all powerful families gathered together in hopes of gaining favor. He didn't expect that his family would be the first to get this opportunity. To receive the favor of the Heaven Emperor right now, this was an opportunity he didn't take to miss. Our heroes flew to their destination point. The tank released the helicopters and waved to them. When Shui asked if Zhang Fei would go along with them, he replied that he still had some things to deal with. Zhang Fei and Tank, who was carrying Pu Xiaogu on his shoulder, approached the Pu Xiao family's office. The security service at the entrance stopped these people. The guards asked who they were. What are they doing here? Zhang Fei asked to call Pu Xiaomu to him and tell him that he and his son were waiting in the office. The guards said that this visitor was very impertinent for such requests. He should either show permission or get the hell out of here. Tank didn't want to waste time on negotiations and deactivated the disgruntled guards with a few blows. Mr. Tank, stroking his hand, said it was somehow too easy. Zhang Fei stated that the road was now open and could be followed. After a while, Elder Pu and his men came running here. The old man asked, "What's going on? Where is Emperor Zhang?" Mr. Huan said he had to be here. His brother had definitely seen the helicopter land at Music Square. It's not like he could just disappear. The beaten guards ran up to Mr. Pu and told him that some unknown people had broken into the office and were demanding to see him. Elder Pu Xiaomu said that he didn't care about them. Has the guard seen Emperor Zhang? Where is he? The old man thought that those brainless guards might mess things up. The guards are not notified that they have a VIP guest, which means they're required by law to respond to everyone as an intruder. They could make a lot of noise. Mr. Huang sent a guard to warn everyone to keep things quiet. Mr. Huang said for Pu Xiaogu to stay outside to meet the emperor as befitted a master of the house, and he would go up and try to settle things. The elder said he will remember the kindness and determination to help their family. Mr. Huang will be rewarded. Mr. Huang thought he could understand from Pu Xiaomu's words that he had become one step closer to power in the city. Everything is planned. Liu Yongtong's car pulled up to the office. The old man thought, why is he here? Liu Yongtong, getting out of the car, asked why the old man hid that he had guests. The old man said that his secrecy didn't slow him down too much, and now Mr. Liu is here. Mr. Tank continued the beating with security personnel from this office getting under his skin. Moving forward, the tank left behind beaten and mutilated elite guards. Zhang Fei said that the tank is too demanding. After all, they are mere guards. They cannot be compared to the mercenaries they met in the war. Mr. Huan went to the office and couldn't understand what was going on. Why were there beaten guards lying in his way? Up ahead, he saw our heroes. The frightened Mr. Huang said that he was very sorry. He was truly sorry and begged for mercy. The man wet his pants in fear. Zhang Fei told Tang to leave this guy alone. The young men entered the vacant office. Tank wondered why the boss had decided to let this guy go. Zhang Fei replied because he wet himself like a little kid. But if Tank wanted to get his hands dirty, then he could go back. Zhang Fei said for Tank to put down this bag and call the old man. It should be said that he has 5 minutes to come and explain himself. Elder Pu Xiaomu received a call from Huang saying that he had settled everything. Mr. Huang said he had to leave right away. It looks like his guys have captured the kidnapper. The elder said for Huang to deal with the kidnapper and return at once. Liu Yongtong said, Master Pu's complexion doesn't seem to be very good. He seems to be preoccupied with other matters. Why doesn't he settle them first? Pu Xiaomu replied, no matter how important the affairs are, they can't be more important than welcoming such a guest. This area is the territory of the Pu family. Naturally, the Pu should be responsible for giving a proper welcome. Liu Yuntong thought, does this old man really not care about his family? Tank told the boss that he couldn't get through. Zhang Fei said that he was sorry. It seems that he would have to visit the old man himself. However, they will go down another way. The tank threw Pu Shragu's sack-wrapped body out of the window. People who were in the square heard something fall near them. Did someone jump out of the building? A crowd of curious people surrounded the body lying in the square. Zhang Fei and the tank, watching through the broken window, said that they would be moving out as well. The young men got on the airboards and, pushing off, flew through the air. Elder Pu Xiaomu, suspecting something wrong, walked over to the bloody body. The old man looked at the body and thought, how could this be? It was Pu Xiaogu. The old man knelt down and picked up the young man. The old man said that he could not avenge the young man now, not today. The old man ordered me to find the person who did this. They must settle everything here before the emperor arrives, or their family may be harmed. Elder Pu Xiaomu ordered the corpse to be removed and cleaned up immediately. Right now, meeting the guests was more important than this young man. Our heroes appeared in the square. The tank kicked to deactivate the men who were carrying the young man's body. Zhang Fei stepped his foot on the body and asked the old man, is he Pu Xiaomu? Zhang Fei said that the old man was incredibly hard to face. He was even tired of running after him. Elder Pu Xiaomu thought something is not right here. Pu Xiaomu asked, who is this person? One of the subordinates said it seemed to him that those two people came down from above the building. Zhang Fei assumed that the old man would want to avenge the young man tooth for tooth, but he wouldn't succeed. He would only cripple himself. The old man said that he, Pu Xiaomu, will definitely destroy this guy, but today he is not the most important event in his life. He should be quiet. The old man hoped that the guests' visit to their city would go smoothly and without problems. Therefore, he would get straight to the point. How much does the guy want? Zhang Fei thought it was funny, the old man saying it to his face. Zhang Fei said that he became interested. The old man, for the sake of his own future, even forgot about the young man's death. Zhang Fei said that he wanted 100 million money. The old man's eyes almost popped. He didn't expect such insolence. Has this guy lost his mind? A man came to the company of these people and said that he is the most powerful judge in this city. It is urgent to apologize to the master and pay him compensation. Then he will be like a judge, lenient. Zhang Fei, turning to the old man, said that it seems that his people do not want to live without problems. Pu Xiaogu shouted for his interlocutor not to get heated. The elder slapped the judge on the cheek with his hand and told him to get out immediately. Pu Xiaomu handed the young man a card and said, this is a platinum Xianlong card. On it, 100 million money. Zhang Fei took the card and pronounced that it was the dirty money of a clean person and added that it was now leaving. The young man added that when that money runs out, he will be back again. The old man declared that when he was done greeting the heavenly king, he would find this guy himself to settle the score and tear him to pieces. Tank said in surprise. In order to gain even more power and influence, this man even ignored the young man's destruction. Zhang Fei said that this old man was very similar to his father. Zhang Fei hoped that his father was in good health and was waiting to smash his kneecaps so he couldn't get off his knees when he apologized at his mother's grave. Tank thought that the emperor's aura was still just as terrifying. Zhang Fei saw two girls standing to the side. Miss Xia said that Wen Shui's friend had also come to see Emperor Zhang. Zhang Fei inquired, aren't girls supposed to be in the music square? Wen Shui replied that her friend had heard that the god of war himself was coming here, so they had come in, hopes of at least seeing him with one eye. The girls saw the line to the office building. There were so many people who wanted to see the emperor. This is a great time for the god of war to come to this city for a visit. But unfortunately, the Xianlong group only allows families with wealth of at least 100 million. Miss Xia asked the young man how he got here. They didn't see him while they were coming here, so he was coming from the direction of the Xianlong group. Zhang Fei replied that the girl was right. He was in the Xianlong group to settle some matters. Miss Xia said, she admires how the guy lies calmly. He seems to have a talent. Sung Jiang said this guy made money to rent a helicopter and all for bragging. The gym teacher thought that if he made this guy look bad, Wen Shui would be disappointed. Zhang Fei said that he tells it like it is. He doesn't care if they believe him or not. Zhang Fei said that he would leave first, but if the girls wanted to enter the Xianlong, they could use this card. Song Zhang said that this guy is trying to trick girls with a piece of plastic and advised Wen Shui not to accept this gift. The gym teacher said that he was about to make one call and they would be allowed in because he knew Huang Fa-Cai. Tank was tired of listening to this pedagogue and said that if he heard one more word in that direction, he would have to die. Zhang Fei blocked Tank's path and said that there was no need to do so. This worm was not worthy of their efforts. Sung Zhen called Mr. Huang and said he welcomed the boss. He said he had one request. Apparently, Mr. Huang was talking very loudly because everyone could hear his answer. He sent the gym teacher away and told him if he dialed that number again, he would have to hurt him. Mr. Juan with wet pants couldn't believe that what happened here was done by ordinary people. So who was in front of him? The bald businessman looked down through the broken window. The height was immense. Wen Shu said that Teacher Song is trying to be cool at the expense of other people, unlike Zhang Fei. One must remember, the closer to the fire, the more chances of getting burned. Wen Shui gave the card to her friend and said that she really wanted to go there, and they said goodbye. Wen Shui decided to keep the young people company. She said she knew a good restaurant nearby. Miss Xia didn't understand why Wen Shui was fascinated by this person, but she wanted to find out. This broken card seemed unhelpful to her. Miss Xia said that she would also go with them and ran after the company. The gym teacher was left alone. Sung Jong couldn't understand how come he was now alone. The Emperor's elite guard, the Heaven's Guard, a group of elite guard squad is in the car. The commander said that the prince's position has changed and he is heading to Ziyun. The commander ordered to change the route and follow the prince. A group of young people are advised by Wen Shui to spend time in a hotel restaurant. Miss Xia said with surprise that this is the biggest hotel in the city. No wonder the hotel restaurant is so expensive. Wen Shui said that they were here to celebrate the return of her close friend. Tank started to gorge himself on meat as usual. He said the food here was incredibly good, and idle talk at the table was disrespectful to the food. Wen Shui said that the military is as straightforward as ever. Zhang Fei advised his colleague to chew his food instead of shoving everything into his mouth. Miss Xia said that Emperor Zhang is coming to town. Why is Zhang Fei the only one who doesn't care about meeting him live? I mean, he's an idol for all the young guys and even grown men, let alone women. Zhang Fei replied, it is because the general of the winged cavalrymen will not come to the city. Miss Xia was surprised, but after all, the whole town is abuzz about his arrival. Zhang Fei said, if the emperor was really on his way to the city, then all the military in the area had to line up along the road for 30 miles just to greet him. This time, only his cronies would appear in the city. Wen Shui said that she didn't believe it either. Zhang Fei's reasoning completely dispelled any doubts. He is as insightful as ever. Miss Xia said sadly. She thought she would be able to see the emperor at least once. It's a pity he won't come. The girl asked in surprise, if the emperor is not coming, then whose visit is the Xianlong group preparing for? The high-ranking family members in waiting were thinking that maybe Master Pu was just messing with them. Why hadn't the general arrived yet? Mr. Pu Xiaomu's advisor reported to him that they had lost track of the Sky Guard. The patriarch angrily ordered them to be sought out immediately, or he would become the laughingstock of the entire city. The counselor asked fearfully, is the patriarch asking to find the emperor himself? Elder Pu Xiaomu could no longer control himself. He kicked the advisor and told him to immediately report where the emperor was now. Even if the counselor had to sacrifice himself, otherwise he would personally deal with him. The old man turned to Mr. Huang and hit him with his fist on his jaw. He said that this man, a useless trash, can't even solve even the simplest question. Pu Xiaomu continued to beat Mr. Huang with his foot and said that his attitude towards Mr. Huang was a great waste. Mr. Huang said that the man was really too strong. When he returned, the man and his accomplice had already jumped from the window, which was the 26th floor. The old man pulled out a gun and pointed it at Mr. Huan's forehead. He asked what was the point of him keeping such a man around him. Huan was terrified and apologized and said he would make things right and asked to be given one last chance. The gym teacher, Song Jiang, was drinking beer alone in frustration. He thought that because of this Zhang Fei girl doesn't notice him at all, it looks like this is the end. Suddenly, the phone rang. Song Jiang grabbed the phone and said that he was happy to hear from Boss Huang. Mr. Huan said he had an important matter for the gym teacher. Does he know the guy whose picture Mr. Huan is about to send him? Sung Jiang looked at the picture and recognized him after all. It was the same guy, Long Eden's older brother. Sung Jiang was very happy. After all, this guy had managed to anger Boss Huang, so that guy would be killed and Wen Shui would belong to him. In the hotel restaurant, Wen Shui stood up and raised her glass. She wanted to make a toast. The girl is happy that she can have a drink with her old friend today. Wen Shui, looking into the eyes of the young man, asked, is he retired now, or did he take a vacation for a couple of days? Zhang Fei evasively replied, something like this, right now the situation at the border is under control, and he's not needed there for now. Miss Xia inquired about the guy's future plans. He can't just sit around doing nothing, can he? Wen Shui said that her friend had spent a lot of years on the border. Now he can rest for a few days. Zhang Fei said that he really wanted to take some rest and settle some family matters at the same time. Miss Xia thought it wasn't easy to find a job now. She originally wanted to offer the guy some help in finding one. A waiter approached the young people. He said hello to Wen Shui. The waiter said that the bill was paid by their gentleman, He also asked to hand over his business card and invite the girl to a luxurious room on the second floor. Miss Xia asked, "Is it the rich suitor who is after her again? He's much more powerful than anyone else." Wen Shu told the waiter to give that gentleman a business card and money and told him not to make a fool of himself. The waiter said that the girl is invited by a young master from the Sun family, Sun Kailong. The girl can't refuse a man like that. Tank intervened in the conversation. He punched the waiter in the nose without words, and that was the end of Tank's monologue. Miss Xia said Tank is very impulsive. The Sun family, they are a family of military diplomats. Zhang Fei confirmed, "This is the same Song family. No matter how many times you say no to them, they will still hear, yes, but later, this old Song Canaan has a bad upbringing." Wen Shu said that this ghost has been haunting her for a long time. Sometimes it's even too annoying, it's very tiring. Men in black entered the restaurant. They were security guards. Tank got up from the table and looked at these young men with a hostile look. A stranger appeared accompanied by a waiter who got punched in the nose by Tank. This man asked, "Who among the people present dared to hit this waiter?" Tank, without hiding, said it was him. "And now what are these people going to do about it?" Wen Shui said that this person received deservedly. The Song family should respect the laws, so there should be no claim against them. The young man said that Sister Shui shouldn't attack him just because they know each other well. The person who made the invitation today is this Chen Shihai. Chen Shihai asked the girl if she was his cousin's fiancée. The guy asked the girl to join him for a drink. Wen Shui said that their families had already broken the marriage contract, so they had nothing to talk about. Mr. Sun said for the girl to just accept this guy's offer and have a drink with him. This time, Zhang Fei ran out of patience. He stood up from the table and sent Mr. Sun far into the corner with a kick of his foot. Zhang Fei asked, "Why did this jerk suddenly think that he could touch a girl?" Chen Shihai was surprised at how quickly everything happened. He asked our hero who he was. Zhang Fei replied that he was someone this guy could not afford to provoke. Chen Shihai said that there was no one in this city that he could not afford to provoke. Mr. Chen added that after these words, he could not let the interlocutor go from this hotel. The group of our heroes began to be surrounded by people in black from all sides. Tank prepared to repel the attack. Zhang Fei was as cool and confident as ever. Chen Shihai said that he always acts within the law. Now he is also committing violence within the framework of his own law. Zhang Fei said that this guy was tiring him out and asked Tank to get the girls out of here. Tank said what would be done, and turning to the girls, stated that he had to get them out of here. Someone from Chen Shihai's security team said that we should catch these fleeing people. Mr. Chen stated there is no need to chase them. Mr. Chen, turning to Zhang Fei, said that the guy is acting very noble. In order to protect these women, he is willing to sacrifice himself. Zhang Fei said that there was a misunderstanding. He's just afraid that this guy's blood might get on the girls and they don't need to see violence at all. Chen Shihai said that even before he died, this guy was trying to hurt someone with his tongue and ordered him to be destroyed. One of the bodyguards swung his fist and rushed at Zhang Fei. He shouted that the guy could say goodbye to his life. Our hero stopped this attacker's attack with one finger and wondered if that was all he could do. The attacker thought with horror, what is going on? How had he been able to stop his fist with his finger? The other attackers thought that this guy was from the master rank and should be treated differently. They took out their knives and moved to attack. Someone decided to test what was harder than his steel knife or his opponent's body. Zhang Fei broke the attacker's knife with a blow of his hand and said that his hand was indeed stronger than steel. After that, in a few moves, our hero fought off another attack. The victims shouted that they were in pain and asked for a doctor. Zhang Fei approached Chen Shihai and said that he was the only one left. Mr. Chen said that his family, the lord of this city, if he dares to harm him, then he is willing to go against his family. There will be no forgiveness for him. Chen Shihai said no matter how good the opponent's skill is, he is still vulnerable to bullets. But if he lets him go, he will say that nothing happened today. Zhang Fei swiped at the interlocutor and said that old lady Shangguan knows how to give birth to children, but their quality leaves much to be desired. Chen Shihai cried out in fear that his mother was the most powerful woman in this city. She could give this guy anything he wanted. Zhang Fei kicked his opponent in the jaw and told him to shut up. Zhang Fei said that his family's wealth was built on the blood of his family, but no matter how many evil scoundrels you bless, they will not start doing good, and it is unfair. Our hero, hearing the characteristic sound, deflected his head. At the same moment, a bullet flew past him. Mr. Huan appeared in the room with a gun in his hand. He said he had missed a little. Lying on the floor, Chen Shihai asked for Huang to help him immediately. Huang, without letting go of the gun, told Zhang Fei to let go of Chen Shihai. Otherwise, he would cut off his opponent's life with a single shot. Zhang Fei kicked the head of the lying Chen Shihai with his foot and pushed him to Mr. Chuang's feet. Zhang Fei said he did as the opponent wanted and now he is letting this guy go. Mr. Chuang said that Zhang Fei destroyed this guy. Our hero is surrounded by armed bandits. Mr. Huan, laughing, said that today came his last day. Zhang Fei said that such a lot of firearms in one place, it is like the black market has reopened. Zhang Fei raised his hand and said so be it, he would allow them to shoot. Mr. Huan said if a guy is in a hurry, he may not regret it now. Mr. Huang commanded the gunmen to open fire. At the same moment, the Rapid Reaction Force, a specially trained group of the Emperor's guards, rushed into the room. They quickly and skillfully disarmed the bandits and deactivated them. Having accomplished their task, the Emperor's security team lined up at attention. The squad leader said that the Heavenly Guards came too late, and they asked the prince to forgive them. Zhang Fei replied that this time they would only make do with intensified training for 10 days. The squad thanked His Imperial Highness for his mercy. Mr. Huan couldn't understand what they were talking about. This guy can't be a prince. He shouted that this guy only knows a few tricks and gimmicks, he's just a kid. Suddenly, a stranger burst into the room. She grabbed Mr. Huang by the throat and threw him to the floor. The girl said that beauty accepts this sacrifice. The brunette turned to the prince and asked why he had gone to this town, and even without her? Zhang Fei replied that it was a long story and told her to first take her brothers and sort things out here. After that, check the black market here for weapons and report back to him. Now he'll be the first to go. The belligerent stranger knelt and said she was obeying orders. At Wen Shua's house, the girls at the side were quietly talking. Tank was taking the opportunity to eat something in the kitchen. Wen Shu said that she couldn't wait that long and decided to call her father. Miss Xia decided to call her grandfather. Wen Shua's phone rang, it was Zhang Fei. The guy said that he was fine. The girl replied that she was very happy and wanted to know what had happened. Zhang Fei replied that it was not worth discussing. It was enough for her to know that everything was fine. Talking with his girlfriend, our hero heard strange sounds coming from the bushes on the roadside. The guy told the person he was talking to that he would call her later and disconnected. A young man sees a rogue threatening a woman on the side of the road. He likes the way she resists, and she will be rewarded for her vain efforts. Zhang Fei came closer and said he thought that this kind of thing could only be seen in movies, but it seems like he was very wrong. The villain turned around and seeing our hero asked who he was. The girl looked at the guy and with her eyes asked him for help. Zhang Fei told the rapist that it was urgent. He must find a place and hide. The villain jumped to his feet and shouted, "What is this guy talking about?" His eyes expressed a clear threat. Zhang Fei reiterated that this guy should urgently find a place where no one was in and no one knew about. Perhaps then he would save his life. The rascal decided to pounce with fists on the stranger and said that this boy dared not threaten him with death. He was too arrogant for his years. Zhang Fei said with a smile that he was facing the first strong warrior he had met since arriving in the eastern region, and blocked his opponent's punch with a slight movement of his hand. The villain was shocked. He realized there was nothing he could do. His opponent was stronger than him. Zhang Fei stated that if this was his opponent's strongest punch, he was disappointed. The young man made several strong movements with his arm. The villain flew far back with broken arms and legs. The young man saw the rogue continue to fly away from him for a considerable distance. The villain told this guy to remember that Master Leia's martial arts hall would find him and destroy him and his entire clan. Zhang Fei, after hearing about Lei's martial arts hall, decided that perhaps he would linger here, hoping that this hall would give him some pleasant surprises. The young man released the girl and asked if she was okay. The girl tearfully thanked her rescuer and said she no longer believed in luck. Zhang Fei said that the girl was now safe and asked if her family should be contacted and told everything. The girl shook her head negatively and told the guy to escort her to the Xianlong group if he could. Zhang Fei thought that there was something about this girl. However, a group of Shanglongs emerged again. It looked like someone had decided to play around. After escorting the girl to the appointed place, the young man said that he had accomplished his mission and, as promised to Miss Liu, had brought her to safety. Miss Liu didn't want to let the boy go. She said he should go with her. Her father is the second founder of the Xianlong group. He will thank the boy generously. The young man was surprised. As far as he knew, Pu Xiaomu was the sole shareholder and founder of Xianlong Group. The girl, smiling, said that this was not the case. The company has a second owner as well. It is her father, Liu Yongtong. Liu Yongtong was in a rage. He reprimanded his assistants and said that they were eating rice for nothing. His daughter had disappeared a few hours ago. They still hadn't found her. Elder Pu Xiaomu asked his colleague to restrain his anger. Surely his daughter Liu Qingqing in a safe place. Liu Yuntong looked at the old man and asked, "Did he really have a hand in this?" Pu Xiaomu replied that he was a law-abiding citizen. Even if he really wanted to kidnap people, he wouldn't be able to do it. Liu Yongtong angrily told Pu Xiaomu to stop acting like an innocent bystander. He should be straightforward about what he wants. However, if anything happens to his daughter, he will fight and will not leave the old man alone even after death. Elder Pu Xiaomu said for Master Liu to worry about him. First, he wants to introduce his friend. This is Master Lei Hu from the Lei Clan Martial Arts Hall. He has excellent martial arts skills. The old man continued. As for what he wants, there's nothing special about it. You just have to give him all the shares and give up your place in the company in his favor. Seeing his interlocutor's reaction, the elder asked what was wrong. Wasn't he the one who had recently rejoiced at his loss? Why was he now making such an expression on his face? Liu Yongtong agreed. However, he needs to make sure his daughter is okay. He wants to hear her voice. The old man told his subordinate that he wanted to hear Ching Ching's voice. The martial arts master could not be reached. The caller's machine is turned off or out of range. The old man asked, "Is there any problem?" The man said that Master Pu could be confident in the strength and ability of his Lei Clan Martial Arts Hall. The door to the study opened, and Liu Yunton saw his daughter. The martial arts master opened his mouth and said that it was impossible. Elder Pu Xiaomu angrily asked, "How did she end up here?" Father and daughter hugged each other. Mr. Liu Yongtong said how good it was that the daughter was okay. The girl tearfully told her father that she was saved by Mr. Zhang. If it wasn't for him, she would never be able to see her father again. Mr. Zhang Fei walked into the study. The young man said that he had met Mr. Pu Xiaomu again, although he doesn't believe in fate, but this is already alarming. The boy added that he still wanted this meeting, albeit a little later, but there was no point in delaying it now. The elder wondered, is this young man still alive? Wang Fa Kai? This is truly a waste of money and time. Liu Yongtong told our hero that he was grateful for his help. Liu's family will thank this guy properly. Mr. Liu Yongtong thought that this guy was also feuding with Old Man Pu. Liu Yongtong turned to the old man and said that because of his age, he couldn't read everything. Today he won't even be able to eat dinner in peace. The old man said that the head of the family doesn't live much less than him, but is still too prone to the hot-headedness of young people. However, it's not the end of the world. Master Lei will help him. Master Lei immediately rushed towards the girl. The old man told Junton that here and now their confrontation would end in his victory. In the same instant, Zhang Fei covered the girl with him and knocked Master Lei down with a confident hand strike. The young man said that the sound of the opponent's punch is like thunder. Its internal force is great, and it's quite good. Master Lei said, "This guy must have been able to overpower his brother. He would like to know what's wrong with him now." Elder Pu Xiaomu asked, "Why is Master Lei wasting his energy and time on idle talk? Does Master Lei really think that that guy will be able to defeat him? He should just be caught and slowly interrogated." Master Lei replied that that was exactly what he wanted to do. He was just going to distract this guy a bit. Zhang Fei, while continuing to defend the innocent girl, said that there are always those people who judge the strength of others by appearance and themselves. Although to him, Master Lei's strength was no more than that of his common soldier. Our hero asked, "A high level of inner strength and average fighting skills, is that all his opponent has? Then we need to teach him a valuable lesson today." Zhang Fei used his internal energy to send his opponent far backwards with a strong punch. Master Lei crashed into the opposite wall and made a dent in it. Zhang Fei said that he saw it as funny. His next opponent limiting his strength dimension to just peak internal strength, it was even insulting. The young man walked up to Elder Pu Xiaomu and slapped him. He asked if the old man would want to talk to him after losing again. The old man, falling to the floor, asked in consternation, "After all, this guy had massacred his son. What more did he want?" The young man stepped on the head of the lying old man and said that it was very simple. The old man must give up the most precious thing he has, the rights to the company, and then he will be able to continue his family in the future. The old man cried out in fear that this guy could destroy him anyway. Zhang Fei told the old man not to waste his time. Did he agree or not? The old man replied that he would give everything. Liu Yunton was horrified to think that this guy had so easily obtained the rights to the company and a huge stake. After receiving the necessary documents, Zhang Fei said that he had finally found a worthy gift for his aunt after his return home. Pu Xiaomu asked if he could leave now. Zhang Fei replied that he was releasing the old man as promised, but couldn't speak for the family. Perhaps they also have some questions for the old man. Liu Yongtong told Elder Pu Xiaomu that the Liu family, they are serious business people. So there's no need to worry. The Liu family is kind and generous. Liu Yongtong told his assistant to hand over to the police all the dirt on Mr. Pu that he had collected over the years. The old man was on his knees. Yunton said that this was his retribution. The police arrived and arrested Elder Pu Xiaomu and his assistant, a martial arts master. The policeman thanked our hero for his help. Zhang Fei received an award for a good citizen from a police officer. Miss Liu thanked the young man for everything he had done for her and her family. She would never forget it. Liu Yongtong told the young man that he too wanted to thank on behalf of the entire Liu family. If he needed any help in the future, he could contact the Xianlong group directly to find him. Zhang Fei said that he would remember it. The young man turned around and said that he had to go and wished him good luck and said, "See you soon." At Long Dongqiang's house, the young men were having dinner. Tank told his boss that he had delivered the two girls home safely. Zhang Fei wondered if the girls had not left him for dinner. Tank said that they actually fed him twice. The boss slammed into the Tank's jaw again. How can this guy after so many meals still eat? Mr. Long said that wanting to eat good food is normal. He has the ability to do just that, and he will make sure that no one is hungry. Zhang Fei said that Uncle Long's skill is actually incredible. However, he wondered, how is the Tiansan Hotel? Mr. Long said the location has been picked, and he is just waiting for it to open, but he is a little worried about Eden. Mr. Long said he just couldn't take care of Eden anymore after the hotel opened. Zhang Fei replied that Uncle Long could rest assured that he could safely start the business. Eden will live with him and let him fulfill his duty as an older brother. Outside, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Fei apologized and went outside. There were two people there. To these people, the guy told them that they had done a great job in saving Eden and they deserved to be rewarded. Dai Qi and Lao Hu smiled and said that after all, they were careless and didn't even dare to ask for a reward. The young man said, punishment for failure, reward for fulfillment. Those are his rules. If they want, he can send them to West Zhejiang so they can test their strength. Lao Hu happily said, if they could get to Xinjiang and stay there for a while, many big doors to the future would be opened for them. Daichi said that West Xinjiang is the military region of the winged cavalrymen, and no one could ever interfere in the affairs of this military region. Zhang Fei said that his words, these are the words of Xinjiang. Dai Qi and Lao Hu could not believe what they were hearing. They fell on their knees and said, long live the Heavenly King. By the mercy of the Heavenly King, they are willing to fight to the death for the Heavenly King. Turning around, the guy said the two could go get ready and asked that they not say it out loud. The two replied that the subordinates would carry out any order from the emperor. Dai Qi told his friend before they went to Xinjiang, it would be a good idea to take care of one small problem. Lao Hu agreed. In the city's #1 school, in the teacher's office, Wen Shui is talking to Long Eden. The teacher gave the girl an invitation card and told her that tonight is her teacher's birthday party, so she and her brother should come. Eden told the teacher not to worry. She and her brother would be there at the appointed time, no doubt about it. The gym teacher was peeking at Long Eden from around the corner. Huang Fa Kai gave him an important assignment again because he had many people missing. This guy was unreliable, but there were no others left. Song Zhen thought if he couldn't marry Madam Wen, he would make Sister Zhang Fei answer for it. The gym teacher asked Zi Chen if she remembered what she had to do. The girl replied that she certainly remembered everything. Lao Hu and Dai Qi suddenly appeared near the two conspirators. They asked what the girl should do. The gym teacher got scared and said it was a misunderstanding. Dai Qi agreed with him and drove his fist into his head. Lao Hu swooped down and hit Zi Chen. Both conspirators were deactivated. Dai Qi and Lao Hu thought that now these two wouldn't dare to plot anything against the Lord's sister. In the Sun family house, Mrs. Sun was horrified. Who dared to do this to her daughter? These scoundrels must die. The man told his wife to calm down. He got the news that the Heaven's Guardians and terrorists had a showdown in the Ziyun Pavilion area. That's probably why the child was hurt. The woman said angrily, shouldn't the guards prioritize keeping people safe? They should all be court-martialed for their incompetence. The man called his wife names and said that the so-called terrorists were from the Pu family, and Pu Xiaomu had already gone to jail. Most importantly, they must find out if this child is definitely not involved in all this. The woman said he has no conscience at all. Kailun is his own son. If he doesn't take revenge on those who wronged him, as a father, he will only deserve to die. The man said that because of her love, she was completely unable to think straight right now. A servant came to Head's son and said that some unknown young man outside was asking for a meeting. He claimed that it was his fault that the young master had suffered so much. The woman walked up to the aide and slapped his arm. She said they were useless scoundrels. Who dared to beat up her son? Why are they still talking to that abuser? They should break all his limbs and beat him half to death. Do they really need to be taught that? Outside the house, Zhang Fei was waiting to meet. He was not alone. Zhang Fei said that the Song family didn't seem like they were going to let him in. The only thing left to do is to enter the house by himself. Memories came flooding back to the young man. In those distant times, it wasn't only the Shangguan family who were persecuting them. He remembered hiding in a dark corner with his sister and mother. Into the house, through the window and door, the villains burst. The villains saw the woman and her children and said, "This is where they are hiding." Zhang Fei thought, whenever he recalled this night, he could barely restrain himself from destroying all those rascals. Mr. Sun felt a strong thirst for blood. He wondered what was going on there. The Song family manor's security was deactivated, and the gates were open. Zhang Fei saw no obstacles in front of him. The path was cleared. The head of the house called Chianggai and said that an unknown person came to the house, and judging from his aura he didn't come here to talk. The caller said he would be there soon. The young man walking inside the manor wondered, was this really all the Sun family could do? Had they all died out? Decent fighters appeared in front of the young man. They were fighters of different genres. One of such fighters told our hero to get away. Another worthy fighter was a self-confident elder. He said that it was presumptuous. Sun family, this is the family of the military attaché. By doing so, the young man condemns himself to a worse life. The big guy said that these days any trash who knows a couple tricks thinks he's a Mount Tai. He hopes this guy thought through his suicide speech when he came here. Zhang Fei wondered, did this house always treat guests like this? He asked that these people tell their master to come out. The big man shouted that this arrogant young man was unworthy of seeing his master and rushed at the boy to attack him. He said that the person who destroyed this rascal boy was Shuanglong, the head of the Song family's guards. Zhang Fei easily dodged and slammed into the jaw of Shuanglong's security chief. He asked if he was an arrogant young man. Zhang Fei said that this Shuanglong stood there without moving. Zhang Fei slapped Shuanglong a few more times and asked if he was really the head of security. A serious-looking old man decided to join the fight. He said that this boy was very impertinent and was behaving too disrespectfully. Zhang Fei swung a punch at the old man. The old man lost a few teeth and some blood. The young man wondered, who was this old man anyway? The old man shouted that he was the Sum family's butler. The butler also received a few slaps. The Song family's security chief and butler fell to their knees and said that they definitely give up now. They were wrong and apologized. The young man looked at the remaining security representatives and asked why they were still here. The men turned around and ran inside the building. Zhang Fei turned to the two kneeling men and said, if they want to live, they must be obedient. He asks questions. They answer. The guy asked the first question, who are the current masters of the Sun family? The second question, in the past 10 years, have the masters who are fluent in cold weapons or who possess hand-to-hand combat skills that are based on quick and light movements visited this house? The big man replied that with the exception of the family master, the only masters are them. The Sun family temple was small. He had never seen the martial artists that his opponent had mentioned. The young man thought that these two weren't lying. It seems that the Sun family wasn't involved in the incident back then. The guy said that in that case, that was the end of his business with the Sun family. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone trying to attack him. He used 2 fingers to stop the knife that was being used to attack him. The young man said, it is not without reason that the Taoists say that the most poisonous weapon is the heart of a woman. But why attack from the back? The young man kicked the knife away. The woman angrily shouted that he was the one who had harmed her Kailong. Zhang Fei replied that he was the one who did it. The woman replied, even if he is very skilled in martial arts, she has tens of thousands of ways to ruin his life in this city. She will make his life worse than death. She will kill all his relatives one by one. The head of security cooled the woman down by slapping her on the cheek. He told her to shut up. Her grief had completely blinded her. Shuanglong said if she wanted to have a chance to survive, she should just shut up. The woman screamed, how dare he hit her? She would tell everything to Ming Ming and he would skin him. The butler and the head of security began beating the woman and sentencing her for not being able to defend herself. The guy thought, if the wife and son are so rotten, he sees no point in the Sun family's existence in the future. No one dare threaten the emperor's family and friends. The young man saw a car speeding out of the yard. The guy thought that the head of Sun's family hadn't even met him, but nevertheless, he still left his family and ran away. The specifics of the profession leave a mark after all. The head of the Sun family, sitting behind the wheel of the car, thought that this person easily handled the head of security and the butler. Why did he come to this house? Zhang Fei jumped high and tried to land directly on the departing car. Our hero succeeded, landing on the hood of Mr. Sun's car. Zhang Fei greeted Mr. Sun and asked why he was so anxious that he was even running away from someone. Mr. Sun, frightened, stopped the car and got out. He told the young man to get in his place and added, "If the boy had some business to attend to, let him speak at once and don't procrastinate." Suddenly, a military SUV stopped in front of Mr. Sun's car. Mr. Sun thought he was saved. A man rushed toward the military and told them to stop. "He's Sun Mingming, a military attaché. They should help him." Zhang Fei walked up to Mr. Sun and grabbed him by the collar. The guy stated that there were no people who could help him in this city. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Fei answered and said hello to his sister. He asked, "How are you doing?" After a moment, he added that he would be there soon. Military men got out of the car and a senior one of them approached the military attaché. The commander of the military detachment asked what happened. He rushed over as soon as he got the call. Mr. Sun asked where Chiang Gai was walking. "This guy is extremely strong and dangerous. He would have died by now if Chiang Gai had come a little late." Chiang Gai declared that he would now see who was so brave as to attack a military attaché in broad daylight. Mr. Sun pointed his finger in the direction of his car and said that it was the master who used his power, broke into the house, beat up his guards and housemates, and then wanted to personally destroy it. Chiang Gai asked, "Where is the man in question?" "He doesn't see anyone." Mr. Sun, the military attaché, looked around and saw that there was no one in the car. The door to the car was open. Where had he disappeared to? Zhang Fei was walking with his sister in the central square of the city. The girl said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. The young man replied that he had some unfinished business and wanted to see old acquaintances. He would be faster next time. The sister pointed to the store and said, "This is the one they came here for." Eden added that today was teacher Enju's birthday party. They should buy a nice dress, and it would be a good idea to get something for her brother too. The girl was choosing a dress. Her brother was watching her and commenting that he liked it very much. From around the corner, a young man was watching the brother and sister. Zhang Fei thought, "Who is this watcher? He's definitely watching them." The watcher thought it was really him, but what was he doing here? The young man ran to the manager's office and told the boss that he used to work at the Tiandu Hotel. And suddenly there was a guy who single-handedly beat up the Chen family's security guard and bodyguards. The manager was frightened and thought that something should be done. The manager asked if the Chen family should be notified. The manager said that of course it should be done, but only after they had indicated their interest and involvement in the matter. An overjoyed Eden said she had found lots of beautiful things today, how nice it was to go shopping. The manager invited the honored customers to follow him to pay for the goods. Eden thought that was odd. Wasn't the cash register for payment located at the exit of the store? The manager said that there is a cash register there to serve ordinary visitors, but the value of their goods is 10 million money. Such sums are paid in a different way. The girl was surprised, obviously things worth less than 10,000. But they were invited to come this way. What was the meaning of all this? The young man thought that on a good person's path to enlightenment, there would always be fools who would want to do harm. Zhang Fei thought that he would not let the representatives of this store deceive them and would behave prudently so as not to attract attention. The manager was indignant. What does all this mean? They've racked up 10 million worth of merchandise, and he's afraid they might leave without paying, so he's just being reassuring. Eden said they didn't need those clothes in that case, and taking her brother's hand, added that they were leaving. The store manager appeared in front of the young men with security representatives. He asked where they were going. The clothes were already packed, the magnetic tags were off. Did they really want him to suffer losses because of their mood swings or insolvency? The girl indignantly said that this is just a normal store. They decide to buy for them or not, so they don't have to pay and will complain. The manager said that this girl is very naive. There are rules and regulations in this store, and now she can no longer not pay, but they can solve the issue in different ways. Zhang Fei slapped the arrogant manager and said that he must have lived long enough. The manager was indignant. How dare this guy hit him? He owed $10 million, and he dared to beat up honest people. Zhang Fei glared menacingly at the manager and said that he wanted to hear his last words. The manager stated, he knows the kid is very strong, but can he go against the system and family? He has relatives. If he calls his brother, the young man will spend the rest of his life in prison. The merchant said, looking at how poor they are, he realizes that they won't pay anything. However, he will forgive their debt if they agree to follow him to the Chen family's house. Hearing that name, our hero couldn't help himself. He immediately deactivated the manager and his support group, all lying on the ground and bleeding. Zhang Fei said that this fatty was just a pathetic trash from some third-rate family. What could he possibly have to do with the Chen family? Or did he see a chance to make a profit? and decide to get involved in someone else's war without realizing the danger. The manager shouted that this guy would be finished. His crime was a capital offense. He had already called the police. It would be a little while before he was sentenced to death. Zhang Fei said that there were only a few people in this world who could judge him, but it was hard to call them people. The merchant said he wants to see how the kid talks when he goes to jail with his sister. Zhang Fei said that this person's confidence and self-confidence was incredible. He was even willing to play along and wait for the police to arrive. The door to the store opened and a police representative entered. The girl was determined. The manager said the police were already here. The police commander asked who called them and what crime had happened here. The manager said there was a property crime here. He is a friend of the chief of their police station. These two broke into his store, killed many people and robbed him of 10 million money. We should hurry up and arrest them. The police commander told everyone to remain calm. There are security cameras present, and she would start by searching them. The manager said he had to wait a moment. He had a call to make. The merchant had completely forgotten that there were security cameras, but he had made it clear who she was dealing with and that he knew Mr. Liu. Why is this woman so incomprehensible? The manager called Mr. Liu Ju and said that he had encountered a small problem and was willing to give this woman a police phone. The manager gave the girl a phone and said that Mr. Liu from their police station was on the phone. He would explain what to do. The fat man, looking at our hero, said that this is the end of the circus. Did he really think he could defeat him? However, if he knelt down and begged for mercy, it would be possible to ease his fate a little. The police commander turned on the speakerphone and asked Mr. Liu Ju what was the matter. The head of the police department heard that he was talking to Fu Xiang and changed his intonation. He asked, "How did she end up there?" In any case, he can't tell anything. He just hopes that she will visit the old man later and tell him about her training in Western Xizang. Police officer Fu Xiang said that she would drop by the police station manager sometime and asked if he didn't know the owner of the Liren chain store chain. The manager couldn't understand what was going on. The chief of the police station said he didn't know him. These days, all the stray cats and dogs are shouting that they know him, but it's far from true. You shouldn't believe him. The fatty was even more frightened. This merchant didn't understand what was going on after all. Police Fu Xiang threw the phone to the manager. She said that the person surnamed Liu hung up. Why not try to dial it again? The manager wondered in awe, who was she? Fu Xiang said it doesn't matter who she is. The facts are more important now, so it's better for the manager to confess himself. Frightened, the manager said that he had lied. He had reported a false incident. He had not fully understood the situation, so he was willing to be held accountable. Zhang Fei asked, what exactly is the manager willing to be held accountable for? For buying up stolen goods and contraband, selling counterfeit brands, extorting money? He has to choose what he will be jailed for. The manager yelled that these clients didn't pay anything at all, so they are not their clients. They just don't have proof. The manager's phone lying on the floor received a message that $10 million had been deposited into his account. Zhang Fei said, after this person goes to jail, he must remember to return the money. And in the future, he can become a decent person and stop playing in the underworld. It is too difficult for people like him. Police officer Fu Xiang said that now that everything has come to light and the evidence is clear, she accuses the manager of buying and selling contraband, extortion, and threatening life. He will have to proceed to the police station. The police took the manager into custody and handcuffed them and sent them to the police station. Mrs. Fu Xiang said that she now needed to question Zhang Fei to get a more detailed picture of what happened. Zhang Fei said that he didn't mind. Aiden looked suspiciously at the girl who had invited her brother into a separate office. A brunette familiar to our hero grabbed his hand and told the gentleman that she was on time. How is he going to reward her for that? Zhang Fei thanked the girl and asked, why did she choose to interfere with such a small thing? And what happened to her identity? Why is she a police captain? The girl said it was to facilitate the investigation she had been assigned. She decided to ask for help from the club and was given help in the form of a senior officer rank and access to the database. The girl added that the senior officer from the club, which is located at the military base, is named Uchitori. He kindly provided all of this. Zhang Fei thought that he had not seen Captain Uchitori before, but for some reason the name was familiar to him. The police captain added that he had heard that Prince was in town, and he wanted to find an opportunity to give him a gift. He also asked him to give the prince a suit. Zhang Fei said that he would remember this kind gesture. The girl gave the prince what he asked to check and said that there was already a lot of things catching his eye. Why doesn't he want to mobilize the imperial court's forces for a full inspection? Zhang Fei said that as the king of the heavenly unit, he gave the order to check, and as a result, hundreds of deaths on the part of the Shangguan family and company. But it was all small fish that surfaced to be caught in the net. The big fish, when frightened, hide deeper. Zhang Fei said that he would not let go of any of those who participated in the division of his family's property and drove his mother to her death. The police captain kneeled down and said that she wanted to fulfill the wish of the Heavenly King and would wait until the fire began to consume all the enemies, and she would do whatever was required of her. After a successful interrogation, the police captain brought out a witness. Eden wondered what the two of them had been doing there for so long. The girl replied that it was nothing of the sort, that the young miss might have fancied herself. Eden was angry. She thought she was suspected of something indecent. The brother and sister left the store, taking their purchases with them. The police captain said goodbye and wished them a good evening. There was a soiree at the Metro Hotel. A man was thanking the guests for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend his little girl's birthday party. He told all the guests to relax and enjoy themselves. The brother and sister were in evening suits. He was holding a glass of red wine in one hand, and his younger sister was holding his other hand. She said it was very beautiful here. Eden remarked that this was her first time attending such an event. Zhang Fei approached the birthday girl and wished Wen Shui a happy birthday. The birthday girl thanked for the congratulations and said she was happy the young people were able to come today. The birthday girl's friends were interested in the young man. Who could it be? Wen Shui was very excited when she saw him. One of the girls said that this guy looks very young, maybe his family is very rich. Miss Xia said this guy's name is Zhang Fei. He is the older brother of Shui's student. He was recently demobilized from the army. Now Shui is fascinated by him. A friend of the birthday girl said he turned out to be just a poor ghost. The girl's eyesight is too bad. It could end badly in the future. Another girl said that the military man is by no means a good match. Any of Wen Shui's suitors are much better than him. A military SUV pulled up to the Metropolitan Hotel. A young man on the street told Brother Long that he didn't expect him to return from the army with such a busy schedule. Brother Long got out of the car. He said that today was Wen Shui's birthday. He couldn't help but come. The welcoming young man said that the banquet was divided into 2 floors. The distinguished and influential gentlemen are seated on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is full of young people, friends and acquaintances of Madame Shui. Mr. Long and his status can go up to the 2nd floor. The guy said he's sure that Wen Shui is on the 1st floor right now. So first, he will congratulate her personally. Mr. Long entered the hotel. His face immediately turned purple. Why is this guy so close to Wen Shui? Wen Shui chatted with our hero in good spirits. The new guest walked straight towards the birthday girl with a determined stride. One of the girls spotted him and said that he was Chia Long, Wu Chiagai's younger brother. He's one of Shui's biggest fans. Looks like everyone is in for an interesting show. Miss Xia, I heard that this guy once seriously beat up one of the girl's admirers out of jealousy. Only after the Wen family and the Chen family made a marriage contract did this guy have to cool his ardor. But now that the marriage contract has been canceled, Chia Long will not miss this opportunity again. Chia Long said hello to Wen Shui and asked her to step aside with him because he had something to say to her. The girl asked what this guy had to say to her that he couldn't say in front of everyone. Chia Long told his brother and sister to leave him alone with Shui. They need to talk. The birthday girl said that Zhang Fei will stay here. She trusts him, and she has no secrets from him. Chia Long asked the guy, is he really Zhang Fei? Zhang Fei confirmed and asked if he had a case. Chia Long said that he had heard about this guy. It is said that he is good at martial arts, and even the Chen family masters were helpless. But Mr. Zhang Fei should know that Master Mogan is nothing in his eyes. Chia Long said that today is such a day, so he will give advice. It is better to lose face in front of a girl than to lose your life. This guy better heed the advice and not make him repeat it. Chia Long wanted to take the girl's hand and pull her aside. He added that he really had something to say. Zhang Fei politely reminded the guest that the girl had rejected his proposal, so it was better to leave. Chia Long was angry. He swung and wanted to hit Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei simply threw his fist forward and hit the attacker's hand. Chia Long, unable to hold on, flew backwards. He could barely stand on his feet. The stroppy guy said that's not bad, but urged our hero to think again. Does he really want to fight? Zhang Fei asked, does his opponent see any obstacles to this? Chia Long asked, did this guy know who was in front of him? He entered the special draft at the age of 10, joined the army at the age of 15, and became a lieutenant at the age of 17. Chia Long boasted that he had taken more shots than anyone had ever seen. He also participated in actual combat under the most extreme conditions. Chia Long asked, after all he had heard, did his opponent want to challenge him? Zhang Fei laughed in response. He apologized and said that this was just the first time he had encountered someone doing this before a fight. Should he also read his resume before fighting? Unfortunately, he left it at home today. Chia Long was pissed. The birthday girl's girlfriends thought that this guy doesn't understand the situation at all. He deliberately keeps provoking Chia Long to fight. The birthday girl's friend said that this guy looks at Chia Long like he's going to destroy him. Miss Sia thought she was experiencing deja vu in this situation. Swinging once again, Chia Long said that he was about to send his opponent to a hospital bed for a long time. The martial artist rushed forward to attack Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei stood calmly in the middle of the hall. He said that he once again had an ignorant and fearless opponent. At the very last moment, Mr. Wen entered the room and told them to stop immediately. Today was his daughter's birthday. Why don't the two of them stop trying to work things out and just talk peacefully? Chia Long stopped and said that he would heed Uncle Wen's words and do exactly that. Mr. Wen said that Chia Long is really getting better and better. He asked to give Master Wu Chia greetings from him. Zhang Fei thought that the speed of changing faces was really amazing. If Tank was even half as good at it as well, he would have gotten his plaque belt by now, Mr. Wen thought, although it had been more than 2 years since Zhang Fei had saved him. But compared to the guy standing in front of him now, much scarier. One of the guests, Mr. Sun, recognized Zhang Fei and said, "Is this guy really here?" Zhang Fei wondered, wasn't this the big man in the martial world who left his wife and children to fend for themselves? Mr. Sun shouted for Zhang Fei to shut his mouth. Their country. This is the country where the law rules. Can he get to heaven with a couple of tricks? The woman thought, had this guy also provoked the Sun family earlier? Miss Xia thought that not too long ago, this Song Kai Long had been chasing them. Mr. Sun could not calm down. He said that Zhang Fei was extremely vicious. While he was away from home, he came and beat up his wife and son. Chia Long is a soldier. He can't let such a person go. Chia Long said he promised Uncle Wen not to do this. The military man said if his opponent kneels before Mr. Sun, he will be forgiven on his behalf, and that will be the end of it. Wen Shui said that Chia Long is trying to take on too much in front of too many people. The young man said that their families, Sun and Chia, had been bound together by strong ties for many years. Even his brother would do the same. Mr. Sun said that's right. If this guy didn't run so fast, his older brother had long ago massacred this guy. Chia Long said that Zhang Fei should make his choice. Zhang Fei defiantly poured the wine from his glass onto his opponent's shoes and said his answer, no. The aggressive young man said he could be considered well-meaning and patient, but his opponent repeatedly pushed otherwise. Mr. Wen said it was his daughter's birthday and Long shouldn't say anything stupid. Chia Long said that he wasn't going to ruin Shu's celebration, but this guy dared to insult their families in front of the family and invited guests. If he backs down now, the family's honor and face will be tarnished. Zhang Fei took off his jacket and tossed it aside. He said enough words. He doesn't want to spend all of tonight on a matter of 2 seconds. Although with a resume like this, 3 seconds would have to be spent. One of the birthday girl's girlfriends said it was time to start and gave a thumbs up. Miss Xia wondered where she was going. One of the guests said someone will be left disabled tonight. These are stupid people. What can I take from them? The girl asked who he was. What kind of family is he from? The guy replied that he wasn't which one. He, through his own efforts, eventually became the head of the Human Resources Department of the Tiandu Hotel. The girl got angry and pushed this guy. She said he's just some office worker. How did they even let him in here? He should at least get married for starters. The young man fell to the ground and said he would make it right. Miss Xia said that her friend was, as usual, too straightforward. Eden told her brother to calm down and forget about it. Zhu told the guy that there was no need to be serious with this person. Zhang Fei hugged the girls and told them not to worry. After tonight, this guy would never bother them again, and they would respect him. One of the guests said that this guy's about to die. It's obvious, but he still keeps teasing Chia Long. Her companion said that ignorance is a vice, and you have to pay for it. Mr. Wen told the aide to call Wu Chia Gai and tell him to come over as soon as possible. Chia Long adopted a fighting stance and said that he admires his opponent's courage. The opponent has the honor of falling from the ancient martial art of the Wu Chia family. The guest said in surprise that this was the first time he had seen Gu Wu's martial art being used. The military attaché, Mr. Sun, thought that in battle, skills come first, but the importance of inner strength should not be forgotten. Gu Wu. This is a technique that strengthens the body and spirit, allowing you to form and control the flow of inner strength. Zhang Fei waved his fingers at his opponent and told him to show what he had learned. Chia Long put his fist forward and shouted that it was a rock-crushing hand. Our hero calmly dodged this punch. Chia Long flew past. Zhang Fei also calmly dodged the next kick, while even keeping his hand in his pocket. Zhang Fei also successfully evaded the third attack. Qialong said that his opponent was only dodging. Maybe it's time to start fighting like a man. Zhang Fei said that in Gu Wu, you can part the water with such blows, but this guy can't even make a small wave. What kind of nonsense was he practicing this time? Zhang Fei beckoned his opponent and asked him to show one more time. Mr. Sun was discouraged. How could this happen? Qialong is very inferior to his brother. He is no match for him. It is necessary to get out of here before the fight is over. At this moment, the elder brother entered the hotel room. He said that he was fed up with this Qialong causing trouble because his patience was not unlimited. Mr. Sun, noticing his older brother, rushed to meet him. The military attaché said the guy arrived just in time. The guy who caused a riot at his house is now inside. Big brother said, if this is indeed the case, then Mr. Wen will not be disturbed for the last time today. Big brother looked at Zhang Fei and thought that this guy seemed familiar to him. Eden told her brother to be careful. The opponent looked strong. Eldest brother, after hearing this guy's name, began to recall where he might have met him. It must have been the military academy when the generals and the Heavenly Emperor himself spoke in front of them. The young man looked at his younger brother. The latter was all furious and angry. He shouted that his opponent was about to experience his final blow. Zhang Fei agreed. He agreed to settle everything with a last strike. He has one too. The next moment, the older brother hit the younger brother in a furious jump. He shouted that he would deal with this jerk himself. Everyone present saw Qialong fly far away into a corner and fall down. The guests recognized Chia Gai and thought that he looked very strong. Why did he end up here? Everyone was wondering, why did Wu Qiagai hit the wrong person? Wu Qiagai walked over to Zhang Fei and kneeled before him. He said that as a man who had given most of his life to the army, he realized that an undisciplined soldier was a threat to the army. The only redemption in this case is death. The guests were shocked. Wu Qiagai kneels down in front of this guy and looks apologetic. Are such people ever polite to anyone? Wen Shui thought that Zhang Fei might have been a senior officer with the rank of major before he was dismissed from the army. Zhang Fei thought that this soldier had found out who he was, but didn't say it out loud so as not to embarrass him. He's just like this for all the people claiming to be his subordinate, and he doesn't care about their opinion. He is not bad. Zhang Fei replied to this soldier that he was impressed with his actions. Wu Qiagai, without raising his head, said his family was loyal to this man and asked him to be lenient and temper his anger. They would serve him in the future. Qialong came to his senses and asked what his brother was doing. The older brother said to keep this guy quiet, and it would be better if he pretended to be dead. Wu Qiagai asked Zhang Fei to keep his younger brother alive, and if it was impossible, he was willing to give his life in place of his younger brother. Zhang Fei said that in honor of such a beautiful evening, he would make an exception, but as the eldest, his interlocutors should be held accountable, so he should clean up the place, pick up the junior, and get out of here. Mr. Wen said the incident happened suddenly, but the consequences were not serious. He invited everyone to catch up on the second floor. Guy thanked the banquet host for his hospitality. When the guests went upstairs, Wu Qiagai turned to Mr. Sun. Had he really been the one to encourage his younger brother? Mr. Sun asked fearfully, what is Wu Qiagai going to do? Wu Qiagai asked, hadn't Mr. Sun heard that he was ordered to clean up the place? Because of his tricks and dog barking, Wu Qia's family almost died. Wu Qiagai did not listen to Mr. Sung's excuses and knocked him out with a leg kick. The warrior said that this weak and cowardly man was a disgrace to his father. He was not worthy of being a military attaché. Qialong asked his brother, who is that person? The brother asked, did he not remember? The younger one, remembering, assumed it was the emperor. Had he really encroached on the life of the general himself? The elder said that they could take it easy. They had been forgiven this time, but they had better find a chance to make amends with the emperor. In the reception hall, Mr. Wen was chatting with Zhang Fei. The young man said that he should have visited Mr. Wen as soon as he returned to the city. Mr. Wen said he's already old enough. There is no reason for young people to spend time with him. Mr. Wen told his daughter to go and have fun with the youngsters, and he would talk to Zhang Fei for a while longer about serving in the army. Eden and Zhu went to have fun. The girls said that talking about the army didn't interest them. Zhang Fei assumed that Mr. Wen had some business with him. Mr. Wen said that because of fate and their own weakness, they are in a difficult situation. He knelt down in front of the young man and said that he was speaking on behalf of the whole family, and he was asking for help to save the Wen family. Zhang Fei said for Mr. Wen to go up and tell him what the matter was. He would try to help by all means. The man said he had no choice but to ask the young man for help. There are countless families in this city trying to grab or snatch a piece of the market, and as some eat more, others eat less, causing deadly skirmishes to become all too common. This led to all the giants joining forces to create a law of families to keep everyone from unnecessary massacres. The law has a separate place for Kangen, underground battles for market share ownership. Held every 3 years, market shares are determined according to the position a fighter holds. Zhang Fei thought that these were interesting rules, but if the Wen family lost, they could exist with a small share in such a market. Mr. Wen said it is not easy. He tried his best to reduce the market share to the minimum, but some people still do not let him go, trying to completely survive his family. If the share decreases again, his Wen family will be at an impasse. He was going to unite with the Chen family through marriage, but the Chen family are scavengers in wolf's clothing. The young man wondered, did Mr. Wen mean to say that this was such a big event that all the families would try their best to find the strongest masters? The interlocutor said that is all true, but at this time, to be a warrior and practice martial arts, you need a lot of money, so few can improve on their own. Zhang Fei said that he would accept the offer and help by performing in this competition on behalf of the Wen family. The guy thought that this was a rare opportunity to test the masters. The girls stood outside the door and tried to hear the topic of conversation. Eden suggested that perhaps they were discussing marriage. Miss Xia, hearing this, thought that Zhu's marriage was imminent. Miss Xi thought, so Wenshu and Zhang Fei getting married is great, but for some reason she felt sad. The Chen family's estate, the assistant brought Mrs. Xu Guang all the necessary information she requested. The woman said the little beast had disappeared for years, so he decided to become a soldier. Does he really think he can be a threat to her with his military rank? The woman scattered the papers provided to her and said that this guy is an ignorant rascal. Her family is Chen, the lord of this city. For them, getting rid of a military man is as easy as running over a cat or dog on the road. Xu Guang thought that when they got rid of his mother, they must have gotten rid of the cubs as well. The servant said that he passed the woman's words to Elder Zhang. The elder said that he needed to finish his market share ownership affairs before he could attend to family matters. The woman slapped the deputy in anger and said she didn't want the beast to live even one more day. After calming down, she said she'd give him a couple more days and asked how the investigation into the disappearance of the 4th young master was going. The beat deputy said he hasn't found it yet, but he's sure it's there and will check it out right now. Shiguang immediately took out a gun and fired a shot at the assistant. She said that she had given him 3 tasks, 2 of which were done unsatisfactorily. Such trash has no value to her. At my aunt's house, my brother and sister attended a birthday party. The cake was on the table. Eden handed the boy a box and told him it was a birthday present, one that she had bought for him. She hoped he would like it. Xiaogong was overjoyed and immediately began to unseal the box. Auntie tearfully said that she wanted to cure Xiaogong and she didn't need anything else in this life. Zhang Fei said he had heard that the Alien Institute had leading experts in the study of brain diseases. Perhaps Xiaogong's disease could be cured there. Auntie said that experts of this level cost tens of millions of money. This was absolutely not for them. It would be enough if Xiaogong could grow without any problems. Zhang Fei showed Auntie the papers and said that he had a document confirming that she now owned a controlling stake in the Shanglong Group. Mr. Chan entered the room and said he had great news. Mr. Chan saw Zhang Fei and became a little calmer. He said that young Master Zhang was also here. He was surprised that this god of war was here and thought that things had gotten complicated. Auntie asked what was the good news Mr. Chan wanted to report. The man said his uncle had asked him to deliver something, papers in hand. Auntie jumped up from the table and told him not to dare even mention that name. She no longer wished to have anything to do with him. A scoundrel who leaves his wife and child and then avoids them afterward as if they were mere ghosts of the past. Mr. Chan said that he at first, like Auntie, did not want to pay attention to him, but the terms he offered Auntie should be interested. The woman inquired as to what the letter was. Mr. Chan stated that his uncle is offering compensation of $500,000 money in return for the opportunity to mediate her affairs. The man added that his uncle's conditions are very sincere. Although he cannot cure the child's illness, but he can at least provide a decent life without much worry. Auntie tore up this letter and said she would rather die than take money from this man. Mr. Chan said it was just an attempt by uncle to make amends. Doesn't Auntie need the money? Zhang Fei, smiling, said amused. Why after so many years just now he decided to make amends? Mr. Chan said that his uncle actually heard about the god of war causing trouble at Hotel Tiandu and asked him to intervene. Zhang Fei asked, does Mr. Chang really want to mediate? Zhang Fei said, if uncle pays half of the cost, they will agree. Mr. Chan wondered, are they really talking about the shares of Xianlong Group? Xianglong is the main commercial center in the city. Do they really own a stake in Xianglong? The negotiator said they probably have a drop in the bucket of all the shares, but he still needs to consult. Mr. Chan said that after all these years, his uncle still has feelings for her. Zhang Fei grabbed the negotiator by the throat and told him to stop. He pushed him through the window and broke the glass. Chang, frightened, said that he was only a messenger. Zhang Fei told the messenger to go back and told that rascal that if he came again, he would be destroyed. Zhang Fei let go of the messenger, and he fell to the ground backwards, straight down from the second floor. Auntie told her nephew that he was tough. Now she's a little worried that that rascal might do something to the young man. Zhang Fei asked his aunt not to worry. Even if this scoundrel came to him, he would destroy all his dogs, but he himself would not be let off so easily. A disgruntled Mr. Chang was returning after failed negotiations. The police captain Fu Xiang was walking towards him. Mr. Chan said hello to the lovely lady and said he was from the Tiandu Hotel. The police captain Fu Xiang hit the hapless Mr. Chan right between his legs with a decisive leg kick. The girl said, "How does a dog like him have the right to talk to her?" Mr. Chan felt hurt again. Zhang Fei gave Auntie the documents and said that this was her key stake, and he also arranged for a specialist from the hospital to come here. Auntie was confused and said with tears in her eyes that she didn't know how to repay the young man for it. Eden told her aunt that they were family. Auntie had taken care of her all these years. It's not like she asked for anything in return. Zhang Fei thought that it was time for Auntie to take Xiaogong abroad for treatment. Going outside, our hero saw an old acquaintance in a tree. He asked what she was doing here. The police captain said a lone wildcat hot and eager arrived with a delivery all the way to the door. Zhang Fei told her to come down from the tree immediately and kicked the trunk with his foot. Fu Xiang threw herself down. She said that she found the swordmaster that the boss asked her to find. It was Lei Qiandao, the master of Lei's martial arts school. The young man repeated the name and said it was time for destruction. At the city jail, one of the inmates introduced himself and said he was Deputy Director Liu, and he was the boss from now on. The other prisoners recognized him as the boss and said they would do whatever the boss ordered. Mr. Liu pointed his finger at one prisoner who was sitting with his back to him and asked if he was deaf. How dare he ignore him? This prisoner turned around and said Mr. Liu is talking nonsense. This prisoner was Pu Xiaomu. The old man got to his feet, grabbed a chair, and hit Mr. Liu with that chair. Pu Xiaomu told the kneeling Mr. Liu that he dared not order him. A guard entered the cell and told the prisoners to stop fighting and ordered Pu Xiaomu to follow him. Elder Pu Xiaomu was given a chance to change into civilian clothes, taken out of the jail, and told that the man who paid his bail had arrived. The man with the sword in his hand said that it was very difficult for him to get the old man out of there. The old man was surprised. Was it really Lei Qiandao? He thought that Lei Bao was coming. Lei Qiandao said that the third elder was missing and the second elder was dead. He had to meet. The old man wondered, did Lei Bao really die? Lei Qiandao pulled the sword out of its sheath with a smile on his face. He said that he had succeeded in realizing his divine power. It was time to take revenge. Elder Pu Xiaomu clenched his fist and said that they would first destroy Zhang. Then they would join forces to take over the entire city. Lei Qiandao agreed, but first offered to attend their brother's memorial banquet. The police captain saw Lei Qiandao's car with a sharp eye and said that he was holding a banquet at the Tiandu Hotel at noon today. Zhang Fei repeated that he was completely fed up with the Chen family. It was time to destroy them. Police Captain Fu Xiang kneeled down and said what will be done. A satisfied Tank said he could finally scratch his fists. Zhang Fei stopped. Something caught his attention. He thought he saw that rascal who had abandoned his sister-in-law for a job. The young man opened the door to a man who got out of the vehicle and told his uncle to go inside. Zhang Fei offered to wait a little longer. He wondered who else was there. At the banquet, Lei Qiandao raised his wine glass and said he was very flattered that all the guests had come. One of the guests said to Lei Qiandao, he sees that the master now has a lot of inner strength and they are all counting on him in the future. Lei Qiandao suggested that everyone should all work hard together to sweep the city under them. One of the people present, Mr. Liu, thought that Lei Bao had stolen his daughter. How dare this Lei Qiandao invite him to the banquet? Lei Qiandao approached Mr. Liu and said that he was interested in a Snake and Dragon group. Why don't they reunite at this celebration? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mr. Liu said they could forget about the past, but their family, martial arts masters, and he's a businessman, so it's better for everyone to go their own way. Mr. Liu said he was leaving and thought a fox was no companion for a hen. Elder Pu Xiaomu said that a long time has passed, but Mr. Liu is still popular. Mr. Liu wondered, shouldn't his interlocutor be in jail right now? The old man laughed and said, is there anything in this town that their family can't handle? Lei Qiandao told Mr. Liu to give them all his shares. He must give or die. Lei Qiandao hit Mr. Liu's chest with his hand and he flew backwards and fell to the floor. The daughter, seeing what was happening, rushed to her father. When she picked up the old man, she asked who dared to raise a hand against her father. Mr. Liu said he has already transferred his shares. It's not him they want. Lei Qiandao said, so this person has thought of everything, however. He has a beautiful daughter. If he leaves her for a few days, it is possible to let Mr. Liu live. Lei Qiandao raised his hands to the sky and said, don't they realize how strong he is? To make it convincing, he tossed several people up with one hand and tossed them aside. Lei Qiandao said that this was the strength of an internal energy master. Everyone was surprised. Was this really the strength of one person? A man walked into the room and said he was impressed. This family was as good as his family in martial arts. The young man who accompanied the man said that 3 junior members of the Chen family had come to congratulate him and present him with a centennial ginseng. Lei Qiandao thanked and said that he still had a long way to go before their father. Mr. Chen said he was a little late and missed the whole show. He wondered who the little beauty was. Lei Qiandao said that Mr. Chen came with an expensive gift. Maybe he should give him this girl. Mr. Chen asked the interlocutor, is this girl really his? He doesn't want to take someone else's. Mr. Liu covered his daughter with himself and said even if he died, he would not give her up. Mr. Chen took a swing at Mr. Liu and said he had crossed the line. Mr. Chen wanted to punch his opponent, but Zhang Fei suddenly appeared, and with just one finger to block his punch, the man was terribly surprised. Miss Liu rushed to the guy and asked if he could save her father. The young man wondered if human life was nothing to these people. Mr. Chen replied that only the strongest are valued and the rest of the garbage can be removed. The young man asked, does this man really have autism? Does he really not know who is in front of him? Mr. Chen said, he doesn't care who is in front of him. He is the son of the Lord of the East. The whole Tiandu Hotel. It is his mother's birthday present. Chen hopes that this guy is here to worship him. Elder Pu Xiaomu said to let the god of war show them his might. Mr. Chen was frightened. Was the god of war really in front of him? Lei Qiandao told Chen not to worry. As long as he is here, this guy can't do anything. Mr. Chen asked, why hasn't the god of war begged for mercy yet? Maybe after that they would spare his life. The god of war said if he was late, he wouldn't even be able to afford this hotel. He would only be left with ruins. Chen said that this hotel has been owned by their family for more than 10 years. Even if you kill this guy, the hotel won't collapse. Zhang Fei, smiling, said that they could try to do so. The young man made a phone call and was told that the paperwork had been completed and the neighborhood was being evacuated. Mr. Chen wondered, what evacuation are we talking about? Who is he calling? Lei Qiandao said to Mr. Chen not to worry. When the help this guy called for was in front of them, he would understand who they really were. Mr. Chen added, when that happens, they will see this guy's begging face. Mr. Chen said he would give this guy one last chance and extended his hand forward. Zhang Fei grabbed the man's hand and told him to freeze. He was wrong about one thing. He really thinks that someone will be able to protect him. Zhang Fei pushed Mr. Chen and he flew outside after smashing the window. Lei Qiandao shouted that this guy was finished and pulled out his sword and rushed at Zhang Fei. At this moment, the tank that appeared swooped down on Lei Qiandao with tremendous force and struck a staggering blow. The opponent with his sword in his hands flew far back. In the process of flying, he thought that a tremendous force had been applied to him. How is that possible? Lei Qiandao, once outside, thought he didn't expect that the person next to the god of war would also be a master of inner strength on par with him. Mr. Tank, kneading his fist, said he would only keep his opponent alive because the boss wanted to ask him some questions. Lei Qiandao said that a top division master like him was somehow working as a 6 for such trash. If they united together, they would be able to push the entire city under them. After Tank said that he wasn't interested, Lei Qiandao replied, since they also had an internal energy master on their side, he would give up. Zhang Fei told her opponents that they are naturally narcissistic and just live by violence. When they realize they don't have an advantage, they tear off their masks and start looking worse than they are. Mr. Chen was outraged. What was this Lei Qiandao doing? After all, he was supposed to avenge him. Lei Qiandao, threatening our hero, asked, does he really think he can win? All his skills are in the sword. It is still not clear who will win. Mr. Liu asked Zhang Fei not to be too impulsive. The man added that caution should be exercised. His life is important, but he's worried about his daughter. Zhang Fei said to Uncle not to worry. His opponents are already dead bodies. In front of the hotel entrance, Zhang Fei and Tank stood surrounded by opponents, with Lei Qiandao standing in front of them with a sword in his hand. Mr. Chen asked, how strong is this guy? Chen Jr. thought that Mr. Lei was a great man. He would easily punish this arrogant upstart. Lei Qiandao thought that he would burn the strongest one first, then he would destroy the god of war as well. Zhang Fei asked his opponent if he had any wishes. How did he want to die? Lei Qiandao swung his sword and shouted that this guy dare not insult him. He wants his opponent to die while kneeling. Zhang Fei said, "It seems like this guy has yet to realize who he was facing." Lei Qiandao had indeed sent our hero. Spikes began to appear from the ground, heading towards Lei Qiandao. The villain said that his opponent could control his qi well. Lei Qiandao declared that this guy couldn't defeat him and swung his sword and tried to chop the thorns. The spikes proved stronger, and his opponent's sword was shattered, the spikes embedded in the arms and legs of the stroppy foe. Lei Qiandao was in a motionless state in front of our hero. Zhang Fei asked, "Did the latter really want him to die on his knees?" Lei Qiandao cried out in fear for the guy to spare him. Zhang Fei replied that he would do so for now. The spikes went under and the wounded opponent fell to the ground. He was bleeding. Zhang Fei looked at the old man Pu Xiao Mu and said that it was now his turn. The elder thought that he shouldn't have gotten out of prison. Tank declared that this old man could not escape and dealt him a staggering blow. The elder was deactivated. Mr. Chen put his hands up in fear and said he was wrong. Zhang Fei, blazing with anger, said that Mr. Chen had lost. Everyone saw that a military helicopter began to circle over the square, and military men began to descend from the helicopter. Those watching thought the military seemed to have arrived to rescue someone. Mr. Chen saw construction equipment pulling up to the hotel. He had a bad suspicion. He asked, "Isn't the guy afraid of the consequences?" Zhang Fei said that there was no residential area around the Tiandu Hotel, and all the people who were nearby had already been evacuated. What could be the consequences? The young man took Mr. Chen by the chest and said that he didn't want to solve problems this way, but he was forced to. Watching them, he thought it would be a good idea to have their labors destroyed right before their eyes. Mr. Chen grabbed our hero's legs and asked him not to do this. He needs this hotel to compete for the head of the family. A police captain appeared near the construction equipment and told the boss that everything was ready. Zhang Fei looked at Mr. Chen and asked, "Is he still thinking about fame and money?" and ordered the girl to launch. After a while, the hotel was destroyed. The guy said, "Where there is a lot of terrible, there is a lot of beautiful for ordinary people because of these scoundrels. Even peace is already a luxury." Zhang Fei pushed Chen in the chest and said that it was time to eradicate all evil. Mr. Chen said if the guy destroys him, his mother will take revenge. He knows who she is, right? Zhang Fei said he knew and offered to call her and have her come and save her son. Elder Pu Xiao Mu thought that this scene seemed familiar to him. A bell rang in the Chen family house, Mrs. Shiguang answered. The son told the woman that he was going to be destroyed. She had to save him. The woman said that she understood everything and that the son should not worry. She asked to put the man on the phone. Zhang Fei picked up the phone and said hello. The woman said she didn't ask who he was or why he did it. She wants him to let her son go and then ask for whatever she wants in return. Zhang Fei said he agrees, but in that case, she has to jump out of the window and give her life for her son. He thinks that would be fair. Shugen asked, "Is this really the god of war? Why bring up the dead?" Zhang Fei replied, "He understands that she made her choice so she can prepare for the consequences." The woman cried out in fear for him to stop because he was young. She was ready to give him a lot of money just to let her son go. God is a warrior and asked, "Does she really think he needs money?" Her future in such a case is filled with endless pain. Mrs. Shuguang angrily threw the phone on the floor. She said that she would destroy this god of war. After the phone call, Zhang Fei told Mr. Chen that his mother would unfortunately not be able to help. Mr. Chen said that he wanted to call his father. After all, he is a martial artist. The god of war said that this man had already done many wrongs in his life. He had better be reborn as a good man, and delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's jaw. After this blow, Mr. Chen flew very far backwards. Lei Qiandao, looking at the ruined hotel and everything that was happening here, thought, "Why is all this happening?" After all, he was supposed to be the most powerful person in the city. Lei Qiandao was kneeling in front of Zhang Fei. The guy asked if he remembered the woman who jumped off their building 10 years ago. Lei Qiandao remembered what happened 10 years ago. He had broken the door with his sword at night and entered the room. The man saw a frightened mother and her 2 children sitting in the corner. Lei Qiandao said with tears in his eyes, he remembered, "Did this guy really grow up like this?" Zhang Fei said now that he understood everything, it was time to say goodbye. The villain said he wanted to know what heights this guy had reached. The young man said he was the god of war, the king of the military wing. Lei Qiandao pronounced that he was honored. The villain was destroyed. He was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Miss Liu thought that Lei Qiandao possessed strength, but in front of Zhang Fei, he was weak. Tank thought that his boss this time was really angry. Mr. Liu didn't know what Lei Qiandao had said, but he was willing to die. Tank said Mr. calls his boss his brother, so he's well preserved. The young man scribbled the name in his notebook. He said the next target shouldn't take long. Police Captain Fu Xiang ran up to our hero and asked if the boss had anything new. The girl angrily started kicking the body of her destroyed opponent with her foot. She said that he should have been destroyed with 1,000 blows. Zhang Fei said he had to go. He's going to the quota competition. Fu Xiang will stay here and provide assistance. Tank asked his boss why not give him a job that requires brains. Zhang Fei inquired, since when did Tank have a brain? The police captain said Tank would try harder this time. Mrs. Liu, looking at the brunette, thought, "Who is this girl?" Mr. Liu thought that the girl next to Zhang Fei was no match for him. Mr. Liu said he just heard that the young man was going to bat. Zhang Fei confirmed and said that he would represent the Wen family. Mr. Liu said that he was going to send a martial arts master there too, along with his daughter. Maybe the young man will join them too. The guy asked, "Is the venue really far away?" Mr. Liu stated that every year the tournament is held out of town. This year, everything will take place on a cruise ship in the East China Sea. Fu Xiang asked her boss to take her to the cruise ship and she would fight too. Miss Liu asked if the brunette knew the way there. She herself can get the young man there safely. The girls simultaneously asked who would Zhang Fei take with her. The young man, without answering the questions posed, pushed the girls away and stepped aside. He suddenly remembered that his aunt was going to take Xiao Gong to the hospital for treatment. I think the flight was today. Tank said that he would see the boss off and followed the young man. Fu Xiang said that she also wanted to see the boss off. Miss Liu expressed her desire to see the young man off too. Construction workers continued to clean up the aftermath of the demolition of the hotel. Two people watched this while standing in the rain. These two were Chen Qianwei's youngest son, Chen Qianwei, and Chen Badao's father. Mrs. Xu Guang joined the young people and said that it was time to bring back their greatness. Dad agreed and said there's been too much change lately. The woman added that it was all thanks to that rascal. He overthrew most of the family and started to make a mess of the city. Father stated thanks to that guy, he created a great opportunity to unite the East China Sea. The woman said angrily that her sons are dead, and the only thing this guy is worried about is business. Chen Badao said that it wasn't because of him that they died. Chen Tianwei told his mother not to be angry. He would avenge the deaths of his brothers. Someone approached these people. The head of the family asked who was there. An old man named Pu Xiaomu appeared in front of them. Chen Badao recognized him and said that he was Chairman Pu of the Dragon Group. The old man said that they should take revenge on the god of war. He insulted him several times and told him to stay here and tell them all that he would be waiting for this family at the tournament. Chen Badao told the old man not to worry and inquired how much of what he had just said had the old man heard. The old man, smiling, said he had heard nothing, for now they must unite against a common enemy. Chen Badao hit the old man hard on the head and drove him up to his throat into the ground. He said that he would not tolerate any familiarity with him. The youngest son said that his father is the one who wants to become the king of this city. The old man has no right to address them like that. The golden coast of the East China Sea. Tank looked in different directions and said, "This is the golden coast that is famous throughout the region. It is incredibly beautiful here, so why can't Liu Qingqing be seen?" Zhang Fei told Tank not to look at the other girls under the guise of looking for Qingqing. Tank smiled. "Why is the boss wearing those clothes? It's in no way appropriate for the beach." Zhang Fei hit Tank on the head and said that he was responsible for it. Fu Xiang showed up as she should on the beach in a swimsuit and said she would take care of the boss. Some tanned young men approached our company and asked if the hottie wanted to play with them. One of these guys told his partner not to say too much. The partner said there was nothing to worry about. He had serious people behind him. The guy showed his muscles and said that he could basically stand up for himself. The persistent young man continued to cling to Fu Xiang and asked if she was alone. The girl hugged a young man in an evening suit and said they were a couple. "Can't you tell?" The muscular young man suggested that the girl go with him after all. This guy, looking at our hero, smirked. "What kind of assholes wear a tuxedo on the beach?" Zhang Fei answered for the girl that she was busy. Zhang Fei added that they were just waiting for someone and assumed that this girl was up to something again. The annoying young man decided that this girl's boyfriend looked like a total jerk. He told the girl if she could hear that an interesting party was about to start at sea. Zhang Fei asked with interest, "How do you get there?" The annoying beau said he had a brother who could help. If they wanted, he could drop them off there. This guy added that his brother is an unusual person. He's a VIP. Liu Qingqing appeared on the deck of the ship and waved his hand at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei and Fu Xiang turned around and headed towards the ship. The annoying beau was discouraged. His partner said he wasn't even a match for the guy, so we'd have to put up with it. The young man wasn't ready to accept it and said that this guy in the evening suit, a real loser, not like their dragon brother. A guy came up to these young men and asked what they were talking about behind his back again. The annoying beau said they had just missed the girl. She was heading towards the ship. Our hero saw this guy and thought that this time the Yu family sent Yu Qianlong. This is interesting. Yu Qianlong looked at Zhang Fei and thought that this guy looked familiar. Yu Qianlong said that the two were packing and preparing to hit the road with him. Everyone felt at ease and relaxed on the Diamond Princess cruise ship. Tank, while consuming the food, noted that the cooking here was quite good. The waitress told Mr. to take his time. No one would take his food away from him. Fu Xiang thought that Tank looked like they had been feeding him for 3 days. He had completely forgotten about the king's mission. The serious girl wore special glasses and thought that all the work would be on her shoulders. The girl saw Liu Yishui, a rich businessman from the East China Sea, through her glasses. He was accompanied by a martial arts master named Double Crutch Li. Fu Xiang said that this person didn't fit the description, so they were ruling him out. Special Agent Fu Xiang was interested in a martial arts master who was good with lightning. The annoying man from the beach approached the girl and said it was fate to meet this beauty again and asked where her bow was. Fu Xiang tried to ignore this annoying guy. The young man kept asking if the girl could hear him. "Where is her bow?" A stranger walked through the hall, the annoying young man preventing the girl from scanning him with her glasses. At some point, the girl succeeded and scanned the object. It was the one they were looking for. The special agent with the glasses reported to her boss that she had found him. The boss wasn't verbose and said he accepted. The special agent with glasses said that she could destroy this man at any time. She needed an order. The boss replied that she should take her time. She should go back and wait until it was over. The annoying beau told the girl that she would be his girlfriend. The special agent with the glasses got tired of listening to this annoying guy's harassment and kicking him in the jaw. She deactivated him. The girl turned around, and with the words that no one needs him left, the guy remained lying on the floor. The boss, standing on the top deck of the cruise ship, thought he wasn't going to be in a hurry. The guy knew this man was definitely not going anywhere. Zhang Fei added that his men should continue to hide and not get caught. On the other side of the deck, the annoying young man rubbing his bruised jaw thought, this girl didn't dare hit him like that. He should make her regret it. Besides, he has muscles. An annoying man accidentally bumped into our hero. He realized that this guy is also on board, so he's on the money. No wonder that girl doesn't like him. This fellow turned to our hero and said his name was Liu, and inquired why the gentleman was walking alone. Perhaps he was lost. Mr. Liu motioned for Zhang Fei to escort him to the banquet hall. Zhang Fei agreed. Mr. Liu, accompanying our hero, thought that this guy didn't have long to pretend to be cool. At the entrance of the banquet hall, a security representative asked Zhang Fei for a ticket. Zhang Fei showed the ticket. The guard said it was a ship ticket. To get into the banquet hall, you need a separate invitation. Zhang Fei asked, really needing an invitation to the party? Mr. Liu asked, doesn't the guard know who is in front of him? And said that the guard should urgently call his master. The guard cursed and said he would get someone right away to take care of the current problem. Mr. Liu said that everyone at the banquet is the best of the best. It is best not to joke with them. Mr. Liu changed his intonation and told Zhang Fei to start begging him for forgiveness, and then maybe he would relent. Zhang Fei wondered if this Liu was confident in his actions. A dragon appeared in front of Zhang Fei with his men. The dragon, upon seeing our hero, changed his facial expression and reached out his hand forward and said that he didn't expect to see Zhang Fei here. Zhang Fei asked, did this guy deserve a handshake? Yu Qianlong told Zhang Fei not to listen to that guy. Mr. Liu was startled. Why would Brother Dragon bow down to this man like this? Zhang Fei turned to Mr. Liu and asked, so they have a conflict? Yu Qianlong asked in astonishment, how could this Liu be able to mess with the god of war? The young man asked with fear, did this guy really destroy Lei's martial arts school? Yu Qianlong immediately slapped the hapless assistant in the face with his hand and said that he should show respect. Zhang Fei, smiling, said that this guy couldn't possibly be his follower. At least he wouldn't have tried to steal the girl away from him then. Yu Qianlong, upon hearing this, cursed and pushed Assistant Liu with his foot. The dragon kept beating this guy, saying if he wanted to die, he shouldn't drag anyone else down with him. He ordered his men to throw this guy overboard and let him go back. The deputies grabbed the guy and carried him to the deck. He was screaming that he was wrong and apologizing. Yu Qianlong asked the god of war not to take it personally. There was dancing in the banquet hall. Dragon said that there were many young models dancing here. Dragon saw a special agent with glasses in the banquet hall and thought, is this girl here too? Zhang Fei sat down on a sofa to the side and said that the dragon could leave and leave him alone. Yu Tianlong said that he would, but he would be there for him if needed. Liu Qingqing drove her gaze around the banquet hall, definitely looking for someone. The father told his daughter that Mr. Qi is very respected, and he has extensive connections. She should spend more time with him. The man said if Qingqing likes him, he will build a bridge for them that is 100 times better than love. The girl said that she had finally found him. Ching Ching walked up to Zhang Fei. Ching Ching Liu introduced Zhang Fei, a participant from her team, Master Wang. Master Wang asked the young man, "Is it really him, the god of war? He knows where they are, doesn't he?" Master Wang said it is the biggest cruise ship in the East China Sea, carrying 2,000 passengers with hot springs, a racetrack, and an open-air garden. The old man told the guy to go and take a walk. He can't keep Ching Ching company. Zhang Fei raised his eyes and looked at this old man. His gaze was more eloquent than all words. Old Wang immediately wet his pants. The duel of glances ended before it even began. Master Wang grabbed his throat. The old man felt that he was in a bad state. The young man put his shoulder on his arm and asked, "Why is Master Wang leaving so quickly?" Master Wang couldn't understand what had actually just happened. Liu Qingqing told Zhang Fei that this is Qi Xiao. He works in the entertainment industry. The young man said he didn't need an introduction. Everyone should already know him by sight. Someone caught Qi Xiao's attention. He said that he urgently needed to take a picture of this person. A young man accompanied by a girl entered the banquet hall. Many people began to pay attention to him. Liu Qingqing said that it was Xia Qinghe. He had only debuted half a year ago, but he had already become a megastar. Zhang Fei thought that this guy was accompanied by his sister's school teacher. Zhang Fei lifted up. Liu Qingqing asked, "Where is the young man going?" The guy told the girl that he urgently needed to step away. An important matter had come up. Qi Xiao thought that this guy immediately left. This guy must have realized how incredible he was. Qi Xiao asked Qing Qing if she wanted to get the megastar's autograph. They know him very well. There would be no problem. The girl replied that she didn't mind. The receptionist escorted Qi Xiao and his girlfriend to the table reserved for them. Qi Xiao showed awareness and said he heard that Mr. Zhang's business has been doing well in recent years. The administrator confirmed and said, "It seems to be true. This person is doing well." Master Xiao was approached by Qi Xiao and said that they knew each other. The megastar took a drag on his cigar and let the smoke out right into Qi Xiao's face and said that he seemed to recall and inquired, "What happened?" Qi Xiao said that the megastar fan wants to meet him. Mr. Xiao told his interlocutor that he was good for him. It turns out he could use his name for his own purposes. Mr. Xiao walked up to the girl and said he was informed that she wanted to see him. Liu Qingqing was confused and thought that she had been misunderstood. Xiao laughed and told the girl not to be shy. The elder, looking at this scene, thought that he could not allow Miss Liu to be bullied. Master approached Mr. Xiao and said that it wasn't a good idea to hit on everyone. Mr. Xiao's bodyguard came out to defend Mr. Xiao and tried to strike the Liu family's master. The old man blocked the blow. The bodyguard asked, "Is there really any problem?" The Liu family master retreated under the onslaught of his opponent and took a few steps back. The master realized that the ghost hand elder was in front of him. The elder said he didn't think there was anyone else in the world who remembered his name. The master of the Liu family told the girl that he was breaking the contract he signed with her father. Liu Qingqing asked apprehensively, "Why did Mr. Wang think so?" Master Wang, without saying a word, began to move away from Madame Liu. Turning around, Master Wang said that it would be better for Miss Liu to reply in agreement with Master Xiao. The girl was scared and upset. She screamed that she didn't want to do that. Mr. Xiao's companion told him to forget about that girl. Looks like she's not his fan. There's been a misunderstanding. Qi Xiao was angry and wanted to hit Liu Qingqing. How dare she not appreciate his work? Before he could do what he intended, Qi Xiao was kicked in the chest. It was unexpected. The young man flew far back. Everyone present was surprised. The leg belonged to Zhang Fei. Mr. Xiao said that although this man was an animal, but he worked for him, if this guy hit Qi Xiao, then he hit him. Zhang Fei noticed if he hit Mr. Xiao, he would fall apart. Mr. Xiao's companion recognized this guy and met Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei smiled, raised his glass and said hello to the lady. Mr. Xiao thought that this girl was proud of her family, but had never been nice to anyone since she joined the company. Did she really have such an acquaintance? Mr. Xiao told his companion that her friend was very brave. The ghost hand elder said since they know each other, they can just forget about everything. Zhang Fei said that he was not willing to forget and slapped the ghost hand elder. From this blow, the old man flew far back and rolled on the floor as he fell. Our hero said he couldn't admit his guilt to something like a mosquito. Those observing the scene said that this type was too tough. Had he also arrived at the competition? Master Wang couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really possible? The ghost hand elder himself had been deactivated. Mr. Xiao asked in surprise, "How dare this guy go against him? Does he even know that this cruise ship belongs to his family?" The people around them shouted that this guy should be thrown overboard and made to swim back. Megastar Mr. Xiao told that cheeky boy to get out right now. Zhang Fei leisurely walked over to Mr. Xiao and poured red wine on his head. He said that if he heard one more word, he would have to destroy this guy. Liu Qingqing told her companion not to do that. At this time, outside the banquet hall, a dragon accompanied by a man in an evening suit was moving towards the guests. The companion was telling Mr. Dragon to introduce him to the god of war. Dragon said this guy was too tough and he might not want to listen to his companion. The man said he understood everything and just needed to be taken to that man. He would take care of the rest. The man thought the god of war is young. After all, he must like pretty girls. The dragon, along with his companion, entered the banquet hall. The man saw Zhang Fei and, surprised, called him Master. The man made his way to our hero and said he was lucky to meet him here. Mr. Xiao was surprised. His father had just called this guy a master. Dragon said that he wanted to introduce the god of war to a big man in Haidong's entertainment industry. This is Xiao Tanwan's father. The man said no need for loud introductions to the young man. He is just Xiao. Mr. Xiao took his son's hand and told him that in front of them was the new master Haidong, the god of war, and his son could call him Uncle War. Everyone present realized that the person in front of them was the person who had recently destroyed Tiandu Inn and trampled Lei's martial arts school. Master Wang saw Mr. Xiao walk up to Zhang Fei, and from the surprise, he couldn't help but fall to the floor. He thought that it was over. The father hit his son, the megastar, and said, "Why does he have this attitude? He should immediately give the war uncle money." Junior Xiao told his father, "The only reason is because he doesn't know how to fight. The fact that he is a martial artist has nothing to do with the entertainment industry." Junior Xiao said to Zhang Fei, "Even if they know how to fight, rich people can still hire any master." Mr. Xiao suggested we just part ways amicably. Zhang Fei silently turned around and headed towards the exit. The megastar laughed at him and said that he was leaving after all. Xiao Jr. added, "Didn't this guy promise that he was going to destroy him?" After saying that, Junior Xiao's eyes went black. His legs gave out and he fell to the floor. His father ran over and grabbed his son. Mr. Dragon approached Mr. Xiao and said that he was very sorry for his loss. Mr. Dragon looked after the departing Zhang Fei and thought, just how strong is he? Junior Mr. Chen was also present in the banquet hall, he thought. He had been looking for this guy for a long time. The young man thought it was time for the brothers to begin their revenge. Zhang Fei secluded himself in his quarters and took the lotus pose and began to meditate. The guy needed to concentrate. The young man didn't get a message. It was a call from an old acquaintance. She said they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked if he missed her at all. Zhang Fei, switching to another line, said he told him to keep an eye on the door to make sure that no one entered. The question was addressed to Tank. Tank, as always, was in the process of devouring his food. He answered that he was afraid the boss would be lonely. The boss said he'd show this guy the iron fist of loneliness when he got back. Fu Xiang joined the conversation. The special agent with glasses said that she would get rid of that girl quickly. She even had a sword for that purpose. The tired boss said there was no need to do that, just that everyone should do their job. An old acquaintance entered Zhang Fei's cabin. She decided to help him in any way she could and distract him from his loneliness. The girl asked, did he really not miss her? Zhang Fei asked, what did she want from him? His eyes looked tired. The girl asked, couldn't she just come to him like that? Zhang Fei said he just do that and repeated the question, what does she want? The girl said that Mr. Xiao asked her to keep an eye on him. Zhang Fei, smiling, decided that it was surveillance. The girl added that Mr. Xiao told her to do her best to get him back. Zhang Fei looked the girl in the eyes and said, has she become his doggy? The girl took offense and said that he didn't command her. The girl said she came of her own free will. Zhang Fei took his interlocutor by the neck and headed towards the exit with her. He asked her to tell Mr. Xiao that the case was closed. The door to the cabin opened and out flew this girl. The guy said that if Xiao molested him again, he wouldn't mind destroying someone else. The girl got to her feet and said that she had a grudge against him. Zhang Fei, using the connection, heard Tank looking for someone. He inquired what was the matter. Tank said that there is an assassin around here somewhere. He is hiding well. The moment the boss opened the door, Tank felt a murderous aura. The girl stood with closed eyes in front of our hero's quarters. She couldn't understand how it happened. Why was she outside? Suddenly the door opened. She was grabbed by the arm and dragged inside. The girl, without opening her eyes, said even if he starts apologizing, it won't change anything. The young lady opened her eyes. In front of her stood Zhang Fei, who had told someone over the phone that he would be right there. The youngest son of the Chen family was moving around on the night deck. He wondered why the master was following that guy. Tank and Mr. Chen met on the deck. Tank asked, what is this boy here looking for? Mr. Chen sensed the danger. The young man swung his leg and tried to kick Tank. The kick failed. Tank asked, is this really it? Tank grabbed his opponent's leg and asked, did he really want to prove something with that? Mr. Chen took out a gas can from his pocket and sprayed the gas in Tank's face. Tank's eyes became watery and he lost his balance and fell on his back. The Tank was lying unconscious. Mr. Chen said it's the biological poison of the gods. Even a boar can be put to sleep with one spray. Mr. Chen looked at this big guy and the gas canister in his hand and thought that this guy was very strong. Mr. Chen took out a knife and said, it was a pity that such a body would die in his hands. Suddenly a man appeared and said, is this guy really going to destroy him? The man hit the young man and called him names. The young man fell to the deck and looked at the man. His father was standing in front of him. Chen Sr. said, you can threaten, bait, and trap after all he had taught him. Mr. Chen touched the head of the lying tank with his foot. How can his son lure that rascal out and trap him if he wants to destroy this guy? Chen Jr. told his father that he was wrong. Revenge for his brothers had clouded his mind. Father said that in this case there was no point in hurrying. After tomorrow's competition, all of Haidong will be in the palm of his hand. The young man excitedly asked his father, in that case, to keep the strongest one for him. The man told him to get out. Chen Jr. told his father that he would interrogate the big guy properly. Near the fallen tank lay a fallen earphone with a microphone. Thanks to this, Zhang Fei could hear all the conversations and realized what had happened to Tank. Zhang Fei understood that it was now necessary to get Tank out of trouble. Special Agent Fu Xiang said that she is aware of what happened because she heard everything too. The girl told her boss not to worry. They would definitely work something out. Fu Xiang determinedly said that she would save her colleague and rushed to fulfill this mission. Zhang Fei laughed out loud. Fu Xiang, in her quarters in front of her laptop, asked what was the boss laughing at. Zhang Fei replied that he was not laughing. Before saving that guy, one must find and copy that table 30 times. On the deck of a cruise ship in the early morning while everyone was sleeping, a young man came out with a phone in his hand. He decided to make a small gift. The young man said that all the rich people of Haidong can't sleep at night, dreaming of looking at the quota table. Suddenly, there were serious men in suits near this guy. It was someone's security detail. Mr. Chen happened to be nearby. He asked security to teach that guy to be polite. The young man thanked and said he was on his way out. A representative of the event organizer's company apologized to Mr. Chen. He said it was his fault. Mr. Chen's companion told him not to worry, for Mr. Chen would soon become second after the God of War. A little while later, the man announced that the tournament that would determine the leader of Haidong was declared open. Zhang Fei, while in the locker room, listened to the announcement. The representative of the Wen family will start the first match. Zhang Fei walked out of the locker room and onto the deck. There was a fighter in front of him. It was his opponent. The man pointed his finger down and said he had already arranged everything. He would be his first opponent. The audience thought, doesn't this guy realize how powerful the God of War is? He's definitely going to lose. A serious-minded fighter told the audience that his opponent wasn't even a master. Even though the audience doesn't understand anything. Special Agent Fu Xiang was sunbathing by the pool at the time. She told the boss that someone was trying to change his rival. When asked by her boss, the girl replied that she had fixed it. The girl pulled out a clipboard. With her fingers, she changed the target. She knew her job for sure. Fu Xiang once again confirmed that everything was fixed. A sniper rifle was set up in an inconspicuous place. A shot rang out. The bullet, breaking the glass, pierced the chest of a young man. This man, bleeding, fell down. The host announced that Mr. Zhang was the winner in the first match. Our hero's opponent, hearing this information, was very surprised. The announcer announced that the fight had begun and the competitors began to converge. The opponent accelerated and tried to kick Zhang Fei with his foot, but our hero easily dodged this kick. His foot flew past. Zhang Fei asked his opponent, so does that mean he is fighting for the Zhou family of Haidong? The guy said he originally had a different opponent. The guy said that even if the plans changed, he would still destroy Zhang Fei, the God of War said as he held back for a very long time. The young man blocked his opponent's arm. God of War said he was waiting for all the information on this guy to come out. The opponent asked who was in front of him. Zhang Fei stated that this guy had destroyed that person. Zhang Fei found himself behind his opponent and grabbed him by the neck. He asked, didn't he remember anything? The opponent was scared and said that he would never die at the hands of this guy. However, he had no choice. Zhang Fei squeezed his opponent's neck even harder and blood came out of his mouth. The opponent lashed out and tried to kick our hero. The God of War grabbed his opponent's leg and told him not to even think about a quick death. After a strong but short-lived counterattack, Zhang Fei was victorious. The opponent fell. The announcer announced that Sun Xinyu of Seven Zhou had fallen before the God of War for 3 rounds. Zhang Fei stepped on the losing opponent's foot. Sun Xinyu screamed in pain and told this guy to destroy him. Zhang Fei replied that this was not going to happen. He would wait for this rascal to be cured. The support group of the losing warrior ran out onto the deck. Zhang Fei said his family showed up. A frightened warrior sitting on the bench said it was not a man but the devil. The host once again announced the winner. It was the God of War. the representatives of the Wen family. The announcer thanked our hero for such a colorful match. The second match will be canceled because Wang Wushi, who represented the Dragon Group, withdrew from the competition. Liu Qingqing mentally apologized to her father. She said that it was all her own fault. Zhang Fei stopped the presenter and said that he was their representative. One of the elders said that it must be a joke. How can one martial artist fight for two families? Zhang Fei asked why it was impossible since he was the major shareholder of the Dragon Group. The host said it was true. The God of War owns an absolute controlling stake in the Dragon Group. The youngest son of the Chen family looked at his father. Mr. Chen, smiling, said, "Why not, if this guy is willing?" The presenter said that it is impossible to say no to a shareholder who is fighting for his company. The audience was pleased and said the match went on. The host announced after another fight that Monk Shigong was the winner of the second match. The monk bowed and said that he saluted the God of War. Zhang Fei was surprised. He didn't expect to meet a monk here. The monk said he has been into Kung Fu since childhood. He just wanted to meet the best in the world. Monk got ready and went on the attack. He swung around to deliver a staggering blow. Zhang Fei has always dodged the attacking strike. The monk flew forward. Monk thought his opponent was very fast. The bald fighter swung again to deliver his next blow. Zhang Fei blocked his opponent's attack and grabbed his hand and asked, "Is this really it?" The God of War twisted the monk's arm and he cried out in pain. He hadn't expected this. The guy let go of the monk's arm and the monk, losing his balance, flew backwards. The monk thought that his opponent was incredibly strong. Zhang Fei said that with such strength, this monk was no match for him. The boss of the family that hired Monk shouted that he couldn't lose. Monk realized that he had to keep fighting and decided that it wasn't time to give up yet. The monk jumped up and tried to kick his opponent. He used an aggressive kung fu technique. Zhang Fei once again dodged his opponent's attack. Time after time, the monk's blows failed to reach their target. The monk was terribly nervous and realized his ineffectiveness. The host said that as expected from the God of War. The monk from the Panlong Temple could not win a single round. The man was upset. He said he didn't expect his family to lose in the first match. Zhang Fei swung and struck the monk. This blow came straight at his chest. The monk kneeled down. He admitted his defeat. Zhang Fei told the host to announce the result. The announcer said that Monk can still continue the fight. A few moments later, however, the monk fell face down. He lay there without moving. The host said, "Since the monk from the Qian family can no longer fight, the war god from the Liu family is the winner." The host said that thanks to the God of War, the match was spectacular. Mr. Zhang Fei was incredibly strong. Zhang Fei said he thought the match was mediocre. The opponent lost too quickly. Special Agent Fu Xiang said that the master was on top of his game. The girl raved about her boss. Zhang Fei asked Fu Xiang if his employee had woken up. The girl said not yet. He was still continuing to sleep. Liu Qingqing ran up to Zhang Fei and hugged him and thanked him. The girl pressed herself against the young man's chest and didn't want to let him go. Zhang Fei didn't move and didn't want to interrupt this event. Zhang Fei told Qin Xin that there were too many people here. If she just threw herself into his arms like this, it might create a lot of questions. The girl, feeling uncomfortable, pulled away from the young man and took a few steps back. Liu Qingqing apologized and offered to pretend that nothing happened. Blushing, she turned around and ran away. Fu Xiang approached the young man and said that she wanted to be his lover. The girl said, she is sure that the young man will be loved by countless women who will run after him. Too bad she is not among them. Zhang Fei asked what was on his subordinate's mind. The girl said that she wanted a hug too. The host announced the next pairing, Mr. Chen from the Chen family versus Mr. Ghost Hand from the Xiao family. The viewers said that this Xiao family has had no luck at all lately. Master Ghost Hand, frustrated, thought, why is this particular opponent now? Mr. Ghost Hand bowed to his opponent and said he conceded defeat. The audience was surprised. How could he give up without a fight? He's a famous master. What is this Master Ghost Hand doing? He probably realizes that he is no match for the Chen family, so he decided to admit defeat right away so as not to be embarrassed. Master Ghost Hand approached his boss, Mr. Xiao, with a desire to explain everything. Mr. Xiao said it was fine and he understood everything. Mr. Xiao said that they were just unlucky. How could they face Mr. Chen in their first match? The youngest son of the Chen family congratulated his father on his victory. He poured his father a glass of wine and said that he didn't even have to fight. The father replied that there was nothing to celebrate. This old man was too weak, so he acted wisely and admitted his defeat. Chen Jr. agreed with his father. The host announced the end of the first round and added that the second round would begin immediately. The first match pits the God of War from the Wen family against Mr. Tyrone from the Tai family. Master Tyrone thought it was hard to get through to the second round, and then he was immediately given an opponent, this demon. The audience laughed and asked if this Mr. Tyrone could even fight. He wouldn't last long in the arena. The host announced the start of the first match of the second round. Zhang Fei asked his opponent if he was afraid of him. His opponent said that he was not afraid at all, but there was no confidence in his voice. Mr. Tyrone saw Zhang Fei emitting his powerful, aggressive energy. The young man was leisurely approaching his opponent. Mr. Tyrone, frightened, shouted that there was a demon in front of him. Zhang Fei swung and landed just one punch on his opponent, after which his opponent was carried away on a stretcher, and that was the end of the fight. The host announced that God of War would come out again in the next match of the second round, but for the Liu family. The host added that his next opponent would be Mr. Zhao Yuan, representing the Zhao family. The audience said that the God of War had no choice but to represent both families. It was a very interesting situation. The Zhao family representative approached our hero and asked the guy, "Don't destroy him immediately." The Zhao family member tried to attack his opponent. Zhang Fei blocked his opponent's attack and threw the young man far back. Zhao flew backwards and landed on his feet. He declared that this God of War was quite strong. However, all of his attacks on Zhang Fei failed. The guy thought that he should find a way to destroy the God of War in one blow. Tired of this worthless fight, Zhang Fei declared that he would end it. Our hero responded to another attack by Zhao Yuan with a counterattack. It hit his opponent in the chest. The young man, coughing up blood, flew backwards again. The surprised announcer looked at the motionless young man lying in the arena. Zhang Fei said, "Don't worry, he didn't destroy him but only deactivated him, and the winner can already be announced." The tournament host said that the God of War representing the Liu family won the second match of the second round. Mr. Chen, who was watching the fight from his quarters, looking at the TV screen, said it was very funny. He assumed he was destined to meet this young man in the finals. The next battle was won by the God of War. The audience gave him a standing ovation and shouted that the God of War was invincible. Mr. Chen also won his next fight. The audience shouted for Mr. Chen to hold on like that. In the next battle, an uncomfortable situation happened. The God of War must oppose the God of War. How can this be? The audience wondered what the God of War would do now. How will he fight himself? In what round does he hold victory over himself? The elder raised his hand and said that he had a solution. God of War passes to the finals. The audience was surprised. How could this be? The elder turned to the audience and said that if anyone did not like it, they could go on stage and express their displeasure to the God of War personally. However, no one wanted to contradict the warrior. Mr. Dragon thought that Mr. Xiao was completely on Zhang Fei's side. He has an eye for good people. The host announced, "Since Mr. Xiao said so and no one has any objections, he announces that the God of War passes to the finals." The tournament host announced that Mr. Chen, representing the Chen family, and Mr. Ouyang Shijian, representing the Pao family, would meet in the second semi-final. Standing in the arena were Mr. Chen Badao on one side and Mr. Ouyang Shijian on the other side. Holding the sword in his hand, Mr. Ouyang said, "Although he lost to his opponent last time, this time will be different." Ouyang asked, "Is his opponent still looking down on him?" He had trained long and hard to defeat Mr. Chen today. Today, he was ready to show his might. Zhang Fei thought that there was too much trash talking in the arena right now. Mr. Chen stood silently. Ouyang Shijian said that his opponent would soon turn into a corpse and drew his sword forward and rushed forward to attack. At the last moment, Chen Badao deflected to the side and the opponent with sword in hand flew past. The spectators remarked that Ouyang Shijian had really gotten stronger this time. Now he was using his ki. One of those watching was terribly curious when would Mr. Chen start showing off his skills. Chen continued to coldly evade the opponent's attacks while doing nothing in response. Ouyang Shijian lost his cool and began to lose his temper. Chen Badao still did nothing in response and stared indifferently at his opponent. Ouyang Shijian thought, something is not right here. Finally, Mr. Chen Badao struck his opponent's chest with his fist. The blow was so powerful that his opponent immediately flew backwards. Ouyang Shijian, bleeding, sat on his knees in the arena. He had no strength to get up. Mr. Chen called his opponent trash. Ouyang thought that things were now much worse than he thought. Mr. Chen leisurely headed towards his opponent. Zhang Fei thought that the show was about to start. Ouyang Shijian asked his opponent when did he become a master. Seeing Chen Badao's determination, Ouyang Shijian shouted that he was giving up. Mr. Chen threw a powerful fist strike into the arena, right in the vicinity of his opponent. A deep hole was formed. Ouyang Shijian thought that he almost died. Chen said that his opponent was a loser. He would not be able to surpass him in this life. Ouyang Shijian thought that one day he would make Chen Badao answer for these words. The host announced that this match was won by the Chen family. Mr. Chen will have a final battle with the god of war. The spectators shouted excitedly that the finalist would get Haidong's market share. The winner of this fight beckoned Zhang Fei's hand and said that he was ready to meet. Zhang Fei thought it was finally time for the finals. At this time, Special Agent Fu Xiang had an interlocutor ask how could this happen. Tank couldn't understand how this boy from the Chen family was able to knock him out. The girl, smiling, told Tank that when she came in, that guy was tearing his clothes off. If it hadn't been for her, it was scary to imagine how it would have ended. Tank said in anger that he would destroy that rascal. No one had ever mocked him like that before. The announcer announced that the match had begun. The opponents could attack each other. The opponents stood against each other without doing anything. The spectators were wondering why the opponents don't do anything. Someone suggested that they are so confident that they don't want to make the first move, but want to let their opponent do it. But it gets boring. At one point, both fighters attacked each other and collided with their fists displayed forward. Chen Badao said he was surprised that this guy had become so strong. Zhang Fei replied, how could one not train when they needed to avenge their family? Chen Badao delivered a powerful, crushing blow. Zhang Fei blocked this strike and neutralized the attack. The spectators were delighted. Our hero said that all the suffering he had endured over the years, he would give back to his opponent today. The young man, using his inner energy, went on the attack. Chen Badao thought that he should use the phantom mode to repel this attack. Zhang Fei missed and flew past. Mr. Chen said a smart thing. He never thought the guy would turn out to be stronger than he imagined. The young man replied that he was much stronger than his opponent thought. Chen Badao said that in that case, he would show his opponent his true strength. The deck under his feet trembled and cracks appeared. This was a display of true strength. At the same time, while on the roof of a cruise ship and using data from a drone hovering in the air, Super Agent Fu Xiao detected a yacht approaching them on her tablet screen. Using the data coming in on her glasses, Fu Xiang determined that this vessel belonged to the Ye family. At this time, Mr. Chen, showing his true strength, rushed towards his opponent. Every step he took left dents in the arena. Zhang Fei also took the same action. After his steps also dented the arena, the young man swung his energy-charged fist. Mr. Chen Badao thought that his opponent was acting recklessly. However, the war god's precisely calibrated strike reached its target. Chen Badao received a crushing fist punch to the jaw. An indestructible warrior, Chen Badao flew up and collapsed into the arena, bleeding. Zhang Fei walked over to him and asked, "Is this really it?" There was silence in the stands. After a while, someone asked, was Chen Badao, who is the #1 in Haidong, really knocked out? The god of war is so young, yet he was able to overpower the Chen family. The youngest son of the Chen family, watching the fight from his quarters, couldn't understand how this could happen. How could his father lose? Mr. Chen managed to get to his feet and swayed, thinking that he hadn't bled in a long time, or rather never. Zhang Fei asked, is his opponent still alive? Looks like it's going to be fun from now on. Mr. Chen stood up to his full height and threw off his jacket. He realized that he had one chance left. The man shouted that his opponent would be finished now. All the spectators thought that Mr. Chen was now much stronger. He had an incredible aura. Chen stated that now he would truly show his full power. The opponent should beg for mercy. A lightning flaming sword appeared in Mr. Chen's hand. It was quite unexpected. Zhang Fei realized that it was Tai Xuanjing. Chen said with a smile, he did not expect his opponent to know about it. The man added that this guy is the only one in the world who can beat him. However, he has to try harder. Mr. Chen thrust his sword forward and attacked Zhang Fei. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Zhang Fei calmly dodged the sword. Mr. Chen flew forward by inertia. Mr. Chen's next attack was also unsuccessful. A protective dome was formed around the young man, and the sword could not penetrate it. However, Chen Badao did not calm down and struck at the protective dome, which eventually cracked and crumbled. Chen shouted that the young man could say goodbye to his life and was about to deliver a final sword strike to his opponent's chest. Young Mr. Chen, who was watching the fight from his quarters, said that the god of war could bid farewell to life. He wouldn't leave here alive today. At the last moment, Zhang Fei blocked his opponent's sword with 2 fingers and asked, was this really the best he could show? Chen Badao realized with horror that his opponent had applied rhinoceros fingers. After shattering his opponent's sword with 2 fingers, the young man said that now it was his turn. Zhang Fei struck his opponent with a staggering straight punch to the face with his fist, after which he landed another series of punches to his opponent's body. Chen Badao lost his balance and fell to the arena. Zhang Fei continued to finish him off with his feet. The cold-blooded Zhang Fei asked the caller, didn't he have anything else to show? Zhang Fei took his opponent by the chest and lifted him high up. The spectators were horrified. The young man said that he would make the rascal pay for everything. Young Mr. Chen couldn't understand how the opponent won. After all, it was impossible. Special Agent Fu Xiang ordered the Ye family's vessel to be allowed through and warned to be careful not to be discovered. A command was given to all submarines, as well as warplanes, to stay away and let the ship pass. It's necessary to apply maximum camouflage and not let ourselves be detected. This command was transmitted to all observation points. The special agent wondered what the Yi family was doing here. Zhang Fei, holding his opponent at arm's length and lifting him above the deck, asked if Mr. Chen would have any last words. The man said that he had to get rid of them first. Zhang Fei said that he would not let Chen Badao die so easily. The young man began to absorb his opponent's energy. Chen Badao could feel him losing strength. Falling to his knees exhausted, Mr. Chen felt that the young man had destroyed his cultivation. Zhang Fei said he was going to make the Chen family experience what he had experienced in his time. Zhang Fei said that Chen Badao's time had expired. The man was unable to stay on his feet and fell into the arena. The youngest son of the Chen family ran out into the arena and put his father's head in his lap. He said, "You have to hold on for a while." The young man thought that he should avenge his father. The elder thought that his Zhou family had come to an end. The host of the competition thought, is Chen Badao defeated? This guy had defeated the second king of Haidong. Zhang Fei said that the presenter had not yet announced the winner. The presenter took the young man's hand and said that he congratulated the Wen family, the Liu family, for successfully obtaining the right to Haidong wealth. Liu Qingqing mentally thanked the young man. Fu Xiang went to her boss and said that the Ye family appeared. Zhang Fei was surprised by this information. The girl said she alerted the guards to let them through. The Liu family thanked the god of war with all their hearts for the help he had given them. The young man said he had to go and left. Zhang Fei, together with Fu Xiang on the upper deck, were watching the ship standing nearby. The young man thought that this person was here quickly. Master Ye saw who was greeting him and thought that Chen Badao had lost to this kid. Master Ye effortlessly jumped from his ship to the neighboring ship and said that he congratulated the young man on his victory. After landing, the master asked if the young man knew who he was. Zhang Fei indifferently said that he had no idea. The guest said his name was Ye Fengli. He was from the Ye family. Ye Fengli smugly said that this time Haidong's wealth quota would be taken by his family. Zhang Fei said with a smile, "Is it too much for this guy to want?" The opponent said, "He is only here to inform the young man, not to discuss it with him. Everything has already been decided." Ye Fengli told the young man, if he was able to defeat Chen Badao, then he must have some ability. Ye Fengli added that he's a person who appreciates talented people. That's why he came with a good word and not a sword. The young man objected. His family wants to steal Haidong's wealth, and he calls it a good word. Zhang Fei said that he thought it was a great impudence. Ye Fengli asked, did the guy really choose to die? Zhang Fei said, if the opponent wants to take away wealth, he should try to take it away. Our hero added, if old man Ye Fengli came here today, he would definitely get a kick in the head. The man asked angrily, how did that scumbag get me to insult his grandfather like that? After these words, Ye Fengli attacked our hero. The young man evaded the attack and counterattacked his opponent. For a while they fought while on the helipad of the cruise ship. The boy realized that his opponent was using the ancient martial art of the three-armed fist. He knew what to counter it. Ye Fengli was confident that he could overpower his opponent if he fought at his best. However, he was the one who thought it was too wasteful and decided to take an ace out of his sleeve. Ye Fengli took out a token from behind his sinus and showed it to his opponent. He said that this boy was strong, but the person behind Haidong's quota was not from his family, but the king of the martial wing. Zhang Fei and Fu Xiang thought, how is such a thing possible? It was certainly something no one expected. Ye Fengli added, he is sure that the young man knows who he is talking about. Does he really want to become his enemy? Zhang Fei thought, why is it in the hands of the Ye family? Zhang Fei replied that he did not want to become that person's enemy and added that Haidong's quota now belonged to the Ye family. Ye Fengli returned to his ship in the same way. The incident was over. Fu Xiang asked the boss, does he really want to go out for bigger fish? The girl asked if she should find out what kind of imposter was being covered up by the Ye family. Zhang Fei agreed and told her to look into it. Zhang Fei asked her interlocutor, what did she think? Is there a rat inside the Iron Riders? Special Agent Fu Xiang indignantly said that there was no such thing. Zhang Fei added, if it wasn't rats, then there was only one option. Someone had eliminated a senior member of the Iron Riders and taken the badge. Zhang Fei suggested the girl to find out who this imposter really was. Mr. Chen Badao was in his quarters in an exhausted state. He was breathing heavily. The youngest son said his father had completely and utterly lost his chi. Mr. Chen mumbled that he was the great Chen. He could not lose. The son said, "We must admit that the father now has no chance to become the second king." The young man turned to his father and took him by the throat. He said the family is huge. If the family wants to become the strongest, it can never be done by one man. Chen Badao looked at his son in horror and asked, "What's he going to do?" The young man said that the Chen family needed support, and of course it needed a new leader. A hand began to squeeze his throat. The guy added that the Chen family didn't need the weak Chen Badao now. The man whispered that Qianwei couldn't do it. The Chen family wouldn't survive without him. The young man said that it is ridiculous. The Chen family does not need a disabled person. The Chen family needs a capable and strong person. Chen Qianwei said that he had been taught this since he was a child. The father realized that his son was not joking. The young man says he will do it, and he says goodbye. He is the one who will become the second king of Haidun. When the elder was finished, the young man heard someone appear behind his back. It was Ye Fengli. The man said he hoped the boy wouldn't let him down. Chen Tianwei looked back and said that he would not fail. Ye Fengli helped him regain the right to Haidong's wealth. From now on, the Chen family would be under Ye Fengli's command. Ye Fengli regretfully said that this guy's father was born useless. Ye Fengli said that he wanted to give this guy a job, or rather give him a chance to destroy the god of war. The man handed the young man a box. The guy asked in surprise, "What could be in the box?" Ye Fengli said as he walked away. "There is something in there that will help destroy the god of war." The young man opened the box, and in it was a key. There was also a letter in the box. What could it be? Ye Fengli, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Wen were present in the meeting room. Ye Fengli asked if they clearly heard what he said. Mr. Wen was surprised. Why is 90% being given to the Chen family? How could they agree to this? Ye Fengli said he doesn't care if they agree or not. He came here to report, not to debate about it. Ye Fengli left the meeting room. Mr. Wen said that Chen Tianwei asked them to meet him at his house in 5 days. Mr. Liu added that they could not refuse him. Zhang Fei said to his interlocutor, he would never have thought that Chen Badao would die at the hands of his own son. The young man added that this is what that man deserved. It was obvious he wasn't going to end well. Special Agent Fu Xiang said that it was only to their advantage. The girl added that Chen Tianwei asked all the big families to gather at his house in 5 days. Zhang Fei inquired about the status of their investigation. The girl said that one of their squads had been attacked a few days ago. All squad members were eliminated and their badges were stolen. At the same time, all the riders were suddenly attacked. Fu Xiang assumed that someone wanted to award their names to themselves. Zhang Fei asked who else was involved besides the Ye family. Fu Xiang replied that she has no information. It seems that they have a rat. Zhang Fei said that in that case, he would find her and ordered that it was necessary to inform everyone that in 3 days, all senior Iron Riders should gather in Haidong. Fu Xiang told the boss, she has a feeling that something will happen soon. There has been unrest on the border lately. The death squadron they had fought earlier had reappeared. It couldn't be a mere coincidence. The god of war suggested that they were all related to each other. Zhang Fei told the special agent, if the death squadron tries to do anything, we should organize the Iron Riders to destroy it. The youngster added that there are interesting times ahead for them. The armed men positioned themselves among the ammunition. One of them asked the captain, who was wearing a mask, if they were really heading to Haidong. The captain confirmed. The captain held up a yellow-colored cartridge and said they had to destroy it this time. A secret base in an inconspicuous part of town. At this base, a girl sits at a desk surrounded by monitors. She has prepared herself for some serious work. A young man appeared and asked if the others had already arrived. The girl replied that there was no hurry. They still had 10 minutes before the appointed time. Footsteps were heard. The girl asked, wasn't it them? The young man entered the room and said hello. One of the young men asked a colleague why he was not smiling. What's wrong? A colleague asked where Fei Hu and Ghost Hand were. Why aren't they here? The girl said they were far away. They wouldn't be in today. The non-smiling young man noted in his notebook and said -1 point each. One of the boys thought that this jerk always takes points off for nothing. The young man approached the girl and said that they were all here, but where was their king? The girl replied that, although she was in charge of scouting, she was not following the king. A few seconds later, the king appeared. He was accompanied by Special Agent Fu Xiang. The personnel greeted His Majesty. His Majesty said he was sure they had been informed of the reason he had asked them to gather. The king asked why Mockingbird, who is in charge of intelligence, didn't find out in time about such an important tragedy as the loss of their boys. The girl apologized. The king said he would give her a chance to improve. He was interested in the results of the intelligence investigation of the last 3 days. Mockingbird said that the people participating in the siege of their Iron Riders of the military wing were the Yi family, the Dragon King's group, and the Death Squadron. Zhang Fei thought he didn't expect the Dragon King group to be involved in this. It is one of the most powerful groups in the country. Why would it team up with the Ye family and the Death Squadron? Could it be possible that someone is behind them? Mockingbird said she's still investigating it, but she'll have results soon. The girl said that she found a rat. This is Chen Guang, the captain of the 3rd Unit of the 9th Brigade. One of the young men present said that he had already taken care of him. He decided to test his new medicine on him. The king said that the divine doctor is as extraordinary as ever. A colleague asked, in that case, what should they do next? Zhang Fei stated, if the enemies want to play, then let's play with them together. After holding this meeting, the king said he was withdrawing and wished everyone good luck. The personnel thanked His Highness. Fu Xiang remained in this team. The unsmiling co-worker told Mockingbird to keep a close eye on all of the Yi family's movements in Haidong. The king also wanted that as soon as the men entered Haidong, all the military wings were immediately informed. The others shall, in accordance with their duties, work closely with the Mockingbird. Special Agent Fu Xiang told His Majesty that if death comes to Haidong, she personally wants to deal with it. The girl added that she lost last time, but this time she is much stronger. The boss agreed and said let it be, and added that the tank should go with them. If there is danger, one should run away at the first opportunity. The unsmiling young man said that he grades Fu Xiang as S, but his grade for death, SS. Even if she teams up with Tank, the two of them won't be able to handle it. The king said that the butler was right. They had gotten much stronger in the past few years, but the opponent wasn't standing still either. Zhang Fei said for them to be very careful and added that it was in order. Mockingbird said that the big Haidong families were heading to the Chen family. Zhang Fei said that in that case, he would go and join the fun. When the boss once again left, the butler said they all hadn't seen each other in a while and said he was in for a treat tonight. Butler picked up his phone and decided to order food. He said they were about to eat and talk. At a dinner party at the Chen family's house, the host invited the Dragon King to have tea. The Dragon King said that he had come here on a secret visit. The man asked, Chen Tianwei must know what he is here for? The young man said that of course he knows. The Dragon King said that the Death Squadron would be arriving in Haidong today and they should be helped. It should go well. The man added, if everything worked out, he, as the representative of the Dragon King's group, would train the young man to become the second king of Haidong. Chen Tianwei declared that he would not let the Dragon King down. The Dragon King said that today was the day of Haidong's wealth distribution. Chen Tianwei said that he would leave the Dragon King and withdrew. The man said angrily that it was time for the warlord to step aside as the so-called king of the combat wing. Mr. Chen Tianwei walked into the meeting room and said how good it was that everyone was gathered. Chen Tianwei said, as he announced the following distribution of Haidong's wealth. 90% of the wealth will go to the Chen family. 5% of the wealth will go to the Zhou family. The rest will be divided equally among the rest of the community. Is there anyone here who disagrees? Everyone remained silent, but they thought that the Chen family had already bored everyone. Zhang Fei was traveling alone in the city. He noticed that someone was following him. The young man thought that this was already interesting. Zhang Fei turned the corner, followed by the two young men who rushed into the back alley there. The young men realized that they had lost Zhang Fei. Suddenly, Zhang Fei appeared behind the pursuers and asked why they were following him. The young men also threw themselves on their knees and said that they saluted the winged war king. The young men told His Majesty that they did not intend to pursue him. They wanted to join his crew and asked him to receive them. Zhang Fei inquired who they were. They said that they were the righteous children of the Dragon King. The young man said that this was not the place to negotiate and suggested that the Heavenly King go elsewhere. Zhang Fei thought that it looked like he wouldn't be able to get to the Chen family today. Zhang Fei agreed to change his dislocation. The young people came to a protected place. Zhang Fei said that they could tell everything now. One of these people tore off his clothes and showed his wounded body. Zhang Fei asked why he was doing all this. The young man said he just wanted to show the god of war what human experimentation looked like. At the age of 7, he was taken by the Dragon King and subjected to endless torment. Originally, there were 20 of them, but as of today, only the 2 of them remain. The young man added that in this competition behind the Chen family was the Ye family, and it was just the Dragon King. The guy took out his smartphone and said that behind the Dragon King's desire to control all of Haidong was human experimentation. The young man handed the smartphone to his interlocutor and said that some of the information about the human experiments was here and could be consulted. Zhang Fei looked at the contents of the smartphone and loudly cursed. The young man, ending their conversation, said that they had decided to join the god of war because they could not live in eternal suffering. Zhang Fei stared at these young men. One of them said that they were not sent by the Dragon King. Zhang Fei replied that he agreed from now on these two would serve him. The two men knelt down again and told His Highness that they were very grateful. Zhang Fei told them to stand up and tell him the purpose of the experiment. The young men said that the experiment has been developed for almost 20 years. The essence is to use technology and some poison discs to enhance the human body. It is a way to push the body to its maximum limits. This Dragon King's army would be scattered all over the country and even overseas. The youths added that people were also sent to Haidong City to use Haidong as a new base for human experimentation and to gradually scale up. Some time ago, a large orphanage was established in Haidong, which is a secret base for experiments. One of the young men added that experimentation should start at an early age. The young man added, so an orphan is the best choice for experimentation. Zhang Fei asked that these young men show him the place where the shelter was located. Zhang Fei noticed how these guys looked at each other confusedly. He asked, what is the matter? The young men said that this place was very well guarded. Zhang Fei asked, what are they afraid of? Are they really afraid that the Dragon King would find out that they had joined him? The young man said they had nothing to fear. As long as they were under His Majesty's wing, they were in no danger. Zhang Fei said, in that case, they are now directly going to where this orphanage is located. After a while, the entire company was at the destination point. Zhang Fei asked, what's here? The young people told us that there are permanent live-in staff. This staff, all martial artists who had mastered the internal energy. Zhang Fei was stopped by a guard at the entrance and told that this was a closed orphanage. No outsiders were allowed to enter. Zhang Fei ignored the guard's warning and decided to proceed inside. The guard grabbed the War King's shoulder and asked if he didn't understand him. The guard sensed that the martial artist in front of him. The guard remembered that the captain had ordered that no one should be allowed in. However, these three looked like they came here for a reason. A stranger appeared in front of the young man. He asked what was going on here. The guard approached this stranger and called him captain. He reported to the captain that there was a master in front of them and he could be dangerous. The young man said hello and introduced himself. He said his name was Kent and he was the head of the local security. The organization was a closed children's home to keep the children safe. The captain added that no one is allowed in here. The young men turned and left. The guard and the captain looked at them. The guard asked the captain if they had been exposed. The captain replied that they were on special alert today. Zhang Fei said that they would visit this organization tonight and asked the companions if they had been there before. As darkness fell, the captain strolled around the perimeter and told the guard that these men would be here soon. Zhang Fei and his companions were indeed not far away. The night guards investigating the perimeter did not notice anything unusual. The young men were not located. The brothers sneaked up on the guards and deactivated them. The passage was clear. The guards were bound and immobilized. They couldn't even speak. One of the young men said that this building, a residential area, had a secret experimental complex underneath it. The young man said that there would be a guard change in a minute, and while they were doing that, the guards would take a smoke break. At that point, there would be a blind spot, and they could quickly enter the building through a side window. Everything went according to the script. The young people found themselves in an underground room. The secret experimental area was on the second floor. Zhang Fei looked at his companions and thought, these guys were not very good actors. The young men followed in the given direction, Zhang Fei following a little behind them. The young men appeared at a secret door behind them, a secret laboratory. One of the brothers pressed a button and the doors opened. Zhang Fei followed inside without stopping. Someone pressed the red button and the gate began to close. The brothers were scared and didn't want to enter the secret lab. However, the young men were pushed inside and the doors closed behind them. The lab was lit up with a bright light, and there were many people around. Zhang Fei smiled and asked, was this really their plan? One of the guys asked, did Zhang Fei really know everything? Zhang Fei replied, did they really think they could deceive him? The young man said even if Zhang Fei knew everything, he was still too arrogant. This guy added that Zhang Fei had fallen into a trap. Today, he wanted to destroy our hero to avenge his father. There was a captain in the lab who said that the god of war was very popular. Zhang Fei asked the captain, did the Dragon King know what they were doing here? The guy said they would just bring the head of the god of war to the Dragon King. Zhang Fei said if he was not mistaken, their plan was rejected by the Dragon King. The opponent said that was not true. Zhang Fei said with a smile, these two were very much lowering the Dragon King's bar with their existence. The guy took offense and said that Zhang Fei dare not say that. He might be an immortal warrior. but it is only in words. In reality, he is an ordinary mortal. He may be the strongest man to defend the frontier. He can stand alone against an entire army, but he's still a mere mortal. The captain said that even an elephant could die, and ordered the soldiers to capture Zhang Fei. Enemy soldiers tried to attack our hero. The young man was as fast as lightning. He moved from one soldier to another, striking them with his blows, leaving no chance of escape. After a while, all the attackers were deactivated, their weapons lying on the ground. The captain cried out in fright. Could one man have done all this? Zhang Fei walked up to the captain and said, if that was all, he had bad news for his opponent. The captain replied that wasn't all. A strange object appeared in his hand. The captain threw this item towards Zhang Fei and said that this was their latest development. Acrid smoke began to fill the room. Laughing, said that now even the god of war will not be able to resist. He is a mere mortal and will not be able to resist this gas. And on the body of our hero appeared redness and blisters began to form. Zhang Fei kept on his feet. He walked up to the captain and grabbed him by the throat. The captain was terrified. The god of war said that it was an ordinary poison. Did he really think he could use poison to deal with it? Zhang Fei grabbed his opponent tightly by the throat and lifted him above the ground, the captain gasping, asking to be released. Zhang Fei threw his opponent to the floor and said that he was not going to destroy him. He wanted to ask him something. Zhang Fei told his opponent that he had a conversation. They need to move aside where there is no gas. The captain was fine with it. Taking the elevator to a safe floor, Zhang Fei asked his opponent, this shelter must have been designed to lure him here. The god of war added, where is the real lab in that case? He also wondered where the Dragon King was now. The captain asked if the god of war could promise not to destroy him if he told the whole truth. The god of war said that if this guy didn't tell, he would destroy him for sure. And if he did, he might have a chance to survive, and added that he gave his honorable word of honor. He said that the real laboratory is not in Haidun. These two who brought the god of war here, they are responsible for setting up a stronghold in Haidong. The captain became nervous and said he was forced. His family had been poisoned by the Dragon King. If he didn't follow his orders, his whole family would die. The captain kneels down and says everything he says is the plain truth. He was forced to do it. Zhang Fei asked his interlocutor if he was familiar with the Death Squadron. The captain replied that he didn't know them. Zhang Fei said that he wanted to give this guy a chance, but instead he is digging his own grave. The young man, frightened, said that he was a member of the Death Squad. Zhang Fei assumed that this guy must be a new member. The captain confirmed this assumption. Zhang Fei said he needs their head to go to Haidong. Is it possible to realize this? The captain said it's not hard to do. The god of war handed the smartphone to the interlocutor and said that all the information was here and there was a task for him. If he did well, it would be possible to let him live. Zhang Fei said in the ear of the captain. It was now up to him whether to live or die. It would be his choice. The captain stated that he would do everything. Zhang Fei, leaving the room, said that he would wait for good news. In the ransacked room, the young men began to come to their senses. One of the brothers saying it was a failure. The captain replied that it was a failure, but it was also a success. The captain said that their poison gas did not incapacitate the god of war, but made him panic and leave. Captain Kent told the young man to take him to the Dragon King immediately. The young man wondered, does Kent really want to leave the Dragon King? Kent said that of course he didn't want to leave the Dragon King. Upon meeting him, the Dragon King slapped Captain Kent and said that he had told him many times not to act rashly. Kent apologized to the Dragon King and said he would not act rashly again. The man remarked that they had hit the mark after all. This time, they had poisoned him with a biochemical gas. It is certain that the god of war will not recover for months to come. Captain Kent said he also put a bug on Zhang Fei. That way, they can track his every move, and if they strike now, they can destroy him in one fell swoop. The young man told his father that this was indeed a great opportunity. The Dragon King said those boys never realized who was in front of them. I suspect this is all part of his plan. The now Dragon King grabbed the captain by the throat and asked how could he betray him. The captain was startled, gasping, and said that he had never betrayed the Dragon King. The Dragon King was not merciful. He destroyed Captain Kent and asked his sons if they knew why Ken was destroyed. The Dragon King said that he knows the god of war well, so he can't make any mistakes. So things must go his way, and he wants to make sure they are loyal. The man gave each of the young men swords and said he wanted to look at them. Each of the young men plunged his sword into his leg as a sign of his devotion. The Dragon King said he wanted to see their loyalty, and they must remember from now on to take no action without his permission. Special Agent Fu Xiang said that they should call for reinforcements. There were 9 people present from the death squad, including Death. Tank at this time, listening to his interlocutor, continued to eat his food. He decided that one thing did not interfere with another. The girl looked at the building across the street and said there was only Death and one other person in the building right now. Tank, distracted from his noodling, asked what they would do. That 2 against 2, they might as well lose. Tank said they would not lose. The girl declared that in that case, she would capture Death today and present it to her master. After all, she was no longer the little girl she used to be. Tank and Fu Xiang decided to act on the plan they had just devised. Captain Death kept twirling a yellow cartridge in his hand. A colleague watching through binoculars on the building opposite said he spotted 2. An observer through binoculars said it was Tank and the killer. The captain inquired if there was a god of war. The watcher reported that there are only 2. The god of war is not among them. Captain Death took the gun and said, well, he'll see how strong those are. 2 masked men with guns in their hands, a captain and his partner, set out to meet Tank and the killer. The next day came. The god of war, appearing at the secret base, asked what happened. The young man reported to His Highness that the assassin and the tank had attacked the Reaper last night. The tank was slightly injured, but he was fine now. The young man added that the murderer had been poisoned with an unusual poison. The poison has now been removed and she is fine. The god of war entered the ward, the assassin and tank lying in their hospital beds and restoring their broken health. Zhang Fei told them not to get up and inquired what happened. The girl lowered her eyes and said that they had lost in an equal battle. A more emotional tank said there was death there, but the other guy used poison. Butler wrote something down in his notebook and said he was -2 points each. The enraged tank shouted that next time he would definitely destroy that rascal. Zhang Fei asked that the 2 of them tell what happened the day before, but only in detail. Special Agent Fu Xiao said that she and Tank had found the Reaper's temporary base. The girl added that only the Reaper and one member of his team were inside. The tank was quite capable of destroying them. Killer added that she and Tank destroyed one, then they attacked the Reaper. However, the Reaper was very cunning and used poison against them. Tank stated, if he hadn't used the poison, they would have handled him. The Reaper has no concept of honor. Zhang Fei said that the Reaper is the best among all in sneak attacks. Does Tank really want to fight him fair and square? The boss told the butler to take another point off Tank. Where do such naive people come from? Fu Xiang said that the Reaper was also badly hurt. The god of war stated for the 2 of them to focus on recovery for now. The butler was told to follow him. Already in the fresh air, Zhang Fei asked the butler if he had anything to say. The butler stated that the death squad was working for the Dragon King, so naturally they had access to the biochemical gas. It was expected that the assassin and tank would lose, but there was one thing that didn't add up. Zhang Fei said, wondering where is the rest of the Reaper team. Butler said they are looking into the matter. The War King reasoned aloud. Assassin and tank made the Reaper use poison. It turns out that Butler was wrong in his assessment. The boss told the butler to look into it and be more attentive. The butler replied that he would fulfill everything. Zhang Fei added that the butler should smile more often. A meeting is being held at the Chen family home. A representative of the death squad is present. Also here was a representative of the Ye family. The Chen family was represented by the youngest son, Tianwei. Mr. Yi asked the Reaper if he was hurt. The Reaper replied that it was only a slight bruise. Mr. Yi hoped that it would not affect their plans. The Dragon King appeared and announced that today was their first official meeting. Everyone present stood up and greeted the Dragon King. The Dragon King asked the Reaper how the poison trials were going. The Reaper said that the poison is less poisonous, but it acts quickly. It won't be able to harm the god of war. Mr. Chen said that last night his men set up surveillance on the god of war. The Dragon King said that this poison would likely be completely useless against him. The man took out a flask from his pocket, and after checking the color of its contents, he said that this was only a prototype. This was the 2nd generation, which was even more toxic. He had spent a lot of effort and resources to develop it. This time he would take back the city. Zhang Fei, as always traveling alone through the city, thought that it might start to rain this time. A car stopped nearby. The young man thought it was behind him. The car door opened, and a young man with a red bow tie on his chest asked, "Is he the god of war?" The young man offered Zhang Fei a seat in this car. Zhang Fei was fine with it. In the car, our hero was waiting for an unfamiliar blonde in sunglasses. She offered the young man a rest. The guy thought it would be interesting. After a while, the young men got out of the car, and the girl said they were already there. The girl led the young man into the building and offered him a seat. The guy again was fine with it. The stranger introduced herself and said her name was Bai Fenfeng. The girl finally took off her glasses. Bai Fenfeng said that Elder Bai was her grandfather. Zhang Fei said it was funny, so she is his grandfather's granddaughter and asked why she invited him. Bai Feng said that these were troubled times and asked for the god of war to help her. The girl wanted to throw herself on her knees, but the young man held her back. She said that she wanted him to save her family. Zhang Fei replied that there was no need to ask since he was her grandfather's close friend and asked her to tell him what happened. Feng Feng asked if Zhang Fei knows her brother Park Mo-hwa. Zhang Fei, recalling something, said he seemed to have met him once and asked, "What did this guy do?" Feng Feng said that some time ago, her grandfather became very sick and he took him to a private clinic. From that day, the family began a series of big problems. First, Fenfen found out that his men had organized a casino. They had grown very big, and moreover, they had set up a secret laboratory. The girl said that she doesn't know the details of the experiments, since sometimes she can't even meet her grandfather. Luckily, Grandpa had said once that she could go to Zhang Fei, and that no one in the Bai family knew about him except her. Fenfeng said she came here to ask the guy for help. Zhang Fei said that the car they were traveling in was bugged and wiretapped. The girl once again asked the god of war to help her keep her family together. Zhang Fei said she asked him for help, but she does not trust him. The girl motioned for the assistant, who was standing outside the office behind the door, to remove herself. Zhang Fei said to the interlocutor, she worries too much because of the turmoil in the family, but it is quite normal. He will do her a favor because of his respect for her grandfather. Fenfen thanked the god of war. He said that he can't leave the city yet. There's a guy who's doing really bad things and he has to deal with him personally. Bai Finfen asked who was the person in question. That person must be very powerful. Zhang Fei said that this person is really hard to deal with, and he suspects that this person is also involved with the Bai family. Bai Fenfeng asked, could it be about the Dragon King? Zhang Fei replied, it seems like she is right. The Dragon King is currently in the city. Fenfen said that when her grandfather recovered, the Dragon King came to see them, and it seems they had a fight. After her grandfather was put under house arrest, she conducted a secret investigation and found out that their family was in close contact with the Dragon King. Zhang Fei thought that the Dragon King's plan is really very huge. It seems like he wants to cover more than just Kyoto and Haidong. We need to deal with him as soon as possible. Bai Fengfeng said it turns out the Dragon King knew that Zhang Fei was in Haidong. If he let her come, it seems like a conspiracy. God of War said the situation is getting more and more interesting. Can the man behind the door be trusted? Bai Fengfeng said that she trusted him completely. If he betrayed her already, then she would have no allies other than the God of War. Zhang Fei said he would let someone find out about it and also order that the girl be protected by someone. Fenfen thanked the God of War for this. The young man added that his men would be joining her soon. Zhang Fei added so that she would not worry about her safety. At this moment, our hero was sending an email. Zhang Fei added that he would solve all her family's problems. Bai Fengfeng, seeing the young man off, said that he was very gracious to her family and she couldn't thank him enough. In the imperial capital, a young boy tells his grandfather that today is family day. He hopes the old man will forgive his grandson for his cruelty. The Bai family has fallen into disrepair because his grandfather has become an old antique. Only by following a character like the Dragon King can their Bai family develop and rise. An assistant entered the room and told the young lord that the young lady had arrived in Haidong and was in contact with the God of War. The young man said that it was very good. Immediately we should tell this news to the Dragon King. This time they were going to make everything clean. The young man asked if everything was in place. He was told that everything was in place. Was he sure of his actions? The boy replied that he was absolutely sure. The young man ended the call and thought all that was left to do was wait. In the Bai family house, the assistant suggested the girl rest and drink some water. If she continued like this, she might pass out from overexertion. The girl thanked the deputy and said she was glad he was still by her side. The young man looked out the window and said that the God of War had already arranged protection for them. Bai Fengfeng told the assistant to get the members of the God of War team drunk and fed. The masked mercenary was hiding behind a tree. Behind another tree was his subordinate, who asked how long they had to wait. The older man replied that they had nowhere to hurry. They were waiting for the signal. Even through his mask, you could see the Reaper blush. He never thought he could get his hands on such a pretty girl. Reaper told his colleague to tell the staff to take their time. The start was only an hour away. Then they could have all the fun they wanted. After drinking the water that Bai Fengfeng's aide offered, the girl fell asleep. The deputy apologized to the sleeping hostess and said she had been very kind to him. The aide added that he can't give up on his sister who was taken hostage. The young man emailed the letter and thought that when the plan was finalized, he would commit suicide to make amends. The deputy left the house. Outside the house, the mercenaries were already waiting for him. They were ready. One of the mercenaries clapped his hands and said he was good. When they returned, he would make sure the captain put in a good word for him. The deputy told them to do their business quickly and leave. The mercenary said he could join them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The young man was adamantly against it. He could never do it. The guy added to get these people to do their thing faster and get the hell out of here. The masked men entered the room. The senior ordered to get to work. Bai Feng Feng continued to sleep. One of the mercenaries, looking at the girl, thought it was a great way to have some fun. Suddenly, someone extra entered the house. He said it was a good plan. They set up for him to come to Haidong, and then they wanted to humiliate her and blame it on him. The mercenaries saw that it was Zhang Fei. He was accompanied by the butler. Zhang Fei said that this plan had failed. The masked men thought they had been tricked. They needed to get out of here immediately. The masked men didn't have time to escape. They didn't stand a chance. It took Zhang Fei a few seconds to finish them all off. Zhang Fei took one of the survivors by the throat and said that he was the only one left. The masked man said although the god of war is in front of him, but they have such a good plan that even he won't be able to do anything. In the end, they will be the ones to come out victorious. Zhang Fei decided that there was nothing to talk about with these people. He struck the man's jaw with his hand. Pills fell out of his mouth. Our hero asked, did he really want to kill himself? Not so simple, and ordered the butler to take care of this man. They will still need him. Zhang Fei took the girl in his arms and carried her out of this room. The god of war, looking at Bai Feng Feng's aide, said to follow him. The young man rested. Bai Feng Feng woke up and looked at the assistant sitting in front of her. Zhang Fei was standing beside them. The girl thanked her savior. Zhang Fei, pointing at the assistant, asked the girl what to do with him. Bai Feng Feng said that she didn't expect this from Bai Mo. She didn't think he could betray her. Bai Mo told his mistress to destroy him. He is ashamed that he betrayed her. Fen Fen asked the aide to tell her why he did it. After all, he had served her faithfully for so long. Bai Mo said if he didn't do it, his sister would suffer. His sister could be sold to Eastern Europe. She's the only thing he has left. Bai Mo tearfully asked that they save his sister. She was only 12 years old. Fen Feng said, for Bai Mo taking care of her for so many years, she would help his sister. Bai Mo turned to the god of war and asked for him to save his sister. Zhang Fei said that he would not let the innocent suffer. The butler told His Majesty that the interrogation would take some more time. Zhang Fei said that they are all trained by the death itself. The butler himself knows what to do. The god of war, turning to Bai Feng Feng, said that it seems things are much more complicated than he thought, and added that he would organize a new home for her. The young man regretted that he hadn't destroyed the Dragon King earlier. The surviving masked mercenary saw what had become of his colleagues and informed the captain that their plan had completely failed. They were all destroyed. The colleagues said that they should attack again. It was impossible to abandon the plan. If the god of war could be easily dealt with, he would not be worthy of the title of king. The masked warrior suggested burying his brothers first before thinking of a new plan. The next day came. Bai Feng Feng once again thanked her savior. The girl added that it was the only thing she could do. Zhang Fei replied that it was fine. If something happened to her, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Master Bai. To Zhang Fei, he added that he wasn't sure if there was any way he could explain to her grandfather if something happened to her. The guy said he was hungry and suggested his companion have breakfast somewhere. The young people entered the restaurant. They sat down at a table and continued their conversation while waiting for the waiter. Young people came into this restaurant. One of them said that it was a bad city. They had been walking around so much, but they still hadn't found a decent restaurant. One of the young man's companions said that this town was not as good as their town, so we had to make do with what we had. The young man asked if the rest of the family had arrived. The companion replied that they were on their way. The girl recognized this guy. It was Qian Fei from Jiangnan City. Zhang Fei asked, did Feng Feng really know him? Feng said that the Bai family has some business relationship with the Qian family. Feng Feng added that this Qian Fei was the son of a major banker. Zhang Fei thought that the Qian family was also related to the Dragon King. Qian Fei recognized Bai Feng Feng and asked what was she doing here. The son of a major banker introduced himself to the girl's companion and gave his name. Zhang Fei also introduced himself and replied by saying that he was just an ordinary working man. Qian Fei said that he had reserved a private room in this restaurant and invited the girl and her beau to sit together. Zhang Fei said if they are treated, they join because this place is quite expensive. Qian Fei couldn't calm down. He was trying to figure out who was this guy, Fen Feng's companion. Qian Fei said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked the girl if she had a boyfriend. Qian Fei continued. He said that last year, He talked to her grandfather about merging their two families. He said he'd think about it, but I guess it wasn't meant to be. Chanfei added, maybe they will discuss this matter today. The banker's son had an epiphany. He guessed who this young man was. After all, it was Bai Fenfeng's boyfriend. Chanfei said to the girl, she does not want to see his family, but she wants to socialize with such a poor man. It is very strange. Zhang Fei saw the girl lower her eyes. She was afraid to look at Chanfei. Fang Fang said to Chanfei to be polite. Zhang Fei got up from the table and said that they had to go. Feng Feng stood up as well. When the young men left after saying goodbye, Chanfei told his assistant to find out who this guy was. Chanfei chatted on the phone. He was told that they had already arrived in Haidong. The young man invited them to the restaurant and said that he would organize a table now. Guy added that first of all he wanted to visit Chen's house. The interlocutor said that he would be there soon too. Chanfei asked Mr. Wu if he could guess who he had just seen. Chanfei said that Bai Fengfeng was also in Haidong. Mr. Wu said that is wonderful. Chanfei added that there was only one downside. Chanfei said that this girl already has a boyfriend. Mr. Wu didn't believe it and said he was being cheated. Qian said after all he did warn Mr. Wu that he would lose her. If he arrives early, he might hear the details. The interlocutor asked Mr. Wu what happened. He said that Bai Fengfeng had a boyfriend. The interviewer said, what's the big deal? If he wants to get the girl he likes, he'll get her. And as for her boyfriend, he's too complicated. Mr. Wu said, but that he already knew how to get this girl. Bai Feng told her interlocutor, if Chanfei was the leader of a family, that family would have already been destroyed. Zhang Fei said that this guy is a stupid person but not brainless. The young man added to his interlocutor that the man was not as ignorant as he appeared. Zhang Fei decided that it was time to pay a visit to the Chen family. Chen Fei was standing on the porch of the Chen family's house. He was clearly expecting someone. A car pulled up to the house. Chen Fei opened the car door and told the passengers that he was happy to see them. The young men greeted each other and decided that it had been a while since they had seen each other. Chen Fei invited everyone to go inside the house. The young people looked around and saw that Bai Fengfeng and her companion were also here. The evening was no longer languid. Mr. Wu and Zhang Fei looked intently into each other's eyes. Zhang Fei said, what a coincidence. The girl introduced the young men. She told the god of war that the young men opposite were Wu To and Qin Fang, both heirs of the leading conglomerates in Jiangnan. There were rumors that the Wu family sold weapons. Zhang Fei thought that in that case, the Wu family was not very pure. When the young men got closer to each other, Mr. Wu said hello to Fenfen and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Bai Fengfeng said that he was right. It had been a long time. Bai Fengfeng told the young people that her friend was with her. Zhang Fei extended his hand to introduce himself and said that he was the god of war. Mr. Wu apologized and said that he was not in the habit of shaking hands with people. Zhang Fei only smiled in response. Mr. Wu wondered if the god of war was also invited. Zhang Fei replied that he was here on his own. Mr. Wu suggested that the god of war should go home in that case. It was unlikely that he would be allowed to come here. Zhang Fei ignored these words. Mr. Wu extended his hand in front of the god of war and said that he would not repeat. Zhang Fei completely calmly brushed his opponent's hand aside. Mr. Wu asked, how dare he hit him? Mr. Wu's companions thought this guy was finished. He'd had it all for nothing. Now he'd be in trouble. Mr. Wu asked if this guy was finished. Does he even know who's in front of him? Zhang Fei said that he knows a few underdogs, but they are all from the east. Fenfeng smiled imperceptibly. Zhang Fei asked the girl. Apparently she liked his joke. The girl said that there was some truth in what he said. Mr. Wu was already out of anger. He asked, what was his opponent carrying? Zhang Fei replied calmly that he was bringing joy to the world. But what was Mr. Wu's message? Mr. Wu said to this guy not to be so arrogant just because he's around this girl. Mr. Wu asked our hero if he had any friends. He promised to destroy them all, even if this guy apologized to him now. Even his family members have no right to insult him. Brother said that Mr. Wu is very angry and this guy's finished. The youngest son of the Chen family appeared on the porch. Chen Chenwei said that it had been a long journey. He was happy to see everyone. Mr. Chen said that he has done an investigation. Wu Feng said they would talk about it later, just have to wait. Chen Chenwei asked Mr. Wu, how did he have a conflict with this guy? Wu Feng said, this guy is just a martial arts master. Even if he is some shareholder there, he doesn't care. In front of him, he is still like a gnat. He will deal with him later. Chen Fei thought that Chen Tianwei was very much afraid of this person. He is definitely an unusual person. Zhang Fei said to the landlord standing next to him, but the landlord did not invite him. Chen Tianwei said that they have a private meeting today. The assistant whispered something to Mr. Chen and he told Zhang Fei to come in. Mr. Wu asked Brother Chen what happened here today. Chen Tianwei told Mr. Wu that they would talk about it later. Chen Tianwei thought that the Dragon King was waiting for Zhang Fei, so he couldn't refuse. The servant told Zhang Fei to follow him. Someone wants to see him. Zhang Fei realized who he was talking about and thought, is she already waiting? It's already good. The young men entered the room where they were greeted by the Dragon King. The man said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Zhang Fei turned to his companion and asked for her to wait for him outside the door. The girl walked out of the office. The Dragon King said he didn't expect the guy to move to such a small city after leaving the border. Zhang Fei asked, if it was such a small city, what did his interlocutor forget here? Zhang Fei sat down in his chair and asked, does the Dragon King really want to declare war on him? The man replied that he had planned to do it earlier, but he wanted to give it a chance. Zhang Fei said, what chance are we talking about? After all, from the Dragon King's words, he had always been an ungrateful brute. The man asked, was there nothing else he could say? The Dragon King said that in that case, he was starting, and added that Haidong City would become the grave of the god of war. The god of war asked, if he struck first, would the Dragon King be able to leave the room alive? The man said, his interlocutor still is arrogant. If he wants it, he can try it. Zhang Fei swung and tried to strike his opponent in the jaw, but the Dragon King calmly dodged the blow. In the same second, a warrior appeared in front of Zhang Fei and blocked the Dragon King. The next blow of our hero struck the warrior. Zhang Fei said, so why are they so naive? Do they really think they can stop him? The next moment, a sword was thrust into the floor in front of our hero. The Reaper appeared in the room and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Zhang Fei, adjusting his tie, said, finally, this hero has finally shown himself. The god of war said with anger that now he would avenge his boys. Zhang Fei effectively attacked the Reaper and gave him a staggering kick to the head. The Dragon King's first defender went to attack Zhang Fei. The young man successfully dodged it. Zhang Fei blocked his opponent's arm and gave him a powerful knee strike to the chest. The opponent was deactivated for a while, his mouth bleeding. Reaper pulled out a knife and swung it, throwing it at his opponent. Zhang Fei asked in a calm voice, was this really all they could do? Zhang Fei intercepted the flying knife and sent it back to the Reaper. The knife flew past but wounded his master in the shoulder. The Reaper shrieked in surprise. The Dragon King patted and said that as expected of this guy, he could beat two people too. Both attackers were holding onto his shoulder, each injured. Zhang Fei said that the Dragon King is really unscrupulous. Can't he himself join in? The Dragon King said that the god of war must realize that he couldn't destroy it today because it was his territory. Several more martial artists entered the room. They were all ready to protect the Dragon King. The god of war realized that the Northern Special Forces were in front of him. These guys are of a different level of training. The Dragon King said it right. These are the 4 kings from Northern Europe. Does the god of war still think he has a chance of winning? Zhang Fei asked the Dragon King, did he realize what he had done today? The Dragon King asked in surprise, what is this about? Zhang Fei asked the opponent if he had made a decision. The opponent said that he had made a decision. The god of war replied that it was very good. War is war. Our hero left this room with a calm look. Bai Fengfeng approached him. Reaper asked the Dragon King, would he really just let this young man go? The man said he knew him well. If they don't let him go now, it means they will lose. The Dragon King continued, he wants to win and win clean. Most importantly, he wants to be the only king of the country. The young men were leaving the Chen family home. The god of war said over the phone that he was announcing a gathering at the base in 1 hour. Che Chen-wei told his companions he was honored that they had come all this way. Qinfang told Brother Chen to leave this talk and get to the point. Chen Tianwei said that in that case, he was starting and asked everyone to pay attention to what he had. The young man opened the box and everyone saw its contents. There was a vial of liquid. He asked if the people present knew what it was. The people present were silent. Chen Tianwei said, this is something that will take them to the top of the world. Qinfang asked, is it really a drug? Chen Tianwei said that it was a cancer cure and looked meaningfully into everyone's eyes. Qinfang asked, is this really a cure for cancer? Wasn't his interlocutor exaggerating too much? Mr. Chen said it's the plain truth. The young man said he had a presentation and suggested everyone read it. At this time, in the secret room, the god of war gathered all the personnel. The butler asked what had happened. Zhang Fei replied that the Dragon King had officially declared war on them. Fu Xiang, nicknamed Assassin, said that it was time to take revenge on the Death Squadron. Tank, kneading his fist, said, finally they can get their revenge. The god of war told them to be quiet. He didn't call everyone here to a meeting so that they would embarrass themselves again. Zhang Fei added that he didn't ask the two to come, as they were still officially on sick leave. Butler said -1 point each and made a note in his notebook. The God of War asked Butler to figure out how to get rid of the Dragon King and the Death Squadron at the same time. Butler said what will be done? He thinks they should gather all their troops to be sure to destroy the opponents. Zhang Fei told the Mockingbird that she was in charge of surveillance. The girl replied, "So true." The God of War told Butler to gather 5 units. That would be enough. At the Chen family's house, the host treated the man to excellent wine. He thanked Mr. Ye for making him king of Haidong. Master Ye thought that this guy was just a pawn for them. Mr. Ye thought, what would happen if the Dragon King destroyed the God of War? Then all the remaining clans would be under his rule. Mr. Chen Tianwei shouted with joy that he would be the only king of Haidong. Zhang Fei, watching the city from a bird's eye view, thought that it was rotten to the core. It was time to clean up the mess. Butler approached the God of War and said he was with a report. He gathered all the captains the boss had asked for. The butler said that the Dragon King had not only summoned the Northern Special Forces, but also the Eastern Kamikazes. But he was confident that the God of War would handle them. Zhang Fei thought that the rival was cooperating with the West. Zhang Fei said that the rival is cooperating with the enemy from the country. It is a terrible shame. The God of War told the butler to tell all units, "You need to wear the enemy's clothes and join the Dragon King. It will be a disguise." Master Ye told the Dragon King that Chen Tianwei had already recruited a large number of people using this drug. Soon they will gain immense power in this country. The Dragon King said that Chen Tianwei is not a bad pawn. You shouldn't get rid of him now. He might still be useful. A reaper entered the room and asked the Dragon King when they were starting. The Dragon King said to find out everything about the movements of the God of War and where his base was. The reaper replied that he would tell his men to look into all this and report back at once when they received the information. Bai Fengfeng told Zhang Fei that Wuto had come to see her the day before. He said that he and Chen Tianwei were working together. The girl added that they are developing an anti-cancer drug together with Tianwei. It should be a breakthrough not only in medicine. The God of War thought that the anti-cancer medicine must somehow be related to the Dragon King. Zhang Fei suggested that Bai Feng meet up in the evening. The young man suggested that the girl invite Wuto to the meeting as well. Fen Feng blushed. Zhang Fei asked if everything was all right. The girl said that everything was fine. Zhang Fei looked at his companion and asked if she understood what he told her. Fanfan said she would call Wuto now and invite him to the hotel. The girl came to see Mr. Wu at the hotel. The young man asked in surprise. Fanfang asks him out in the middle of the night. Does she realize? The girl said, she heard that Mr. Wu has a big project. She would like to participate. Mr. Wu agreed to continue the conversation inside and invited the girl in. The guy took Fenfen by the hand and threw her on the bed. He offered her to marry him. In return, he said that his business would also become her business, so he proposed a marriage of convenience. Fenfeng told Mr. Wu to take his time and added that she had to excommunicate to the ladies' room. At this moment, Zhang Fei, Tank, and Fu Xiang were outside the door. The God of War said that it was time to see what kind of cancer medicine is this. Mr. Wu pondered. For what purpose could Feng have appeared here? It was possible that she was just pretending to be an innocent little angel. At that moment, the door to the hotel room opened, and the God of War walked in. Without hesitation, he kicked Mr. Wu in the chest. Mr. Wu flew back against the wall with such force that this wall cracked. He asked the God of War, how could he find him? Fenfen appeared in front of Mr. Wu and asked him how he was feeling. The young man realized that it was all by Fenfen's fault. He shouted that the girl had betrayed him. Chang Fei grabbed Mr. Wu by the throat and lifted him up. The God of War said that he did not want to negotiate. Either Mr. Wu answers the questions or he is finished. Scared, Mr. Wu said he would tell everything, just so he wouldn't be destroyed. The God of War said he had heard that this guy was working with the Chen family in the anti-cancer drug business. Mr. Wu confirmed. Mr. Wu added, he doesn't know why exactly they became his partners. Zhang Fei asked if Chen gave any samples. Wu Defan pointed at the box and said the samples were there. The box contained 3 flasks of liquid. The God of War told Mr. Wu Tofan not to seek to meet Bai Fengfeng again, or else he would be doomed. Wu To said he would never dare to approach her again. Removing himself, the God of War expressed his hope in the fact that Wu Tofan would not tell anyone about today's meeting. The frightened young man said he would be him like a fish and gave his honorable word. When the God of War left, Wu Tofan thought he might have just been destroyed. At the secret headquarters, Butler reported that they tested these drugs. It looks like a mind control drug. It also appears to have an effect on the body. Zhang Fei wondered what his opponents were up to. What are the Dragon King's plans? After finishing the pomegranate juice, Zhang Fei realized what was wrong. These medicines were created by the Dragon King to be tested on humans. The success rate of human trials was very low. These medicines should be able to improve the human body and make it more suitable for experimentation. Butler asked what should they do now. Zhang Fei said that they should get the map first. The butler unfolded a large map on the table. The god of war showed the locations on the map and said that for Mockingbird to scout these places, the Dragon King's laboratory must be found. Fu Xiang asked if they would have a reward for completing this task. The butler took away 1 point for this question. The girl called him a heartless freak. There was a knock on the door at Chen's house. The door was opened by Mr. Ye and asked what he needed. Chen Tianwei asked if the master could take a new version of the medicine for testing. Mr. Ye launched Tianwei inside. In the middle of the room, the Dragon King was sitting in a chair. Chen Tianwei told the Dragon King that the cancer medicine he was provided with was selling well. He had already managed to sell everything. The Dragon King praised the young man and said that he still thought highly of the fellow. The young man bowed and said he was honored to be on this team. The Dragon King said if Tianwei has no more news, then he is free to go. Chen Tianwei once again bowed and thanked the Dragon King. When the young man left, the Dragon King laughed and said that their plan was working. Master Ye asked when the medicine was released, should he test it? The Dragon King said, of course we should test it, but just do it carefully. Perhaps they would be attacked by the god of war soon. Master Ye said he would be careful. The Reaper asked the Dragon King when he would launch his attack on the god of war. The Reaper took out his knife and showed it to the Dragon King. He said he couldn't take it anymore. The Dragon King asked what was the hurry. The Reaper replied that his patience was limited. The Dragon King ordered him to mind his own business. The warrior couldn't take it anymore and threw the knife into the wall in anger. The Dragon King thought of this Reaper as nothing more than a bunch of trash. How dare he talk to him like that? Somewhere on the outskirts at the mercenary base, a subordinate asked the captain when they were starting. The captain replied that the Dragon King wouldn't do anything until he finished the experiment. The Reaper said he had no trust in the Dragon King. He didn't even say what the experiment was. The subordinate told the captain that if he had the will, they could make the attack now. Reaper rejected the offer and said it was too risky. The god of war was sitting on a bench in the town square. One of his subordinates called him and told him that he was being followed by people from the death squad and had to eliminate them all. Zhang Fei thanked him for his good work. Zhang Fei got up from the bench and thought, why did the death squadron decide to follow him? The Dragon King's men should be on the stakeout, right? A military SUV pulled up to Zhang Fei. Tank got out of it and told His Majesty to take a seat in the vehicle. Already in the car, the butler told the god of war that the death squadron had been behaving very strangely for the past few days. Zhang Fei suggested that Reaper and his team couldn't wait any longer. They were ready to act on their own. Tank, sitting behind the wheel, said he couldn't wait to stretch his arms. The god of war suggested that they would start soon. There wasn't long to wait. Butler made a note in his notebook and said that Tank was minus a point for improper driving. It happened that the god of war, in the dark time of day, was traveling alone in the city. Our hero felt that someone from behind was approaching him. It was a Reaper with a knife in his hand. Zhang Fei abruptly stepped aside and grabbed his opponent's hand. He asked, had they run out of patience? The Reaper offered the god of war here and now to end the feud between them. He really couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Fei replied that he was fine with it and realized that there was about to be a fighting clash. The Reaper lunged forward, wanting to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent with his knife. Zhang Fei repelled this blow while destroying the knife. The god of war said that the death squad was the best at killing with a single strike, but unfortunately, they were weak in hand-to-hand combat. The god of war unleashed a series of crushing blows with his hands and feet on his opponent. The unarmed Reaper could not resist with dignity. Realizing that he would not stand a chance in hand-to-hand combat, the Reaper drew his pistols, but the god of war knocked the pistols out of his opponent's hands. Zhang Fei grabbed the Reaper's mask and crushed it. In doing so, he threw his opponent far back. Reaper flew backwards and hit the trunk of a large tree. Wiping the blood from his face, he said that the god of war had no idea what awaited him. He added that a death squadron never fights alone. After the god of war approached the opponent at a close distance, the Reaper commanded his men to come out of hiding. After this command, nothing happened. The Reaper was at a loss to understand where his men had gone. Zhang Fei said it was for nothing that the Reaper had set up surveillance on him. His men had destroyed all the Reaper brothers. The Reaper, realizing he had nothing more to answer, laughed and said that he was now a dead man. Zhang Fei traditionally took his opponent by the throat and squeezed him. He said that now the Reaper could see for himself what death really looked like. At that moment, helicopters appeared in the sky, one of them swiftly descending into a clearing nearby. The Dragon King stepped out of the helicopter. The man was determined. He had a contingency plan in his head. Tank and Fu Xiang appeared beside our hero at the same instant. Zhang Fei said hello to the Dragon King. The God of War said that he could not believe that the Dragon King was unable to control his men. The Reaper stated that he was not the Dragon King's man. Zhang Fei stepped his foot on the Reaper's head and pressed him to the ground. The young man said for this guy to keep quiet when not asked. The Dragon King said that the people of the God of War still had remnants of poison in their bodies. He offered to give an antidote. Zhang Fei tried to understand what the Dragon King was trying to accomplish. What is his goal? Zhang Fei leaned forward the Reaper and said that he was exchanging this body for an antidote. The exchange took place and Tank took the antidote. The Reaper remained at the Dragon King's disposal. The Dragon King told our hero that they would see each other a little later. The aides dragged the Reaper's body into the helicopter. Zhang Fei replied to the Dragon King that the next time they met, he would give his opponent another gift. The helicopters flew away. Tank asked, why did the God of War trade the Reaper for the antidote? Zhang Fei replied meaningfully that Tank would soon figure it out for himself. The young man asked the Dragon King why his father had traded the antidote for the Reaper. Why do they need this stubborn fighter? In that case, their research may go to waste. The Dragon King said that his main trump card against the God of War was not poison gas. He added that it's genetics. Poison gas can't destroy it. Already in the helicopter, the pilot reported to the Dragon King that there was trouble. The Reaper had lost all his meridians and a couple of bones. The Dragon King said there was no need to make a fuss. It was necessary to take this guy to the lab. The young man asked his father what he was going to do with the Reaper. The Dragon King replied that this boy would be his experiment. The son wondered if he and his brother were not enough. Would the Reaper be suitable for the experiment? Had he not taken any drugs? The Dragon King said he had the Reaper as his best mercenary. Otherwise, why would he give the antidote for him? The young man was slapped by his father for the misunderstanding and told that his father had thought it through perfectly. The Dragon King expressed his hope that he would not let him down. At the secret base, Fu Xiang reported to the boss that the kamikaze team that the boss made them destroy last time, they had caught the big fish from that organization had been discovered. Zhang Fei inquired, who are we talking about? The girl reported that it was Umakawa Hyun, a member of Kamikaze. He had come here to work with the Dragon King. Zhang Fei asked what they were going to do now. The girl replied that she was going to disguise herself as Hyun Umakawa and find out about the Dragon King's plan. The boss liked this plan and told Fu Xiang to carry it out. In the circle of friends, Chen Tianwei raised his glass and offered to drink and celebrate the sale of new medicines. The banker's son said he was glad they were accepted as partners. He has several friends who want to join the business. Chen Tianwei thought that if things worked out, this Dragon King would be the one to address him better. The banker's son said if it doesn't work out, he'll just tell his friends no. Chen Tianwei said that the young man could invite his friends with the right approach. It could increase profits. Major Umakawa, the youngest member of the Umakawa family in the realm of the gods, came to see the Dragon King. He said that he was very excited to join this team. Umakawa said he had traveled a hard way from the realm of the gods, all to work with the Dragon King. Chen Tianwei was furious, he thought. How dare this vile thing humiliate him like this? Master Yi said that the Dragon King is a bit busy, so Umakawa-san should wait for him for a while. Umakawa said to Master Ye to shut up. The Dragon King wants to work with the Umakawa family, not the other way around. How dare he ignore him now? Umakawa added, if they want to cooperate with his family, he must meet with the Dragon King first. The master must do everything as quickly as possible. Master Yez said that he would talk to the Dragon King right now to join as soon as possible. Mr. Umekawa said that everything should be done as soon as possible. Master Ye asked Chen Tianwei to take care of Mr. Umekawa. Chen Tianwei thought that he was not a dog to Mr. Ye and said aloud that he would do everything. Zhang Fei and her sister Eden were strolling through the mall and shopping. There was a group of young people ahead. They were discussing something animatedly. Among these people were Chen Tianwei and Mr. Umekawa. Umekawa said that what he heard from his interlocutor sounded good. Umekawa saw Zhang Fei walking around with his sister and thought it was the boss. Zhang Fei, seeing a group of these people, realized that here they came. Umekawa-san, or rather Fu Xiang, who was disguised as him, thought perhaps this would attract the Dragon King. Umekawa-san approached the God of War. Chen Tianwei thought that this was not a good idea. Umekawa, looking at the God of War's sister, said that he liked this girl. Eden was confused. Umakawa, turning to Chen Tianwei, told him to remember to send this girl to his room. Zhang Fei told Umakawa to keep his dirty hands to himself and push this person away. Umakawa was indignant. How dare this man touch him? Chen Tianwei thought that he didn't want to mess with anyone, yet the kamikaze was acting defiantly. Chen Tianwei walked over to Zhang Fei and said, Umakawa, this is the Dragon King's guest. Umakawa was not relieved and added that this guy was lucky to have his sister's eye on him. Umakawa pulled out a wad of money and threw it in front of the young man. He asked, I guess this is enough, the god of war said with surprise. This guy probably wants to die. Zhang Fei kicked Umakawa in the chest and he flew far back, hitting the wall. Umakawa thought that it was a very strong blow, however. He told Chen Tianwei to bring the girl over. Chen Tianwei told his men to do the job. Zhang Fei used his fighting skills to scatter Chen Tianwei's men in different directions. A frightened Chen Tianwei asked our hero, does he even know who this Umakawa is? Zhang Fei replied that he didn't care who this person was. He would destroy him if he molested his sister. Chen Tianwei said, Umakawa, this is the Dragon King's guest. Zhang Fei took Mr. Chen by the chest and said, it turns out that the Dragon King dares to molest his sister. Then we will have to destroy the Dragon King and his guest. Zhang Fei threw Mr. Chen far back. Zhang Fei added as he realized Mr. Chen did not value his life. Zhang Fei added that, in that case, we would have to destroy Mr. Chen as well. He might not worry. Zhang Fei stepped on the hand of the lying Chen. The young man cried out loudly in pain. Zhang Fei added that he was about to die a quick death. At the resulting commotion, the Dragon King and Master Ye came out. Umakawa told the Dragon King to destroy that guy. For that, he was willing to give 10% of his family's profits. Mr. Ye told Umakawa to shut up if he didn't want to die. Zhang Fei asked the Dragon King, did he really want to help this person? The Dragon King waved his hand and said that he hadn't even thought of doing that. The Dragon King asked our hero to do him a favor. He asked that he let the two men go. In return, he is willing to give money. The war god asked in surprise, does the Dragon King dare to order him around? The Dragon King asked he had already won. What more did he want? Zhang Fei replied that he had an overwhelming desire to beat up the Dragon King. The Dragon King asked if the young man really wanted to start a war. Zhang Fei replied that he was standing right here in front of the Dragon King. The Dragon King thought that he was not ready. The Dragon King said he didn't want to start a war now and asked how the opponent wanted to settle this. The god of war said he wants the Chen family's entire earnings for this year. Chen Tianwei shouted that he did not agree to this. The war king told Chen Yu to shut up immediately, and our hero replied that he didn't see any problem with it. He added that he would tell his men to get everything ready. The Dragon King and his men turned around and left. Eden asked her brother, is he okay or is he? Zhang Fei replied that he was so powerful, of course he was fine. Eden thought the Dragon King was trash compared to her brother. Umakawa asked the Dragon King, why can't they just destroy that guy? The Dragon King replied, that guy, the god of war. He is a heavenly king of the war wing who has reached an outstanding position in recent years. Mr. Chen thought that this guy was the king of martial wings. He was horrified to think that he had come to an end. Mr. Umakawa replied that he did not care who the person was. Umakawa added that he cannot settle down when it comes to his reputation. He cannot take offense. The Dragon King said that he would destroy that young man sooner or later. The most important thing now is their cooperation. Everyone present agreed with the Dragon King, and Umakawa added that he was willing to see what the Dragon King had to offer. The Dragon King remembered the reason for the meeting and said that he would show everything now. Umakawa looked at the tablet and saw the footage from the lab that had been discussed so far. The Dragon King told Umakawa to look longer. Umakawa wondered, was this really it? How dare the Dragon King mock him? Master Ye and the Dragon King looked at Umakawa. Kamikaze, after a bit of silence, said that he wanted to see this lab live. The Dragon King said it's not a problem, but Umakawa has to sign a contract and promise to cooperate. After the contract was signed, the entire company arrived at the lab. The Dragon King told the companion that this was his best experiment. Kamikaze saw and realized who was in front of him. It was the Reaper from the Death Squad. Umakawa thought that this man had changed a great deal, right out of recognition. Umakawa asked if all the experiments here are successful. The Dragon King laughed and said he had a successful laboratory and asked if the Kamikaze wanted to see how these exhibits could prove themselves. Umakawa thought he needed to get out as much information as he could. The new companion asked the Dragon King to provide him with his experimental data. The Dragon King said that was out of the question. Umakawa wondered if the Dragon King wanted to break the contract. The Dragon King said that experimental data is the basis of their existence. They can't just give it away. The Dragon King thought, why did Umakawa's family need all the data? Umakawa said that means the Dragon King doesn't trust him and his family. The The Dragon King grabbed Umikawa's chest in fury and asked why his family needed this data. The villain told Umikawa not to get cocky, even if they were the first to make contact. Kamikaze said in a rage he would make the Dragon King regret what he did today. Umikawa turned around and walked away. The Dragon King said that when he won the war, he would take care of this Kamikaze. Zhang Fei and Tank, the two of them, were walking around the city. Tank drew the boss's attention to a child who was sitting lonely off to the side. The kid was eating something. A man approached the child and pushed him with his foot, telling him to get lost. The child fell down and the food fell out of his hands. The kid turned around and told the man to forgive him. He's going to get out of here right now. The child picked up the food from the ground and, blowing the dust off it, wanted to continue eating. Someone's hand stopped him. In front of the little boy was Zhang Fei. He told the boy to throw it away. After that, Zhang Fei picked up the little one and placed it on his arm. Zhang Fei punched the man who had offended the child, and the child fell to the ground after smashing a shop window. The man shouted, "How dare they make a disturbance in his store?" Zhang Fei inquired, "So is he the one who owns this store?" The man called our hero names and shouted that he was about to die. The aggressive shopkeeper grabbed a bat and wanted to hit Zhang Fei. At the same moment, the man received a fist punch to the jaw from Tank. Tank asked, "Is he really looking for death?" Tank stepped on the man's foot. The man told him to let him go. Tank stated that the man was being an asshole. The shopkeeper asked if they knew who he was. "He is the young master of the Jew family. It is forbidden to beat him up." Tank stepped a foot on his head and said whoever he was, he should realize that there were people he couldn't insult. Tank deactivated the man for a while and said that this would be a lesson to him for the future. At the party, the young people were getting to know each other. The host of the party welcomed the guests. He was in great spirits. A servant whispered something in the party host's ear. The expression on the man's face changed immediately. The man said in anger that it was necessary to find out who had the nerve to beat up his son. At the secret base, the god of war, communicating by phone, said that he would return immediately. Zhang Fei slammed his fist on the wall with rage. He said that this damn San is shooting at their border. He's openly provoking them already. Tank clenched his fist and said that he should be punished immediately. Butler reported to the boss that they had found a rat. The boss replied that it was great and said he wanted to see it. Zhang Fei and Fu Xiang arrived at the interrogation room. The subordinate said hello to their boss. Looking at the traitor, the god of war asked if they had gotten any information from him. The staff said he was still silent. Zhang Fei said that he would now try to get some information out. The god of war sat down across from the traitor and told him to tell what he had been ordered to do. The traitor refused to speak. Fu Xiang took out a knife and said, "Then she will start in her own way." The girl was determined. The traitor said that he would be silent as a fish until the very end and would not give up a single secret. Fu Xiang, skillfully spinning the knife in her hand, said that she was very good at torture. The girl added that this guy should not worry. She would not let him die. With all her might, Fu Xiang plunged the knife into the prisoner's hand. The man screamed in pain and said he needed a second chance. Zhang Fei said there will be a second chance for him, but on the condition that he tells everything. The traitor said that he was willing to confess. The purpose was to find out the location of the god of war's base. Zhang Fei asked, what other tasks were there? The traitor said that was it. He told everything he knew. Zhang Fei asked the next question. Why do they need to do this? The opponent, squirming in pain, said in order to gain the influence of the Dragon King. Zhang Fei thought the Dragon King pops up again. The god of war inquired what were the terms of the deal. The traitor said their general was in charge of information. For the information they received, the Dragon King would include them in his experiment. Zhang Fei told Tang to give the traitor a fake map and deal with the border himself. Tang, excited about the assignment he received, told the boss not to worry. He will do it right. Master Yi reported to the Dragon King that their slaves had been destroyed at the border. The Dragon King inquired, what happened? Master Yez said that their border map turned out to be fake. They were ambushed as soon as they reached the border. The Dragon King said that the god of war had tried that and added that he was not interested in that topic for now. The Dragon King was playing chess and musing aloud about the possible moves on the chessboard. Fu Xiang asked the boss, what will they do with this baby? The baby looked tense. It seemed to be afraid. Zhang Fei asked if the child had a family. The little boy was silent in response. Zhang Fei told the guy that they could take him to an orphanage. After the child heard these words, he clung to Fu Xiang's hand. Zhang Fei assumed that the child had escaped from there. The young man asked the child to tell him his story and promised not to send him to the orphanage. Zhang Fei added that he is a man of his word and the child can trust him. The kid said he grew up in a Tianhai orphanage, and just a few months ago, the orphanage director sent them to the lab. The kid added that it was a hellish place. A month ago, a kind-hearted man let him go. The child added that this is why he had to ask for food outside. Zhang Fei stroked the little one on the cheek, saying not to worry. It is safe here. Zhang Fei asked if the little boy remembered where this orphanage was located. The child said the orphanage was in an abandoned factory next to the Tenkai orphanage. Zhang Fei said for someone to take care of this baby. Fu Xiang took the child's hand and they left the room. The butler said there's a message from Mirage. The Dragon King is conducting new experiments. Zhang Fei replied to that, saying that he would have to visit them today. God of War, Tank, Fu Xiang, using the data obtained from the child, reached the secret base. They were met by a guard who said that it was a closed place and that outsiders were not allowed to enter. Tank thought that if they were not allowed in the good way, then he would do the bad way. He deactivated the guard who disagreed with their actions with one hand. Our heroes got inside the secret base. They moved along a long corridor. The God of War reached a special chamber. There was a control panel in front of it, and the man who was conducting the experiment stood beside it. The man saw the guests and asked who they were and how did they get here. Zhang Fei replied that they entered through the door. There was an open passage and anyone who wanted to come here could get in. The man warned the guests that this laboratory belonged to the Dragon King. The man warned the guests that this laboratory belonged to the Dragon King, that it was a secret and clean place, and he also asked why they had come in without shoes. The security personnel who arrived at this lab were deactivated by Tank. He left them no chance of escape. The man told the God of War, if he doesn't want trouble, he should leave this place immediately. Personally, he doesn't want any trouble with the Dragon King. Zhang Fei wondered, could the Dragon King really cause much trouble? The man realized that the situation was critical. Something had to be done. These guests were uninvited and nothing good could be expected from them. Tank and Fu Xiang were only waiting for a command to deal with this scholar. They looked at him sternly. Fu Xiang even pulled out a knife. The girl and Tank adopted fighting stances, showing that they would stop at nothing to achieve their goal. The scientist pressed a red button. The doors of the chamber opened, and our heroes saw that there was a person in the chamber in the liquid. The amount of liquid was slowly decreasing. When the cell was dry, out came this man. He was of incredible size. Zhang Fei saw this man stand up to his full height, and everyone present tensed up. The man was of incredible size, his demonic eyes sparkling. The scholar said that this man was beautiful. He ordered the giant to destroy the uninvited guests. The giant struck the scientist with his fist and he flew backwards with a scream. The giant looked at the God of War and said that they had met again. Zhang Fei said that he recognized him. It was a Reaper from the Death Squad. Those people turned him into a guinea pig. It's very unfortunate. The Reaper shouted that it was all thanks to the God of War. The Reaper said that tonight he would destroy the God of War and make him feel the same pain he felt. Fu Xiang and Tank came out to defend their master. Even though there were two of them, the forces were still unequal. Reaper grabbed his opponents with both hands and threw him far back. The Reaper and the God of War stood one-on-one against each other. The Reaper shouted that he had real power. This huge man swung his fist and shouted that he would send his opponent to hell and rushed at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei blocked the opponent's attack with his hand as always, and as always asked, "Is this really it?" Zhang Fei kicked his opponent in the chest, but his opponent was so firmly on his feet that the God of War himself flew far back. The Reaper laughed and asked if the God of War hadn't eaten. Zhang Fei replied that it was not bad. The Reaper had become much better, however. A mosquito was still a mosquito. It was not something to be afraid of. The opponents rushed at each other. Each of them released their internal energy as they moved. And when the opponents collided, there was a powerful explosion and everything was engulfed in flames. When the smoke and flames cleared, everyone saw the Reaper lying on the ground. The God of War pushed him with his foot and said that that guy was finished. Zhang Fei added that it was certainly good, but he had only warmed up. The Reaper shouted that he couldn't lose to this guy. Zhang Fei replied that nothing was impossible. The God of War struck his fist with all his might at the head of his lying opponent. The blow was so powerful that the Reaper with his head broke through the floor on which he lay. After the fight was over, Zhang Fei turned around and asked his companions if they were all right. Fu Xiang and Tank said that they were fine. The trio of our heroes followed onward, leaving only defeated opponents behind them. Fu Xiang said another car had pulled up and added that they had already dealt with the servants. Zhang Fei said that it was time for a real war. In the Chen house, the Dragon King was approached by Master Ye. The Dragon King inquired, "What happened?" Master Yi said it was over. The Dragon King asked why such panic. He asked Master Ye to explain everything. Master Yi said that their labs were all destroyed. The Dragon King realized that this news was unpleasant and pounded his fist on the table and said that the God of War was to blame for everything. The Dragon King said that this young man had been pouncing for a very long time, but now his patience had run out. The Dragon King added that he would give this guy what he wanted. The man was very angry. Master Yi asked the Dragon King, what will they do? The Dragon King ordered to find out where the God of War was now. He thought he would be the first to strike. The Dragon King added that the God of War had chosen this behavior tactic in vain. Either way, it would not end well for him. In a small back alley where there were few prying eyes, the God of War, Tank, and Fuxiang met the Dragon King, Master Ye, and many of their minions on their way. The Dragon King said he must admit that his opponent wasn't hopeless if he could find his lab. The man added that Zhang Fei has ruined years of his work. He will make his rival pay for it in blood. The God of War said that this lab has already been destroyed. If the Dragon King can't look after his own lab, then maybe there's a point in just giving up. The Dragon King shouted in rage for the God of War to prepare for his doom. Zhang Fei said that he didn't mind fighting and see how much his opponent would be enough. The God of War threw before his opponent the body of the scientist who had been destroyed in the laboratory by the Reaper. The Dragon King thought in horror, how did this man end up in the hands of the God of War? Zhang Fei noticed that this guy had also threatened that he would die in agony, but the God of War had survived him. The God of War added that he now looked like a dead dog. Zhang Fei saw how nervous the Dragon King was and asked, is his nerves at their limit? He advised him not to worry too much because he was already old. The Dragon King said that if anyone was going to die now, it would be the God of War. Zhang Fei told his men not to attack. He wants to see what the opponent is capable of. The Dragon King swallowed the pill and transformations began to happen to him. The clothes on his body began to crack, his body grew in size, and the Dragon King looked like a reaper. The Dragon King said that the God of War was about to die and rushed to attack him. Zhang Fei realized that the fight would be intense and adopted a fighting stance to repel the attack. The Dragon King said he recognizes that the opponent is stronger than him, but he has already developed a drug that can far surpass the skills of the God of War. The God of War replied that he is willing to see what the opponent is capable of. The opponents clashed in a fierce battle, their fists smashing into each other, creating a huge release of energy. Zhang Fei, after assessing his opponent's ability, asked if that was it. He could definitely no longer take this medicine. The Dragon King announced that this was just the beginning, and he tried to unleash all his energy power on his opponent. The God of War also unleashed his energy on his opponent. The Dragon King jumped up and from this location attempted to deliver a staggering blow to his opponent. Zhang Fei immediately realized that his opponent was using shadow clones. The young man went into a deafening defense and effectively repelled all of his opponent's attacks. The Dragon King continued to attack and shouted that the young man was about to be finished. Our hero was surprised. This attack technique was unfamiliar to him. However, gathering all the will in his fist, the God of War struck a powerful, crushing blow, piercing through the chest of the Dragon King. This blow was accompanied by a huge release of energy. The opponent flew far back. The Dragon King fell to his knees and thought, how is this possible? After all, his speed exceeds all human limits. Zhang Fei asked his opponent in surprise, had he forgotten that he was fighting against the great God of War? The young man added that his opponent would die today. The God of War traditionally took his rival by the throat, the Dragon King said. He still has allies left. If the God of War destroys him now, the allies will avenge him. Zhang Fei squeezed his opponent's throat even harder and said that, in that case, he wanted to look at his allies. When the Dragon King was finished, the God of War approached Master Yi and said that it was now his turn. Master Yi fell to his knees and asked the God of War to keep him alive. His mind was clouded. If the God of War kept him alive, he could take all his wealth. Zhang Fei replied that even if Master Yi died, he would still take this wealth within himself. Master Yi thought it was unfair and said that he would not agree to such a thing. He is forced to resist. Master Yi added that he wasn't going to just give up and prepared to attack his opponent. Zhang Fei, tired of the meaningless talk, struck a staggering blow at Master Yi's head. The young man said that this master was not very strong. Master Yi was deactivated. He was lying face down. The young man said to clean up this trash. The hooded men are having secret talks. One of them said that the God of War destroyed the Dragon King and destroyed the lab. He said long ago that the Dragon King was a waste of time. The hooded man slammed his fist on the table and said that he would personally send mercenaries to destroy the God of War. The interlocutor told him not to worry. He had all the information from the Dragon King's lab. He dared to violate their good deeds. It is simply impossible to forget. They must avenge him for what he has done. The man said if they send someone to destroy the God of War now, it will expose their existence. To the third, the interlocutor told the two to stop. He would arrange the gift himself. The first stated, now that they have made a decision, we just have to act on their agreement. The third was ordered to make a copy of the research material and send it to all the people on the list. Chen Tianwei, looking through the window at the evening city, thought that his family was still in charge here. The door to the room opened, and Zhang Fei and Liu Qingqing appeared on the doorstep. Mr. Chen was surprised that the god of war was still alive. Sitting down on the sofa, Zhang Fei wondered if Mr. Chen was disappointed. Chen Tianwei asked, what happened to the Dragon King and Master Yi back then? Zhang Fei replied, that yes right, they are dead, and added that from today, all the shares of the Chen family will belong to the Liu family. Chen Tianwei was very indignant, however. He realized that there was no point in arguing and said that he agreed. Zhang Fei told the girl to have people from her family organize everything. If Chen dared to use tricks, he asked to be warned. The next day came. Zhang Fei and his sister Eden went to the cemetery to put flowers on their mother's grave. The young man told his mother that he had avenged her. The girl with tears in her eyes said that the mother may not worry. She and her brother are doing fine. Zhang Fei told his sister that he must now return to the border. At this time, a helicopter came for our hero. A ladder was lowered from the helicopter to the ground. The brother parting from his sister, he thought, he doesn't even know when they will see each other again. Eden, saying goodbye, told her brother to be more careful, and then she wouldn't worry about him. Zhang Fei told her sister to call if she needed help. Parting, the young people waved to each other. The helicopter flew away. Zhang Fei thought to himself, he didn't want to break up with his sister, but he was really needed on the border. Our hero was waiting for Tank. He said that there was a message asking him to go to Shanghai to solve one issue. The god of war asked what he had to do in Shanghai. Tank said that the thunder god was attacked by a group of great masters a few days ago and destroyed in battle. Zhang Fei asked, why hadn't he been informed of this before? Tank replied that this information had been kept top secret until today. Zhang Fei thought that the thunder god was ambushed in his own camp. This is getting interesting. Zhang Fei looked at Tank and asked if he had sent his fighters. Tank stated that he had done so in the first place. In Shanghai, a subordinate approached the boss and said he had information. The boss asked what happened. The old man replied that the god of war had left Haidun and would probably come to them soon. The boss replied that he understood and added that they would make the move first. Boss was curious to see what this god of war was made of. He looked at Zhang Fei's picture on the monitor screen. After the helicopter landed in Shanghai, a man approached the god of war with a report. Zhang Fei said that Reconnecting didn't have to come in person. Reunited said the banquet was ready and offered to follow him. Zhang Fei suggested that he should act without haste. He should look around first. Passing by a military hangar, our hero's attention was caught by a girl conducting combat training. He asked who it was. Reconnecting said that it was the daughter of the thunder god, Qin Ying. Zhang Fei was surprised. Did he have a daughter? Reconnecting said that ever since the thunder god died, the girl had been training here all the time. Zhang Fei stopped and applauded this girl. Qin Yin stopped practicing and asked Uncle Reconnecting, why did he bring such a strange person here? Tank corrected the girl and said that the great god of war was in front of her. Reconnecting added, so that the girl would not speak without thinking. Qin Yin wondered, so this fellow god of war is as famous as her late father? Reconnecting told the girl to show at least a modicum of respect for the stranger. Zhang Fei wondered where did the girl get such confidence from. It was not typical for her age. Qin Yin replied that strength is the reason for everything. She wants to be very strong. The god of war said that he was willing to test her and asked her to attack. Qin Yin jumped high up and used her weapon to try to attack the god of war. The young man was ready to repel this blow. Qin Yin furiously struck her opponent with her spear. The god of war effectively dodged these attacks. Zhang Fei stopped this fight and at the end of it said, he thought the girl would be better. After this fight, Qin thought that the opponent was very strong. She didn't even feel his presence. Zhang Fei suggested that the girl drop everything and pick up a gun instead of a spear. Qin Yin told him to shut up and not tell her how to train. The girl decided to attack her opponent one more time and said she would see how he handled it. The god of war also effortlessly repelled his opponent's attack while grabbing the spear with his hand. The girl thought it was impossible. Zhang Fei said that she was too weak. The girl once again shouted for this guy to shut up. Zhang Fei pushed his opponent away and she flew high up, dropping her spear. The girl lost her stability. The spear dropped to the ground as it fell. Zhang Fei grabbed it. He asked Qin Ying, did she know why she lost? The girl asked, what was the reason? Zhang Fei said that she was too impulsive and it clouded her judgment. Zhang Fei added that she was so possessed that she had turned into a demon. If she keeps practicing like this, she won't be able to take revenge. Qin Yin cried. The girl said, if she doesn't try hard, then how will she be able to get revenge? Zhang Fei stated that he was willing to help her. Qin Yin refused to help. She said that she herself wanted to avenge her father's death. Zhang Fei said that it was very good. The girl was definitely her father's daughter. He said for her to go with him. At the military base headquarters, the god of war asked Reunited if he had gotten any useful information. Reunited replied that he could not find a shred of information. Qin Yin said that she found a jade pendant at the scene, but she doesn't know where it came from. The god of war examined the pendant and thought that it was the jade pendant from the scene. It had been brought to destroy the god of thunder. Who could have done this? Qin Yin thought maybe the god of war knows the origin of this jade pendant. The girl asked her interlocutor if he knew anything about this pendant. Zhang Fei shook his head negatively and said that he didn't know anything at all. The young man advised the girl to go rest. Reunited wondered if the god of war had any idea who might be behind this. The young man replied that the murderer of the thunder god was of the hidden clan. At Reunited's surprised exclamation, the young man confirmed that it was indeed the hidden clan and asked if the thunder god had any enemies in that organization. The interlocutor said he did not know. He had never spoken to the god of thunder on this subject. In the ancient church, the young man kneels with his companions and reports to his boss that the task has been completed. The boss replied with a tired look that the blood demon had done a good job. The young man stated that he had one more thing to report. The boss made it clear that he was listening. The guy stated, the fight was so fierce that he accidentally left his pendant at the scene. The elder immediately slapped his interlocutor hard and said he hoped it wouldn't happen again. There was a knock on the door at the military district headquarters. Reconnecting opened the door and asked the guest what had brought him here. The guest said that he had come to the secret base to meet the god of war here. Reconnecting told the man to pass in that case. The man bowed to the god of war, said hello, and told him that the head of the city knew that the god of war had arrived today, and therefore invited him to join him. Zhang Fei replied that he saw no reason to refuse, so he would visit the head of the city tonight. The man thanked and said that they would be waiting. Zhang Fei wondered how could the city head know about his appearance. In the evening, a limousine stopped outside the hotel. The god of war, accompanied by Qin Yin, got out of the car. The young men were dressed in evening suits. Already just before the hotel, someone told our hero that he had taken a beautiful girl to accompany him. Zhang Fei looked around and saw a young man accompanied by his two companions. One of the companions said that this girl, a beauty for 100%, and he would like to meet her. Qin Yin was not used to being treated like this, and with the words, "Back off," here she had already kicked her foot into the man's jaw. The stranger said that this girl had fire and he liked her. The victim with a bruised cheek tried to snap back. The stranger said, "You can't be so rude to such a beautiful girl." The guy said he would like to introduce himself to the cute girl. His name is Lu Bojian. He is the son of the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Qin Yin told him to get lost. Lu Bojian responded by saying that he liked the girl and reached out to her with his hand. Zhang Fei intercepted Lu Bojian's hand and said to listen to the girl. She also told him to get out. Lu Bojian screamed in pain and told this guy to let him go and warned that his father is the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. He is the top of the government. Mr. Lu warned our hero, if he touched again, he would die. Zhang Fei asked, "Is he really being threatened?" Lu Bojian once again said, if his opponent touched him, he would die a horrible death. Zhang Fei, tired of this annoying young man, pushed him against him. The young man, unable to stay on his feet, flew backwards. The people around me thought, what is this guy doing? How could anyone do this to a respected person? Suddenly, someone told the man ahead to get out of the way. Through the crowd, the old man had his guards clear the way. The old man saw his son sitting on the ground and rushed to him. He asked what happened. The young man told his father that he had been hit and pointed his finger at Zhang Fei. The old man told his son that it was all right. He would take care of the young man. While the guards were helping the young man up, the old man asked Zhang Fei if he realized who he had hit. The old man said that that young man was his son, so the opponent should prepare to answer for his actions. Zhang Fei asked the old man, did he really think that he was worth being afraid of? The man stated that he hadn't met such a repulsed man in a long time and turned to the old man, saying it was his turn to make an exit. The old man appeared, sipped from a jug of wine, and prepared to make his exit. At the same time, he said that 3 bottles of the best wine were due to the man for the work he was about to do. The old man said that today was a bad day for this guy and tried to punch him in the face. Zhang Fei traditionally walked away from this attack effortlessly. Zhang Fei counterattacked the old man and gave him a powerful punch. The old man immediately fell to his knees. Zhang Fei said that this old man was not even to the lowest level. How did he have the courage to attack? Zhang Fei asked the father of the injured guy, was this old man really his trump card? A man approached the town manager and said he had a problem. The man pointed his fingers at Zhang Fei and claimed that this guy had attacked his son and his men. The outraged town manager asked how dare this guy attack them. The mayor of the city looked at the troublemaker and recognized him as the god of war. He cried out loudly. The city manager turned around and hit the father of the injured young man. In addition, he called him a jerk. The man was offended and asked why he had been punished. The town manager said this guy was the guest they were expecting. The president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce was discouraged. He didn't know how to get out of the situation. Zhang Fei inquired, "Is this how one should treat an honored guest?" The mayor of the city wouldn't stop. He said that this president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce should be beaten up properly. The man didn't know where to go. Zhang Fei wished everyone a good time and followed his companion further into the hotel. The man thought that he urgently needed a patron who could defeat this scoundrel. In the hotel, Zhang Fei, his companion Qin Yin, and the town manager were present at the table. The men were drinking pomegranate juice. The mayor of the city apologized and said it was all his fault. He was unable to organize a decent reception. Zhang Fei said in response that they were well settled here. The opponent stated that he could now explain everything to the god of war. Zhang Fei said he listened carefully. The interlocutor said that he is actually just as a decoration here. The whole city of Shanghai is owned by big families. He is really helpless. Zhang Fei stated that this is a disgusting city. He thinks it's time to clean it up. At a fight club in training, athletes beat each other up. The audience cheers and screams for their favorite to destroy their opponent. A man in the VIP area is also watching this fight. It's a person who also watches with excitement and is left satisfied with the outcome of the fight. A girl entered the room barely audibly. The man looked around and asked what Shadow was doing here. The girl asked to be called Hana's secretary. The man looked away from the fight and asked why the Shadow was here today. Khan's secretary said that something very interesting had just happened. The man, without taking the cigar out of his mouth, said he was listening to her carefully. Han's secretary said that the Liu family had just insulted the god of war. The interlocutor heard this news and laughed heartily. The man said that it was great. He was worried about how to destroy the Liu family's Chamber of Commerce, and now he was given this opportunity. The man said he would send an invitation to the god of war. We'd have to deal with him properly. Raitan's assistant entered the office of the god of war, Zhang Fei inquired. Had he found out anything? Zhang Fei noticed that the situation was more serious than he had expected. Riten said that this was the reason why the god of snow wanted to put obstacles in the way of those arrogant families. Raitan added he didn't expect them to be able to resist the god of snow. Zhang Fei speculated that all of them might be involved. Tank entered the room and told the god of war that he had a message. An invitation came from the Jin family. They are having a party in 2 days. All the families of Shanghai will be there. Tank held out the invitation card to his boss. The young man thought that they had just met Lu's family. The others were already here. Zhang Fei instructed Riten to conduct secret investigations into these families. Riten and Tank left the room. Zhang Fei was left alone in the study to plan strategic actions. The god of war thought that this should be fun. The head of the Chamber of Commerce at his home was depressed. He didn't know what to do. After all, he had offended the god of war. A son walked into the ancestor's office and asked if his father had avenged him. At the same moment, a glass flew at the young man. It was whatever the man had gotten his hands on. The old man pumped to keep the boy quiet. The young man asked in surprise, what was his father doing? The old man shouted that sooner or later this guy would send him to his grave. Did he even know who he was messing with? The young man inquired who it was. The old man replied that it was the god of war. The guy got scared and fell to his knees. How could this happen? The young man asked apprehensively. He hoped his father had resolved the matter. The son said that the god of war is a man capable of destroying even his own father. The old man said that there was nothing he could do. Another man appeared in the room and said he could help. Father and son turned around and saw that it was Mrs. Shadow. The old man inquired who the girl was. Shadow replied that they don't need to know who she is. They just need to know that the Jin family will help them. Mr. Liu logically asked why would they do that. The girl replied that they would have to sell their Shanghai Chamber of Commerce to the Jin family in return for their help. The old man refused and said there was no way he would go for it. It was his life's work. Mrs. Shadow said that in that case the old man should wait until his son was dead. The girl headed for the exit. The young man fell at his father's feet and said that he did not want to die and asked that his father agree. The old man's heart couldn't take it, and he stopped the girl. Miss Shadow, as becoming, looked around and said, "It looks like they're agreeing to a deal." Mr. Liu put his finger up and said he had one condition. The interlocutor asked what that condition was. Mr. Liu said, wants the god of war to die in Shanghai. The girl replied that it was a doable request, and they agreed. In the dark hours of the night near the hotel, our hero was stopped by someone. This person held out his hand and told the guy to stop. He said that the young man could not go in there for he was dressed like a homeless person. Therefore, he is not worthy to go through that door. Zhang Fei grabbed the stranger's finger and twisted it. The man screamed in pain and said that the young man could pass. The god of war released the stranger and kicked him in the chest. The man flew backwards, and his companions were coming to his aid. One of the men who came up asked how dare this guy hit his brother. A group of hooligans using their cold weapons tried to use force on our hero. Zhang Fei used his fighting skills to scatter the villains in different directions. At some point, Zhang Fei heard applause nearby. The person who attacked first told the chairman who was applauding that this kid had come to cause trouble. The chairman said that the god of war was in front of them. The gang of attackers were frightened and fell to their knees. They began to ask for forgiveness from the god of war. Zhang Fei asked the chairman, who was he? The man said that he was the head of the Jin family and he was the one who invited the god of war here. Zhang Fei said, it seems like his interlocutor is good with information. He at least knows what the god of war looks like. Mr. Jin invited his guest inside and said he was glad to hear that. In the room, there were young men sitting at a table and drinking. Zhang Fei said that this was high society. Mr. Jin said that all the families and chambers of commerce in Shanghai gathered at this banquet today. Suddenly, an assistant walked up to Mr. Jin and whispered something in his ear. The information surprised him. The man apologized and said he needed to step away for a minute. The attention of our hero was drawn to a couple. The man was courting the girl. She tried to get rid of him. The man told her that he liked Rui very much. Rui remained silent in response and stepped aside. The man asked to be given at least one chance. The girl, tired of this guy's annoying advances, told him not to go after her. She already has a boyfriend and added that he was present. A hapless suitor said he'd like to see him. He's interested in the guy who had the nerve to steal his woman. The girl turned her head around and looked at our hero. She approached the young man and sat down next to him. The girl took his hand. Rui turned to Zhang Fei and asked for the young man to help her. In the next second, the girl's admirer was already standing nearby. He asked Zhang Fei a question. The man asked our hero if he was really her boyfriend. Rui snuggled closer to the young man and said that this was the man and added for the fat man to get away from her. Fatty said he didn't care about this guy. She would only belong to him anyway. The next moment, the fat man turned to Zhang Fei and asked how dare he steal his property. He ordered the young man to leave now. The fat man added that otherwise his opponent would not get out of here alive. The man was determined. Rui asked, what is he doing? People are looking at them. The girl added that his jokes are not funny at all. The fat man told the young man, for he has no idea how powerful his family is. Zhang Fei and the fat man looked at each other in the eyes. The fat man asked if his opponent was afraid. Zhang Fei kicked his opponent's leg and he flew backwards far away. Zhang Fei finally got a word out. He said that this person barks worse than a dog. Barking nonstop, he is already annoying to everyone. The girl was horrified, for this fat man was a master and this stranger had defeated him with one blow. The fat man screamed hysterically, how dare this rascal hit him? Zhang Fei said that he did not touch him. The young man punched the fat man one more time and added that he just kicked in the air. Everyone present at the banquet fell silent and turned their attention to this scene. It was the first time they had ever seen such a scene. One of them asked what was going on. Another replied that some guy had just suddenly punched Fatty Kong. Zhang Fei continued to beat up Fatty Kongguo. The fatty was shouting and waving his hands, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, Zhang Fei swung around and kicked Congo in the head. Zhang Fei said that this fatty with such skills dare not pursue his woman. The fat man, tumbling, flew far back. He landed in the middle of the hall and there was laughter. Mr. Kong shouted for everyone to immediately shut up and stop laughing. However, the laughter did not stop. Kong thought to himself, this guy is really strong. He needs reinforcements. Zhang Fei and his new companion left this room. The girl had a blush on her cheeks. In parting, Zhang Fei told the fatty to stay away from his girlfriend next time. The fatty remained silent in response. The girl told Mr. Kong if he ever bothered her again, then her boyfriend would beat that fat guy up every time he saw him. The people around them continued to laugh. A humiliated Mr. Kong shouted for them all to shut up. The girl thanked the handsome guy for his help. The guy said that now she could let him go. The girl asked why her beau was so rude. She said her name was Rui and offered to get to know her better. Rui asked what the young man was doing and added that he was very strong. Zhang Fei replied to this girl that he was a soldier. The young man was extremely serious. Rui said that in that case, no wonder he's so good. The girl added that the Kong family, the leader of the underground, after all, her interlocutor can't be in trouble in the future, right? Zhang Fei replied that he couldn't be in trouble because of this. His opponent's just trash. The girl thought that this guy is just crazy and he's also a strong and powerful man. The young man was walking away. He knew he was not going to get his way with this girl. Rui asked what his name was. Our hero turned around and looked the girl in the eye and said his name was God of War. Mr. Jin, the host of the party with a glass of wine, was looking at the night city. Mrs. Shadow told the boss that Lu's Chamber of Commerce has completed the sale, but they have a request. The girl added that Mr. Lu wants the God of War to be destroyed in Shanghai. The man laughed back and said he didn't see a problem with that. The aide approached the boss and told the gentleman that representatives of the families were waiting for him in the conference room. The host thought about it and said to invite the God of War to this meeting too. Mr. Jin's assistant approached the God of War and said that his master was inviting him to go upstairs.